when the cycle of reincarnation invades. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276, Nightmare Invasion. Linbin admired Linzu more and more. Before he found the yin-yang black dragon pill, her legs were really inconvenient. Did she need to enter the secret realm to train? Or was there any other means? Did she strengthen some magical system? Linbin was not sure about this. But compared to normal people, it was much more difficult for her to survive in the secret realm than ordinary reincarnationists. But even in this situation, she was still surrounded by such a group of powerful reincarnationists, and they were loyal to her, not to mention the landlady. Now Linbin felt that he could win against her, but only now. Before, if the two of them fought in close combat, Linbin felt that his chances of winning might only be 40% to 60%. In addition to Nifeng and that Kangma, now there is another extremely powerful substitute. This was found by Linbin himself. Linbin is not stupid. He didn't think about it at all before, and naturally he didn't doubt it. Now after being reminded by Yanfei and knowing the opponent's flaws, with the familiarity of the two siblings living together for many years, it only took him one day to see through the other party's true identity. This person must be very familiar with Linbin's family and even Linbin himself. Otherwise, no one would have been able to see the flaws when he disguised himself last time. In addition, Linbin offered to give her a full body massage on the grounds that she was too tired from busy housework. Anyway, no matter what excessive request it was, as long as he took the opportunity to say innocently, "Isn't this what normal siblings would do?" then the other party would laugh and say that of course there was no problem. Then when touching the bones, the Changsheng's inner exploded a little, and it immediately resonated with the true energy in his body. His true identity was naturally exposed immediately. Sehung Sword Classic. The person who pretended to be his sister was Shifixun. When Linbin learned the other party's identity, he was stunned for a long time. If it was Xiangxun, he would not find it strange at all that she was moving between several forces at the same time. This little girl is not a patient person at all. She likes to stir up all kinds of troubles. Even if there is no benefit, as long as it can bring excitement, she doesn't mind. But what about Shifixun? This honest child actually joined an unknown organization quietly. I don't know how Linzu recruited her, and it seems that she has been there for quite a long time. She can hide so deeply that even he can't see the clues. It can only be said that when an honest person lies, the lethality is even more terrifying. Who would have thought that an honest person would also lie? However, after confirming Shifixun's identity, Linbin's last concern was gone. "Sister, you must be exhausted. Come on, lie on the bed. I'll give you a back massage. By the way, sister, are your ears itchy? Let me help you pick them out. Come on, lie on my legs. Yes, face inward. It's more convenient this way. Let's sleep together tonight. Isn't it normal for siblings to sleep together? If you have a biological sister, don't you want to sleep with her in your arms?" In just a few days, Shifixun was exhausted. "I just felt that I wasn't so tired the last time I pretended to be Miss Linzu. Or am I getting too good at it, pretending so well that Brother Bin has lost even the last bit of worry, so he has no worries about doing things anymore? But he actually bit my ear. Is that for food? Would normal siblings do this?" Shifixun felt that as sisters, she and Shikingsun had not been together when they were young, so they suddenly learned about the existence of their relatives, and the relationship between the two was much closer than that between normal sisters. But she only discovered it now. The relationship between the two of them might still be a little distant. If she hadn't locked the door while she was bathing, Brother Bean might have barged in. He even wanted to rub her back. The relationship between the brother and sister is so terrible. In the past few days, Shifixun felt her heart pounding. Whenever she thought of it, she couldn't help blushing and wished she could faint on the spot. But she also had an inexplicable sense of anticipation. How would he treat me next? Well, I'm not Shifixun now, so I can put down all the burdens. If he likes it, let him do it. who makes me his sister. Thinking of this, Shifixuan's heart softened. Some of the requests that were originally excessive before were slowly let go. Anyway, she herself enjoyed the feeling a little bit. She was both expecting and nervous. Little did she know that Linbin was also having a lot of fun. Usually, she was used to seeing the serious Shifixuan, but now this submissive and helpless Shifixuan felt unexpectedly interesting. And it must be mentioned that the blessing of family is really very important. He used to pity and respect Shifixuan, and even felt a little guilty. Well, I really bullied her too much in the Tang Dynasty secret realm before. But now, Shifixuan treated him as his own son-in-law. Although Lin Bin said no, he had already gotten used to this identity. If Shifixuan dared to say that Shifixuan would be betrothed to another man, Lin Bin would explode immediately. After figuring out his mentality, Lin Bin did not feel any guilt for taking advantage. This is my future wife. Sometimes, when he was intimate with Yan Fei in front of Shifixuan, he also felt a different kind of excitement. That is, Shifixuan was not legitimate, otherwise he would have wanted to try what it felt like to commit adultery with his wife. Lin Bin finally understood why some couples like to play role-playing games. It really can provide a different kind of fun in life. Next, he planned to invite Shifixuan to his home to play for a few days and stay. And just when Lin Bin had a rare few days of leisurely and calm time in Yuanxing, it was not peaceful. Dangying country, which is only separated from China by a sea, is only a small place. But because it is located at the junction of China and the Free Federation, it has a chance to survive. When the secret realm first emerged, because of its small country and weak army, it could not withstand the attack from the secret realm, resulting in heavy casualties. It barely survived the initial crisis. But after it gained a foothold and obtained the first batch of dividends in the secret realm, in their view, this is an inevitable move. Compared with China's policy on the secret realm, the White Secret Realm's peaceful coexistence is simply an impossible decision for them. With few people and poor land, it is not enough for them to live. So how can they make enough space for those aliens to live? In comparison, it was the Free Federation that squeezed out the last bit of value from the aliens, which was more in line with their values. So, they turned to the Free Federation. But soon they were unwilling to let most of the benefits in their secret realm be taken away by this big brother, so they parted ways with his big brother again. In these splits and divisions, Dangying country finally survived the most difficult early years. It had a group of very strong reincarnations. And just like China and the Free Federation, it began to attack the secret realm and gained a lot. Just like now, a killing level secret realm. Around the secret realm, just like China and the Free Federation, countless armed forces have been deployed around it, under the premise of ensuring that the secret realm will not get out of control. Try your best to tap the resources inside to satisfy the reincarnations of Dangying country and improve its strength. This is what both China and the Free Federation are doing, and Dangying country is naturally learning it. Although the overall national strength is far from being comparable to that of China and the Free Federation, the combat power that Dangying can provide is still quite outstanding if it is just to guard a secret realm. A total of 6 saint-level reincarnations entered the trial, seized resources, and tried to master the power inside, turning the secret realm into a logistics supply station for Dangying. Outside, there are 27 saint-level reincarnations and 3 national-level reincarnations guarding it. In addition, there is a fully armed red robot standing in the distance. It is a nightmare mecha taken from the secret realm. There are also countless fully armed warriors and artillerymen who operate the turrets and aim at the secret realm. No wonder these people attach so much importance to this secret realm. Before this secret realm appeared, the strongest secret realm in Dangying was only at the killing level. Although this secret realm is also at the killing level, it has already shown signs of upgrading to the nightmare level. The secret realm is upgrading. The difficulty is increasing. Yuanxing is likely to usher in a chaos and turmoil in the near future. That is no less than the chaos and turmoil when the secret realm first appeared. This is something that any discerning person can see. But last time, Dangying country was weak and could only choose to rely on others and missed the initial dividends. This time, we must not miss it. Although Hiroshima Yuanzi is a woman, her expression is stern and capable. While shouting, her chest bulged, as if she was hiding 2 bombs, and was shaky and dangerous. But no one dared to look at her vital points. Everyone bowed their heads, and listened to the director of the Dangying Samsara General Administration issuing orders. Remember, this secret realm may very well be the first nightmare level secret realm born in our Dangying. Is this a nightmare level secret realm? No, this is our chance to rise, our chance to surpass the 2 neighboring countries. We failed to seize this opportunity the first time before, but this time, we can't give up. Hiroshima Yuanzi shouted loudly, Chuanbei Loquat, Japanese Hanako, real estate agent. Here, 3 national level reincarnations came out at the same time. Even though their strength had reached the limit of what Dangying could achieve, Dangying's overly strict hierarchy still made them loyal to their nominal superior. This training is about to end, and if nothing unexpected happens, this training should end in failure. The reincarnationists who entered it before will become sacrifices, and this sacrifice will directly push the difficulty of this secret realm to the nightmare level. At that time, you 3 may need to enter this secret realm and explore the information inside in detail, so that it will be convenient for our subsequent personnel to enter and search for our sources. Yes, understood. Next, wait. The difficulty of the secret realm is about to increase. Hiroshima Mirako said no more, and her words are naturally traceable. I saw the cracks in the secret realm at this time. The scollard cracks at the entrance clearly showed the shape of the red secret realm. The cracks kept bulging, deflated, and bulging again, like the most terrifying breathing pulsation of a monster. It seems that it is nurturing some extremely terrifying life form. And now, this terrifying life form is about to be born. It's rising. It's about to rise. Hiroshima Mirako's pointed face showed a bit of excitement and expectation, and she shouted, finally, it's here. Our future is finally. Before she finished speaking, a soft puff sound rang in the ears of everyone present at the same time. It was not very loud, but everyone could hear it clearly. It was like a balloon that was blown to its limit and suddenly pricked with a needle. Then, the entire entrance shattered with a bang. From the completely expanded crack, the dark torrent spread out in all directions like a vast ocean. Hiroshima Mirako, who opened her arms and was ready to welcome the secret realm's dimensional upgrade, was stunned. Facing this overwhelming torrent, she was drowned in it before she could say anything and completely disappeared without a trace. Be careful. Oh no, it's an invasion. The secret realm has indeed been upgraded, but those idiots who sacrificed themselves did a great job, causing this secret realm to reversely invade our world. Fire. Everyone fire immediately, and don't let the creatures in this secret realm come out, otherwise our Dangying country will be finished. The real estate agent was one of the first reincarnations to enter China to participate in the training, and even his name was given in China. He suddenly remembered the most critical knowledge he learned in the first lesson when he was studying in China. The reason for distinguishing between white and red secret realms. If the white one invades, it can be integrated into its own national strength and enhance its own national strength. And if the red secret realm is invaded, it will be the worst result. Even if it is not handled properly, it may lead to the destruction of the entire country, or even the entire world. After Hiroshima Mirako died, the real estate agent was the person with the highest status on the scene, and naturally no one dared to disobey his orders. In an instant, there was a harsh roar mixed with gunfire and gunpowder. All weapons fired at the same time, attacking the crack in front of them that had already opened a big hole. But the mighty attack, landing on this black torrent, was like a drop in the ocean. Not to mention a violent explosion that should have occurred. Not even a splash of water could be made. The real estate agent's face became extremely solemn, and he shouted loudly, "All ordinary people retreat. The difficulty of this nightmare level secret realm is far beyond your imagination. Only we reincarnations can stop the invasion of the torrent. We must destroy this secret realm as soon as possible." After that, Fang looked at his 2 colleagues. He shouted, "Chuanbei, who is he? You two have to enter this secret realm with me. The invasion of the red secret realm is a fatal danger to our Dangying. We are the only ones who can save Dangying. Understood? For Dangying, I will sacrifice everything." The 3 state level reincarnations who are all extremely powerful and have a high status in Dangying, quickly made a decision. Then they flew into the sky, rushing towards the secret realm that had already turned completely scarlet. At this time, the entrance crack has expanded from more than 10 feet to more than 10 feet, like a hideous scar in the void. Such a huge crack is still completely different from the previous one. Compared with this completely out of control crack, the three people are just like three tiny flies. They are about to rush into the secret realm. But the next moment, the sound of horse hooves rang out. The real estate agent who was in the front didn't even have time to react and was completely submerged and trampled by the rushing steel torrent. And the real estate agent who was in the front seemed to have seen the scene inside through this completely broken crack. The real estate agent who was full of determination and regarded himself as a savior just now showed a look of fear and despair on his face and hurriedly stretched out his hand behind him, shouting, "Quick, run. Don't dream." Amidst the shrill screams, he was directly trampled under the iron hooves, and there was no trace of him. Chuanbei, Pippa and Nahan, who as he saw their companions die so miserably, their faces turned extremely horrified and tragic. They retreated as fast as they came. But their self-proclaimed speed was obviously much slower than the reverse invasion of the Red Secret Realm. The two of them could not even organize a decent resistance, and were directly submerged in the endless torrent like the real estate agent. Then, there were those reincarnations who entered the saint level. Ordinary people. Those weapons containing extremely high-tech knowledge. All the preparations that were specially prepared to deal with the chaos in this secret realm. Now when the secret realm's changes really happened, it seemed as if nothing happened. This day. Nightmare level secret realm invasion. Chapter 277. The crisis of Japan's destruction is coming. The demise of Dangying. Bin was one of the latecomers to learn about this news. When he saw similar news on the forum of reincarnationists, the forum was already full of joy and excitement. Many reincarnationists did not have a good impression of this country that once depended on China, but stabbed them in the back immediately after the most critical crisis. After all, the props and resources that Dangying relied on to make a fortune were all obtained from China. The reincarnationists felt that a thief had stolen their wealth and then used it to make a fortune. Therefore, they generally held a state of gloating. Even many reincarnationists held the idea that there were tall people to support the sky when it fell, and they shouted why the secret realm was not stronger and just silenced Dangying. At this time, Yan Fei, who was eating at a table, looked very solemn and said, "The secret realm invaded?" Yes, the Red Secret Realm invaded reality. Bin's face was also a little complicated. It's not that he feels sympathy or anything. The only Dangying person he had close contact with was Jia K-Box, who seemed to have been killed by a blowjob from an alien. He even forgot how he died, so naturally there was no emotion. It's just that he always believed that the secret realm he entered was actually the reincarnation space of the main god. Although the mode was slightly different, the details were basically the same. Therefore, even if the mission failed, at most he would be killed. No, this is much milder than being killed. It's just deducting reincarnation points. Even if the reincarnation points are not enough, at most they will deduct double from you, and your life will not be wiped out. As a punishment, this level is no different from playing house. In fact, there are many reincarnations who think like Bin. But now he suddenly realized that, if the mission fails, the secret realm may invade in the opposite direction. The white secret realm is fine, but what about the red secret realm? In a sense, in this world, the punishment for failing a mission is much more severe than the annihilation in the main god space, because it is not you who bears the price, but your family and friends. The strength of the Dangying country is not weak. But under the reverse invasion of the Red Secret Realm, it did not even stir up the slightest splash, and was directly destroyed. What if it were them? The appearance of the Secret Realm is never a good thing. This time it was a reminder to Bin. The invasion of the Secret Realm will not be based on the country. Dangying will be destroyed, and it has nothing to do with us. But the invaded Secret Realm will not shrink back by itself, right? Bin sighed. It's a troubled time. Forget it. Such a big thing is probably not something that one or two reincarnations can solve. Naturally, there will be special people to deal with it. It has nothing to do with us. Let's continue to eat. Yeah. Everyone continued to eat. But the relaxed atmosphere just now was gone, and even Yan Fei, as an outsider, looked a little solemn. This is her second home. The mother and daughter have settled down here, so they naturally don't want any more accidents to happen. Not to mention, accidents that they have to bear the consequences of because of other people's mistakes, especially the nightmare level secret realm. They haven't figured out the killing level yet, and the nightmare level has already come to them. This feeling of powerlessness makes people panic inexplicably. In fact, the impact caused by the destruction of Dangying is actually beyond the imagination of all reincarnations. Just as Lin Bin said, the secret realm invaded, but it will not shrink back after the destruction of Dangying. It is better to say that with the pig teammate Dangying giving it away for free, it has gained the best time and development opportunity for this red secret realm. After successfully destroying Dangying, it has gained enough development time. By now, it is almost impossible for this red secret realm to be forced back to its former secret realm through the completely cracked space crack. In other words, it is almost a fact that coexisting with this secret realm is as solid as a nail in the coffin. If it was a white secret realm, it would be fine, but it happened to be a red secret realm. Especially since the origin of the outbreak of this secret realm was in Dangying country. This is very embarrassing. The invasion of nightmare level secret realms is becoming more and more turbulent. What's more terrifying is that everything in this secret realm is still a mystery. No one in Dangying country survived, no one knew about it, and no one knew what happened in this secret realm. Although they were arguing, in fact, the two empires were also prepared for the worst. They each used a lot of means to explore the current situation of Dangying country, but unfortunately, no matter what means, it was like a clay cow exploring the sea. As long as they entered the secret realm, they would completely lose contact. In this case, sending reincarnations into it is obviously an extremely irresponsible thing. Because of this, many reincarnations did not take this matter to heart at all. Even many reincarnations at the saint level felt that such things would naturally be a headache for the leaders of the Reincarnation Association. Naturally, it was not their turn. Not long after the meal, Lin Bin received a call from Raymond. His voice was still as concise as before. "I'm outside your community. Come out for a while. Come with me to a meeting." Lin Bin was stunned when he heard this and asked back, "Meeting? Me?" He was a little puzzled. Just kidding. He didn't even attend the attendance check, and he was suddenly notified to attend a meeting. He always felt that this was something he would never get along with in his 8 lifetimes. Well, Dangying has been destroyed, and the nightmare level secret realm has invaded the real world. All reincarnations above the national level are on standby, ready to enter the secret realm, to eliminate it at any time. Raymond said, "Although you are still a reincarnation of the saint level, the video of your victory over the Black Mountain Old Demon clearly shows that you have already possessed strength that is infinitely close to the national level. In addition, your secret realm strategy ability, that is far superior to other reincarnations, may be of use to you, or maybe not, but just come with me." Lin Bin. I knew that people should still hide their shortcomings. Just showing a little strength here. Someone caught the bag over there. However, Director Lei personally notified to pick someone up, so he couldn't say anything, no matter how busy he was. Lin Bin said, "Okay, Director Lei, please wait a moment, I'll be down in 10 minutes. Seeing Lin Bin hung up the phone, Lin Zhu asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just a meeting with Director Lei. I don't know the specific situation." Lin Bin knew that for Lei Meng to say that all the national level reincarnationists were on standby, the situation must have been extremely severe and shocking. What they saw through the official should have been filtered once. But he didn't know the specific situation, so in order to prevent worry, he could only comfort him like this. "Do you need Fian to go with you, Miss Xiaodao?" "Forget it, I can get to the top with my special skills. Let's go and see the specific situation first." Lin Bin sighed. He simply packed his clothes and finally instilled Xiao Bei and Xia King with the spiritual energy absorbed by the Eternal Life Sutra as a ritual farewell. Then he went downstairs. After leaving the community, he saw the black sub of his leader at the gate of the community. Raymond waved his hand, signaling Lin Bin to get in. Then he stepped on the accelerator and left the gate of the community. Lin Bin asked, "Where are we going?" Science and Technology Association. This meeting is held in the form of reincarnation space. Every branch of the Reincarnation Association must participate. It is too late to rush to the imperial capital now, so we can only connect at our respective science and technology associations. Lin Bin hummed softly. Asked, "Is the situation serious?" "I just don't know, so we need to treat it more carefully." Raymond replied, "In 3 days, the invasion of the Red Secret Realm will expand to our coast. Once the Red Secret Realm is completely descended, the power that can destroy a country will invade us. Even if we win the final victory, the price we pay will certainly be unbearable, so we must completely destroy this secret realm outside of us." After that, he stopped talking and concentrated on driving. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the gate of the Science and Technology Association. At this time, at the gate, Feng Qingshan, the president of the Supernatural Association, Li Shujin, the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, Li Qin, the president of the Supernatural Club, and Yi Wenming, the director of the Telekinesis Research Institute, have been waiting here for a long time. In addition to the host Baiyuki, who did not come out, and Lei Meng from the World Administration Bureau, almost all the leaders of the reincarnations in Beishu City were caught in one fell swoop. Boss. The person in charge of receiving these people was a pretty girl with shoulder-length hair who was not too tall. Noticing Lin Bin, she waved her hand happily. "Isn't it Xia Dao?" After greeting Lin Bin, she said to the leaders in a serious tone, "Our vice president is debugging the conference equipment, and the president is supervising him. Please follow me." As she said that, she walked in first. Lei Meng nodded to everyone, and walked in together. Along the way, Feng Qingshan smiled at Lin Bin and said, "I never thought that it would be so short for Brother Abin to be qualified to participate in such a meeting. It is indeed the biggest loss of our Supernatural Association that we did not force you to come from the World Bureau. Fortunately, it is not too late to make up for it now. I have seen your video before. Could that magical method be the legendary flying sword? Have you embarked on the road we talked about before? It's just crossing the river by feeling the stones. President Feng is too flattering." Lin Bin hurriedly smiled and said politely. Others also praised him and were quite satisfied with Lin Bin's growth in strength. In fact, the two sides are not strangers. After Lin Bin conquered the zombie secret realm, these people thought that the World Bureau was not a place to stay for a long time. They all came to recruit him in person. Although they were rejected by Lin Bin, a good relationship was formed between the two sides. "Now see you again." He is no longer the Wuxia before. Although his strength is not as strong as the country, his defeat of the Black Mountain Old Monster has given him enough confidence. But it is also because of this that she can more easily perceive the strong foundation of the people in front of her. They may have already stepped into the ranks of the guardians of the country. Apart from other things, Feng Qingshan, as the predecessor of Yan Shiksha, was probably already at the first level of the saint when he first came to the real world. After so many years of experience, it would be nonsense to say that he could not even break through a realm, not to mention the others. I'm afraid that compared with Feng Qingshan, who entered the Dao simply through martial arts, he has more unpredictable means. Under the leadership of Xia Dao, everyone came to a spacious conference room. K-88 was working hard to debug the system, while Baiyuki was holding his tang sword, lying on his back in the office chair with his eyes closed. Several presidents and alliance leaders of the same status as her arrived, but she did not even go out to greet them, but lazily slacked here. In other words, everyone had dealt with each other quite a lot, and they all knew each other a little bit, so there was no intention to blame them. Are all the people here? Okay, let's start. Baiyuki saw everyone coming and began to urge his subordinates. K-88, hurry up. Don't you see that everyone is waiting for you? Please wait a moment, President. It's ready. Please take a seat. Everyone sat down one by one. Then he watched K-88 quickly debug everywhere. After a while, he clapped his hands and said, "Okay, we can start." As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed the switch. Lin Bin's expression suddenly changed slightly. Although he was still sitting in the office, the surrounding environment changed instantly like VR. They were already sitting in a very spacious auditorium, and the surrounding scene was perfected at a very fast speed. It was obviously an illusory scene, but it gave people a very real feeling. There were many tables and chairs in the auditorium, more than 100 in number. Most of the tables and chairs were empty at this time, but soon, there would be flashes like signal fluctuations, and then one after another, figures appeared in the seats, where they should be. Everyone waited for less than half an hour. Almost the entire auditorium was already full, although it was a virtual influence, and the real pressure could not be seen. Many people only had their eyes slightly touched Lin Bin, and his extremely sharp spiritual sense could detect a fatal threat. National level. Lin Bin suddenly realized that this was a real gathering of the top reincarnations. Those who were qualified to come here were either above the national level, or some reincarnations who were in charge of the Reincarnation Association in a certain area. He was probably the only exception. At this time, on the high platform in the middle, surrounded by many seats, a figure whose real face could not be seen appeared. He said, "Very good, everyone is here. I'm Fu Xian, the president of the Reincarnation Space Association, responsible for presiding over today's meeting. There is no need to say the opening remarks. I believe everyone knows why I asked you to come here." The voice was clear and crisp, and there was a sense of competence. Lin Bin had also heard of the name Fu Xian. He was one of the 3 presidents of the Reincarnation Space Association and the youngest one. Although the reincarnation class and the management class do not interfere with each other, being able to stand at this highest position and hold meetings for the country guarding reincarnations is enough to qualify. At this time, Fu Xian said, "Time is limited. I will directly state the conclusion. 3 days later, the nightmare level secret realm will invade the border of Yundao. According to the speed of the destruction of Dangying country that we have previously detected, once this secret realm invades Yundao, at most 3 hours, there will be no living creatures on Yundao." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions suddenly became extremely solemn. Everyone knew that the invasion of the secret realm would inevitably cause great damage to the real world. But they just received news that the invasion of the secret realm over there is imminent. This speed is a bit. Do you think the invasion is too fast? In fact, in 2 days, this secret realm will invade the Emerald Port of the Free Federation, which is faster than us. Fu Xian said, "This is also what surprised us the most. The invasion of this secret realm has almost no lag." In other words, the demise of the East Sakura Kingdom did not even last for a few breaths. This is very abnormal. But there must be reasons that we don't understand. If we don't find the reasons and solutions before the secret realm invades, I'm afraid our fate will not be much better than that of the East Sakura Kingdom. Someone in the meeting group asked, "Did you send a cruise aircraft to investigate?" "Yes, but there is no news. After entering, we can't receive any feedback." "Dead in seconds?" "No, the person is still alive, but there is no news sent back. The automatic probe is useless. It is shrouded in thick fog and nothing can be seen." Fu Xian sighed, "This is a disaster that may endanger the entire Yuanxing. We must treat it with caution. That's why I gathered you all here. The purpose is very simple, which is to find out the secret of this secret realm and the method of restraint in these few days." Someone asked, "Will it be like the newly discovered killing level secret realm?" "Oh, by the way, it has now been upgraded to the nightmare level, and the zombies there can be infected quickly. It's different. Even zombies don't have such a fast way of infection. Similarly, the specialty zombies of the Free Federation can't have such a speed of infection. We are currently facing an unknown threat. The power that can destroy Dangying is definitely not as simple as we imagined." Fu Xian swept his eyes over everyone and said, "Although my original intention was to gather everyone together and enter Dangying to find out what's going on, although the combined forces are strong, once an accident occurs, it will cause irreversible consequences. So Mr. QI, you persuaded me overnight, and I decided to give you the opportunity to play freely. From now on, all reincarnations above the national level will be issued Dangying missions, and the person with the highest degree of mission completion will receive the S-level props of that world as a reward." S-level props. Many national level reincarnations were stunned when they heard this. Chapter 278, Drooling with Envy. As Fu Xian finished speaking, almost everyone present received a reminder from the reincarnation table at the same time. Reincarnation mission, destroy the invaded secret realm, mission reward, S-level item X1. Many reincarnationists felt that this seemed to be the most severe punishment in history, because their family and friends would have to bear the bitter fruit of failure for them. Thinking of this, many reincarnationists were immediately full of fighting spirit. With so many reincarnationists, couldn't they solve a nightmare level secret realm? Not to mention the reward of S-level items. You know, among the dozens of national level reincarnationists present, there are probably less than 5 people who can own S-level items. Its preciousness is naturally self-evident. Many reincarnationists accepted the task one after another, including Bin. They all chose to take on this task without hesitation. Without him, this is really a crisis that has affected his homeland. He was asked to hand over the peaceful and quiet life of his homeland to a group of reincarnations he didn't know at all. If the mission failed, and the secret realm really invaded China, how regretful would he be? If possible, he still wanted to personally protect everything he cherished. In this way, even if the final result was failure, he could tell himself with peace of mind that he had indeed tried his best, but human power was sometimes limited, and it was not the fault of war. Very good. It seems that everyone has figured out the principle of lips and teeth are cold. Let me remind you here that this secret realm will invade the Free Alliance first, so they must make decisions and react faster than us. But in a sense, this also means that they will be ahead of us. What you face is not only the dangers of the secret realm, but also the hidden guns of the Free Alliance. You understand the moral character of those people in the Free Federation. Fu Xian nodded approvingly and said, now that the mission has been accepted, you can act freely from now on. I will not interfere with your course of action. Different trial routes will lead to different results. But in the secret realm, once you encounter each other, I still hope that the reincarnations of our China can take care of each other, instead of being like Deng Ying and the Free Federation, who plot and scheme openly and secretly for a mere little benefit. Everyone nodded in unison. Among the national level reincarnationists, an old voice said, President Fu underestimates us too much. We can still hold our ground when it comes to major issues. What elder you said is right. Fu Xian smiled and said, after you return to your respective realities, all the information about this secret realm will be sent to all reincarnationists. I hope everyone will act prudently. The mission is important, the people are important, but everyone's life is equally important. Having said this, he glanced around and asked, I have said what I want to say. Next, does anyone have any questions? Hearing this, Bin couldn't help but raise his hand. Fu Xian smiled and said, it seems that this little brother is still very young. He is really young and promising. Just say whatever you want to say. No need to raise your hand. I'm not your teacher. It is only because your battlefield is in the secret realm and my battlefield is in the real world that I'm qualified to preside over the meeting for you. In fact, I'm not much nobler than you. A burst of low laughter rang out in the meeting hall. There was no intention of mocking, just a little teasing mixed with nostalgia. Maybe there was also a little envy. Those who can become national level reincarnations are all old people, and the older they are, the more they miss the carefree youth. The reincarnation in front of them, whose true face they can't see clearly, but who can be seen at a glance as very young, is worthy of their envy. Bin chose his words carefully and said, I also know that this kind of thing is not actually fighting for China, but also for ourselves, so asking for rewards is very inappropriate, but since the association has given rewards, I want to ask one thing in advance. Of course, I will accept any answer. Fu Xian asked, you say? Bin said, you said that you will use the S-level props destroyed in this secret realm as a reward for us. But if I really solve this secret realm, there is a great possibility that the S-level props will fall directly into my hands. Isn't the association rewarding me with something that belongs to me? Isn't this a bit inappropriate? As soon as these words came out, not only did everyone startle, even Fu Xian could not help but be shocked for a moment. Fu Xian's words were actually correct. Gathering the power of many reincarnationists, to destroy the secret realm. Because everyone worked together and pooled their wisdom, the possibility of the S-level item falling into the hands of the association was the greatest. It was natural and reasonable for the association not to take the S-level item for itself, but to give it out as a reward. However, Lin Bin's words also made sense. But the question revealed in his words clearly showed his strong self-confidence. Fu Xian took a deep look at Lin Bin and smiled. Are you the reincarnationist Abin? Abin? Many national level reincarnationists looked at each other. Most people had never heard of such a person among the national level reincarnationists. But those who had heard of Abin's name could not help but sigh. It's good to be young. Yes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. When I first entered this industry, I was also so confident. Now, I'm just a bit confident. But this Abin has something. He asked this question. I'm afraid it is not just arrogant. Seeing Lin Bin nod, Fu Xian smiled slightly and praised. If you can really get that S-level item, it can only prove that your contribution in this crisis is far greater than that of all other reincarnations. If this is true, then even if you get the S-level reward, your personal reward will definitely not be limited to this. Well, the details may need to be negotiated at that time, but don't worry, I will definitely satisfy you. I have no questions. Lin Bin sat down. Bayuki next to him gave him an approving smile. If everyone has no questions, then let's end this meeting here. Fu Xian finally said seriously, no matter how you plan to act, you must act quickly. We don't have much time left. After that, the meeting ended. The conference room that was clear as a real one before, just turned into a data stream and gradually dissipated. After a moment of trance, everyone had returned to the office of the Science and Technology Association. Raymond said in a deep voice, it seems that the crisis of the secret realm this time is even greater than imagined. But the greater the crisis, the greater the opportunity. S-level props. If we, the orthodox reincarnationists, want to obtain S-level props, we must wait until a red secret realm, and the difficulty of destroying a red secret realm is much greater than that of a white secret realm. Therefore, compared with those inhumane apostles, it is extremely difficult for us to obtain S-level props. Feng Qingshan smiled and looked at Lin Bin, and said, Abin, you asked the right question. This is indeed an opportunity. If you seize it, you may really get an S-level prop. Lin Bin thought to himself, that I have more than one S-level prop in my hand. He said, Director Lei, I will go back to prepare. By the way, there is also Xiaodao. Xiaodao's eyes lit up beside him. Bayuki glanced at Xiaodao and said, this secret realm is extremely difficult. If you think she can survive in it, then go ahead. I need her ability to help. Xiaodao, let's go back first. Yes, boss. Xiaodao followed Lin Bin happily. We have to prepare as well. Feng Qingshan asked with a smile. Abin, are you interested in forming a team? To form a team, we have to enter the secret realm, but now if we want to enter the secret realm, we must first cross the territory of Dongying, so we should first find out the secrets inside. Lin Bin did not agree. The attributes of him and Feng Qingshan are actually not much different, and his level is infinitely close to Feng Qingshan. Once they get useful gains in the secret realm, no matter how they are distributed, it may be difficult to satisfy both parties. Because of this, Feng Qingshan's so-called team may actually be more about taking care of him. After all, he is not a true national level reincarnation. But Lin Bin has his own calculations. Xiaodao, let's go first. Okay. Xiaodao hesitated for a moment, turned to look at Bayuki, and asked, Boss, the boss's car has not been modified yet, we can drive yours first, that is, your car can afford mine. Bayuki rolled his eyes and said, don't let it become a dowry, just go and never come back. Thank you, boss, let's go. Xiaodao happily took Lin Bin's hand and ran away. Returned to Lin Bin's home as soon as possible. Knowing that it was a crisis related to the real world, Lin Zhu. No, it should be Shifixun. She also showed a bit of determination on her face. I wanted to ask for it, but I was worried about my current identity. My mouth was open, but I had to close it helplessly in the end. Instead, Lin Bin looked at her deeply and said, Sister, remember, no one knows the depth of the secret realm this time. In the future, you should stay at home, and don't go anywhere, understand? Well, don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Lin Bin nodded, thinking that he was too concerned. Lin Zhu has been in the secret realm for a while. Even if she comes out, there should be no more secret realm missions in a short time, and she should have nothing to do with this dangerous secret realm. In a sense, it is just right for her to enter the secret realm at this time. Fei Yan, Xiaodao, let's go. The three went downstairs and got in the car. Yan Fei asked, do you need to hire some extra helpers? Brother Bin, you have many friends, so you can. Lin Bin replied, the real challenge is in the secret realm. At the same time, all provinces and cities in China, including those reincarnation families and official organizations, all the national level reincarnationists, and even the supreme level reincarnationists who have not asked about the situation in the reincarnation space for a long time, have also set out. It's just that the task of the national level reincarnationists is to clear the secret realm. The duty of the supreme level reincarnationists is to protect the safety of China. They guard the places where the secret realm is predicted to be invaded first, and prepare to give a head-on blow to the monsters and demons in the secret realm. Perhaps it really involves life and death, and the Heshibi begins to play a role. Or maybe it's because Bayuki's car is indeed more durable than his. Anyway, the time is tight on this road, and there really is no accident. Of course, it is still common to run over an L on the road from time to time, but it's just a special car, so it won't have any impact. One day later, the car has arrived at Yun Island. Lin Bin and his companions were considered to be late. Along the way, Lin Bin had seen Gundam robots flying over their heads, reincarnations flying on flying vehicles, and animal trainers riding ferocious beasts. Such dangerous beasts were generally not allowed on the road. But under the special circumstances, no one would care about the damage caused by the beasts. When Lin Bin and his companions arrived, a defensive formation had already been set up on Yun Island. It was unknown which system it came from, but the golden barrier was based on the ground and spread towards the sky, almost covering the entire Yun Island, but it did not hinder others from entering and leaving. In front of the naked eye, the bloody red clouds rolled and stirred. It looked like a prehistoric beast, approaching the side with its bloody mouth wide open, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Standing on the beach, looking at the vast ocean, that had been completely stained red, Xiaodao's palm-sized face was full of solemnity. He took the initiative to put on mechanical glasses and said, "Boss, please wait a moment. I will check the situation inside." As she spoke, she had already begun to use her own abilities to try to communicate with the fish swimming on the seabed. Yan Fei also slowly closed her eyes and made hand gestures. A golden three-legged crow landed on Lin Bin's shoulder, nodded, and flew inside. Lin Bin also made the same hand gesture, transforming into a slightly fat and huge bird, and flew in with the three-legged crow. Dangying has been completely invaded by the secret realm. It is obviously irresponsible to enter Ashley. Therefore, during this period of time, not only Lin Bin, but even other reincarnations, gathered at the seaside, and began to explore the depths of the secret realm at close range. Lin Bin, who was the youngest, and obviously brought to confidence with him, was naturally very eye-catching among the many reincarnations who were over 40 years old. But Lin Bin did not pay attention to the sight of others. He just focused all his attention on the secret realm outside the barrier. Entering inside, as far as the eye can see, there is a vast red mist. The sea was very calm. It looked like there was no difference from a normal sea except for the ominous red secret aura. Lin Bin and Yan Fei flew over the sea for a long time, but they did not feel any unusual changes. The sea was calm. But next to them, Xiaodao, who was taking a different route from them, suddenly whimpered in pain. Her legs softened, and she fell to the ground powerlessly. Xiaodao. Lin Bin quickly retracted his mind, and dispersed his soul, helped Xiaodao up, and looked at her forehead covered with beads of sweat. She was gritting her teeth, and seemed to be enduring some pain. He asked with concern, "What's wrong with you?" "I was bitten. It hurts." Xiaodao hissed, and took a breath of cold air, opened her eyes, and with fear in her eyes, that was difficult to conceal, she said, "The seabed is in turmoil. All the fish are fighting each other. I finally found a fish with vision, but as soon as I controlled it, I felt a very terrible feedback, as if it wanted to kill all the life I had seen." Fortunately, I cut it off in time, otherwise I'm afraid I would really be infected. Lin Bin asked curiously, undersea riot? Why didn't I encounter it? The sea surface was very calm, even a little too calm, and I also saw some fish swimming around, and they were in a normal state. Yan Fei also asked curiously, infection? How did they get infected? The two of them didn't even encounter anything. What? Impossible. I clearly saw those fish rioting, and they were indeed disturbed by external forces. Xiaodao was afraid that Lin Bin would not believe it, so he explained, I controlled the fat fish to swim a long way, and all I saw were monsters that looked like crazy fish that had lost their minds. And at this moment, not far from the beach, there was a bustling sound. Even though it was far away, Lin Bin could still hear it clearly with his outstanding hearing. It was a national level reincarnationist named Ji Bocheng who had some gains and planned to share them with everyone. Lin Bin said, just stay here and don't move. I'll go and listen. He moved towards that side, and that Ji Bocheng seemed to be very prestigious. As soon as he spoke, many reincarnationists came over. The president of the association had said before that, although this time it was not a joint action, they must work together. Therefore, intelligence sharing is still necessary. When Lin Bin arrived, everyone was sharing what they had seen and heard during their explorations during this period. The sea was calm, without any waves. But inside, it contained infinite murderous intent, with an attack every 3 steps and an enemy every 5 steps. If you are not careful, you will die. No wonder they have to let the national level reincarnationists deal with it. In such an environment, it would be difficult for the saint level reincarnationists to protect themselves. Just after listening for a while, Lin Bin's face had become thoughtful. He did not speak, and went back and said, I roughly guessed what type of thing is inside. It seems that this time, I have to go in and explore in person to find out the specific details. In person? Xiaodao was about to dissuade him. Lin Bin explained, it should be the Heshibi that is protecting me, so I have not encountered any monsters along the way, and it is even possible that the monsters will be purified by me when they approach me. Xiaodao could not help but roll his eyes, drooling with envy, and said aggrievedly, what a useful less level item. Chapter 279 The Evil of This World. At this time, the beach near the Sea of Yundao Island. It can be said that more than 70% of the top combat power of the entire Chinese country has gathered here. Saint-level reincarnationists are only qualified to do odd jobs, and even the rarely seen national-level reincarnationists can be seen everywhere here. With Ji Bocheng's call, almost all the national-level reincarnationists gathered together. Although it was only less than a day, for these national-level reincarnationists who have experienced countless lives and deaths, to finally get to today, it was enough for them to find out a lot of useful information. In particular, they all know the depth. Among the many national level reincarnationists present, there are many who have grudges against each other, but in this crisis scene related to the safety of the family and the country, no one showed this private emotion. Instead, they shared with each other without reservation. The destruction of Dongying shows that this secret realm does have the power to destroy the country. Although China's combat power is far above Dongying, but who dares to be sure that destroying Dongying will really reveal the full power of this secret realm? Therefore, everyone knows the depth. While everyone was speaking freely, suddenly, a cry of surprise was heard, interrupting the discussion of Ji Bocheng and others. Oh no, a reincarnationist is going to take the initiative to enter the secret realm to investigate. As soon as this was said, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, but they saw a reincarnationist trying to cross the barrier and enter the secret realm to explore, but was stopped by a nearby reincarnationist, and that person's face. Abin. Beside Ji Bocheng, the national level reincarnationist Yuan Wei called out softly. He is Abin, the one who spoke in the conference room before. Ji Bocheng's face changed slightly, and he frowned. I thought Abin was a big shot, because he could attend the national defense meeting as a saint-level reincarnation. How could he be such a sensationalist? If you rush in rashly, you may lose your life in vain. Could it be that he pretended to be so pretentious in the meeting before, and now he has to enter to fulfill his pretense? This kid is really capable. I once heard one of my students say that it is as easy for Abin to destroy the killing level secret realm as eating and drinking. Wei said he was able to say that in the meeting before. It should not be without purpose. Now he actually wants to enter to explore the secrets. He must have discovered something. I'll go and ask him. Let's go too. This kid is so young, but he has achieved such success. As long as he doesn't die young, he will almost certainly become a national defender in the future. He is the backbone of China's future. It's not worth it for him to die here because of anger. As he spoke, several national level reincarnationists also stopped the meeting. They walked towards Linbin. Abin. Wei called out first. Seeing Wei coming, Linbin's eyes lit up. Relying on his relationship with Gu Yun, he smiled and greeted, Teacher Wei, long time no see. At this time, the man who held Linbin was obviously acquainted with Wei and shouted, Teacher Yun, you are finally here. Who is this young man? He wants to enter the secret realm for no reason. If I hadn't held him tightly, he might have died now. Lin Zuan, let him go. Since Abin wants to enter, I think he has discovered something, right? Abin? Is he the Abin who killed the national level alien Black Mountain old monster with a sword? The reincarnationist named Lin Zuan was stunned when he heard the words and couldn't help but let go. Linbin looked helplessly at Yan Fei and Zardao who were watching the excitement next to him. The man who suddenly rushed out to hold him just now was also kind-hearted, but it delayed his steps. Wei asked, Abin, have you made any discoveries? I can't say I have made any discoveries, but I have gained something. Linbin said seriously, just now, my consciousness incarnation entered the secret realm, but I didn't gain anything. Instead, my teammate Zardao found that the fish and marine life inside were polluted and became extremely violent and aggressive. I thought of a prop in my hand that can help me avoid the erosion of evil dark forces. Do you suspect that the real reason why no one has any news after entering the secret realm is because they have been eroded by the dark power, and your props can make you immune to this erosion? Wei worriedly said, isn't this too arbitrary? You know, once the power of the secret realm exceeds the level of your props. Linbin thought to himself, that's because you don't know the level of my props. S-level world-class props are almost all rule-based props, which can no longer be eroded by the simple power limit. Of course, such words must never be said. He sighed and said, it's meaningless to just talk about it on paper. Someone has to take the initiative to try. It's dangerous so I can't go. Who should go? Who is more noble than who? On the contrary, I think I have a greater chance of surviving in there. Abin, you. Wen's eyes suddenly changed when he looked at Abin. Even the other national level reincarnations also showed a little more admiration in their eyes. I thought he was just showing off, but I didn't expect that he could think so far and even take the initiative to take risks. Zardao blinked in confusion and whispered in surprise, is the boss going in for such a great reason? I didn't think of it just now and thought he really found something. Yan Fei's eyes overflowed with warm water and whispered, Brother Bin has always dared to be the first. If he hadn't been brave enough to do what was right, I'm afraid I would still be trapped in a cage and unable to get out. If that's the case, we really shouldn't stop you. As you said, everyone's life is precious, but someone has to take risks. Ji Bochung sighed and said, go, I hope everything goes well. If it doesn't go well, just call my name loudly. There are some words and spirit systems in the strengthening system I have cultivated. As long as someone talks about me, I will definitely be able to sense it. Then, maybe I can give you some help. Thank you. Linbin nodded and strode in. There was a kind of wind whistling in Yishuhan's demeanor. In front of everyone, he strode out of the safety barrier and entered the realm of the secret realm. Then, his body was completely enveloped by the ominous red aura, and there was no trace of it. Boss, bless me, and I hope you are safe. Zardao silently drew a cross on her chest. Yan Fei was also worried, but neither of them was too worried. After all, they knew that Linbin's confidence in entering it was due to an S-level item. No matter how difficult the nightmare level secret realm is, or how dangerous it is. After all, this area is not the main body of the nightmare secret realm, but only the affected area. How could it be possible to do anything to Linbin? who was protected by an S-level item. In fact, when Lin Bin entered it, it was just as he expected. He walked forward, and wherever he went, all the red mists retreated from him like living things. There was a blood-red ominous aura in front of him, behind him, and on his left and right, but within 3 feet around him, there was peace. Lin Bin took out his mobile phone and took a look. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought to himself that he didn't expect there was a signal in this thing. He immediately called up the map of Dangian country. He identified his position and confirmed the direction he needed to fly next. Then, he sent a message to Xiaodao, the seaside. Xiaodao opened his phone, took a look, his eyes lit up, and said in surprise, "The boss went in, he is fine. He asked us to enter the forum. He will open the live broadcast mode inside. Let us all see the scene inside." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard it. "Quick, go to the live broadcast room." Everyone took out their phones and operated quickly. After a while, they looked at the live broadcast room opened by Abin in the forum. Reincarnationist I want to be more beautiful has joined the live broadcast room. Reincarnationist's flashing light bulb has joined the live broadcast room. Reincarnationist is too lazy to take a name has joined the live broadcast room. Soon, the live broadcast room opened by Lin Bin was already crowded. There were even quite a few reincarnationists, mainly those who guarded the country. They might feel a little embarrassed to let Lin Bin take such a risk alone, and they didn't know how to repay him. After entering, they directly rewarded a large sum of money. It made Lin Bin a small profit. Through the perspective of the live broadcast room, all the reincarnationists can clearly see that the sea at this time is full of ominous mist, but this kind of breath will be forced out when it approaches Lin Bin's 2-foot range. In fact, when I just entered, I could force out all the breath within a radius of 3 feet. Lin Bin's voice rang in everyone's ears, saying, "But now, I have flown more than 100 miles from just now to now, and the surrounding environment is only 2.5 feet. It seems that as I go deeper and deeper, this breath is getting more and more terrible, and my props are suppressed more and more. So unless you are a reincarnationist with a special system, it is better to have this kind of prop that restrains the evil breath before entering." While flying, he told everyone what he saw and heard along the way in the form of a live broadcast. Then, during the interval, he saw the barrage of questions on the phone. He replied, "Enemy attacks? No. Maybe my props have the effect of purifying people's hearts." Some very ferocious fish rushed towards me and wanted to bite me, but after getting close, they became very docile and swam away in confusion. However, this ability should only be useful for some fish. I saw some ferocious sharks rushing towards me before, but it didn't work at all. What? Sharks are very fierce, even if they are not infected. That's fine. This really played a big role. Ji Bochun looked very pleased, watching Lin Bin go deeper and deeper. Along the way, he encountered a lot of dangers around him, but his props were very magical and opened up a safe zone for him. Most of the dangers were eliminated, but these dangers made Ji Bochun and the others quite understand. Ji Bochun shouted, "See, if you want to enter this secret place, it seems that everyone still needs to find a way to exchange for an item that can suppress evil forces. By the way, Liulei, I remember that you are a blood race enhancement, so you should not be afraid of these dark forces, right? After Abin comes back, you can also try to enter it. Understood?" The state level reincarnation called Liulei nodded in agreement. Wait. Suddenly, one of the state level reincarnations shouted, "What's wrong?" He hurriedly shouted, "Abin, be careful, there are people near you." Who? Why didn't I see? Wait, I seem to see a figure passing by. "Mr. Abin, be careful." What's the use of talking? Type. What? Someone. Lin Bin, who was flying on the seaside, glanced at his phone from the corner of his eye and saw the barrage popping up on it. The pupil suddenly shrank. With his spiritual sense of the secret of immortality, he did not even notice the presence of people around him. No, it is better to say that the secret of immortality is too magical. He could clearly sense the ominous aura around him, almost all of which were malicious intent. But because he was surrounded by malicious intent, it was difficult to detect the subtle changes. Wait, malicious intent? Lin Bin's heart suddenly moved, and he remembered something. And at this moment, Behind him, in the thick aura, that was no longer red, but dark red and black, a figure with a black body and a samurai sword rushed out and shouted, "Kill. Be careful, it's Japanese Huazi, one of the 3 national level reincarnation masters of Dongyin country." Jibochung's face changed slightly, and he screamed, then realized that they did not have the permission to open the microphone, and hurriedly typed on the phone. But with the attack of Japanese Huazi, the phone also shook violently, and then fell into a period of darkness. Then there was a very intense sound of weapons fighting. It can be seen. Linbin had already engaged the enemy, and the battle was so intense that the camera on the phone could no longer capture the images of the two. Oops, I forgot that Abin was only a saint level reincarnationist. Facing the attack of a state defending reincarnationist, this is a disaster. Jibochung shouted in annoyance. He looked around and shouted, "Who has a prop that can restrain evil forces? Lend it to me for now. Once Abin calls my name, I can use my spiritual power to help him. With his strength, it is too difficult to face a state defending reincarnationist. I have it." One of the reincarnationists named Hankai Dong raised his hand and shouted, "I have a candle in my hand. After it is lit, it can prevent all evil forces from approaching. A candle can last for about half an hour. Thank you." Jibochung nodded and took the candle. He wanted to remind Linbin, but he remembered that he was in a fierce battle at the moment and had no time to look at the phone in his hand. He could only hope that Linbin would be smarter and not do anything stupid. He should ask for help. Everyone stared at the phone that was turning upside down, sometimes dark and sometimes spinning. The sound of fighting became more and more intense. It can be seen that the fight between the two was very fierce. Just listening to the sound, it was not just a fight between two people. It was clearly a fight between dozens or even hundreds of people. This Abin is quite strong. A state level reincarnation whispered, "I didn't expect that he could fight so evenly against a state level reincarnation. This boy is quite powerful. No wonder he is qualified to participate in the state level meeting. Yes, he can hold on until now and still not ask for help. Hey, could it be that he doesn't know that Brother G can actually help him?" Everyone's face became strange, and then there was greater worry. But this worry did not last too long. After the increasingly intensive confrontation, suddenly, with a light bang, the sound of a sharp blade entering the body sounded. The phone that was shaking before slowly regained its stability. The view was fixed on a dark corpse floating on the sea, and its face was that of Japanese Huazi, one of the 3 great Samsara guardians of Dongyin. Okay, it's solved. Linbin shook off the blood on the Zuanian sword in his hand. He sighed for a long time and said, "As expected of a Samsara guardian of the country, her strength is much stronger than I imagined. It took me a lot of effort." Jibochung, "You and Wei," said in surprise. "Japanese Huazi, is she dead?" Everyone was also stunned for a while, looking at Linbin with shock in their eyes. They knew that Linbin was not weak, but to be able to kill a Samsara guardian of the country so quickly, could it be that his strength is actually above this? At the moment, the eyes looking at him were unconsciously a bit solemn. Linbin nodded and said, "We both have similar fighting styles, so we can quickly decide the winner. In the battle just now, I also discovered some things, such as she has been infected by the evil power, but she has not lost herself. Just now, when we were fighting, she could even speak and communicate. It seems that this should be the worst case." Everyone heard his words. Then they all understood what he meant. Being infected by this evil power will not kill you, and you will not even lose yourself. It's just that your mentality has changed. Or is it that your mind is forcibly controlled by the dark power? I don't know. But this means that the East Sakura Kingdom has not been destroyed. Those powerful reincarnations still exist, but at this time, they have completely become enemies, or slaves of the secret realm. So, if we want to destroy this secret realm, the enemy is not only the secret realm, but also enemies from the East Sakura Kingdom? Linbin nodded. There are some things he didn't say. Just now, this Japanese Huazi, the combat power is indeed good, but his fighting style of winning by force is just restrained by him. And through her current state, Linbin has guessed the origin of this world. Fate, the evil of this world, flowed into the East Sakura Kingdom. This is the real reason why the East Sakura Kingdom was completely destroyed. Chapter 280 New teammates enter the secret realm. Please subscribe to support. Learn the truth. At this time, Lin Bin has also come deep into the island country of Donggying. However, the Donggying country at this time has lost its former prosperity. There are traces of black burning everywhere, and the high-rise buildings have long been dilapidated. The green plants are now covered with a layer of black mud, with drooping black branches and leaves. A breeze blows and turns them into rotten dust. Deathland. There is no trace of any living thing. In other words, the entire Donggying has completely merged with the evil of this world. After landing on the island, they encountered several attacks from the enemy in succession. But facing Lin Bin, the so-called attacks only left a few corpses. Even if it is the evil of this world, once it invades the area around Lin Bin, even with the degree of pollution of these reincarnations, most of the black mud in their bodies will be forced out. Although there is still some left, it only keeps their hearts and minds black. The battle with these people was not very strenuous, but it gave Lin Bin the opportunity to discover morals. At this time, Lin Bin finally came to the entrance of the secret realm. He saw the crack that had been torn into pieces, or it could no longer be called a crack. It was like a canyon reflected in the sky. It was spacious and vast, enough for horses and cars to run, and it had no elasticity at all. A large amount of black mud like a mudslide was gushing out continuously. I didn't expect the secret realm here to be so loose. Lin Bin shook his head and exclaimed, it really deserves to be the Donggying kingdom. It just knows how to play. The entrance to the secret realm was within reach, but Lin Bin did not enter it, but turned around and flew back. Even here, the so-called invulnerability of the Heshibi still worked, enough to isolate all the black mud rolling within a radius of 10 feet. This means that except for the attacks from the Donggying kingdom, this entrance can be said to be free for him to enter and exit at will, with almost no defense. 2 hours later, Abin is back, accompanied by a cry of surprise. Abin, who seemed like a transparent man before, has now become a core figure of the entire Samsara Space Association. As soon as he landed, he was surrounded by all the reincarnationists. But this time, even Ji Buching, who was the core of many reincarnationists before, could not feel dissatisfied. It really cost his life. The news has been found out. Lin Bin breathed a sigh of relief and said, I flew all the way to the entrance of the secret realm. Although I didn't go in, I roughly figured out some details of this secret realm. What we are facing is not only the secret realm, but also all the strong men of Donggying country, because they are not dead, but just infected by a kind of mud called the evil of this world. The evil of this world? Everyone looked at each other when they heard this. They had never heard of this term. Yes, because I have a friend who comes from a place related to the secret realm, so I know this thing. This is the gathering of the malice of the whole world, which has been transformed into a physical object. Any human being who comes into contact with this silt will be completely occupied by negative emotions and become cruel and bloodthirsty, but can still retain all the memories and strength of the past. At this point, Lin Bin paused and said, no, it should be said that it has become much stronger than before, because the evil of this world contains power. When they are contaminated by the evil of this world, their power will be greatly improved, because they are equivalent to having an endless energy reservoir. So, the Japanese Huazi you killed is actually much stronger than the normal state? Lin Bin sighed. Indeed, the strength of this Huazi is far beyond my imagination. If I'm not good at using cleverness to defeat clumsiness, I'm afraid that I will have to spend more effort to kill her. As soon as these words came out, everyone was amazed. Spend more effort. Does that mean it can still be killed? In fact, the so-called enhancement is actually very limited. Under the protection of the S-level item Hishibi, it is impossible to keep enough black mud in the safe area near Lin Bin. But not everyone has an S-level item. In order to keep these people alert and not underestimate the enemy because of his experience, Lin Bin could only praise his own strength humbly against his conscience. I will help you mark the map. When the time comes, if you find the item that can resist the evil of this world, you can go directly to the entrance of the secret realm through that path. But let me be frank, the evil of this world outside is already difficult to deal with, and it must be even more exaggerated inside, so don't enter without being fully prepared. Thank you, Abin. Thank you, Mr. Abin. This time you really helped a lot. If it weren't for you, Mr. Abin, I'm afraid we would really fall into it without any preparation. So far, the information is clear. Everyone looked at Linbin with gratitude in their eyes. The evil of this world is so terrible that, if they enter directly without preparation, they will be drowned in the vast ocean of mud like a surging wave. Yuanweli asked, Abin, are you going to enter immediately? Well, I already have such props, so I should enter it, but you are not suitable. Linbin turned his head to look at Yanfei and Zardao next to him, and said seriously, the evil of this world is too terrible. Once you come into contact with it, you will be completely infected and lose yourself. At that time, even if you face your loved ones, you will kill them without hesitation. You are not suitable to enter such a secret realm. Yanfei's face was extremely solemn when she heard this. Just a little bit of infection will make you lose yourself. She looked at Linbin worriedly. Linbin smiled and said, don't worry, I have props to protect me. I'm not worried about this level of evil in this world. But if you go too deep, I'm afraid my props can't protect your safety. Zardao worriedly said, then you are alone. Who said I'm alone? I've thought of a very suitable teammate. In fact, after discovering that this secret realm is the Fate secret realm, Linbin's first thought was, Ilias Veal von Alice Veal. Linbin didn't know what state this secret realm was in during the time period. But Ila, as the highest crystallization of the Veal family, is also one of the best magicians. If you want to destroy this secret realm, you may really need to seek her help. Watching other reincarnations prepare one after another, Linbin went to a deserted place and called Ila. A moment later, a sweet and lovely child's voice sounded in Linbin's ears, saying, Big brother, what can I do for you? Have you found the traces of the apostles again? Linbin asked, Ila, do you know about the things in Dangian country? Ila smiled sweetly and said, of course I know. In fact, as an organization under the Samsara Space Association, we planewalkers naturally have to send people into the secret realm for such a big event. If you meet our planewalkers in the secret realm, remember to lend a helping hand. Linbin, I found traces of the evil of this world in that secret realm. Elia asked curiously, what evil of this world? I have a friend who has experienced a similar secret realm, so I know this information. In addition, I have personally explored it before, and I can be almost sure that it is the evil of this world. Linbin said, the evil of this world is actually the product of the contamination of the Holy Grail. Holy Grail? Elia's sweet laughter suddenly paused. Her voice was much lower than before, less sweet than a little girl's, more magnetic than a girl's. She whispered, you mean, that secret place is actually my previous world? Maybe the timeline is different, but it is definitely the world you are in. Linbin asked, are you interested? Elias said seriously, wait for me, I'll be there soon. Soon, it really is. 3 hours later, a helicopter landed on the beach of Yundao. She was wearing a purple dress and a short white pleated skirt that was blown by the rotation of the propeller. With her long silver hair and wine-red eyes, she looked full of exotic customs. But her steps were very fast, which destroyed her quiet and noble temperament. Linbin smiled and said, it seems that you are very interested. To be honest, I'm a little surprised. I didn't expect that you know me so well. Elia gently stroked her hair that was messed up by the wind. She said, but now it seems that this in-depth understanding is not a bad thing. At least, if it weren't for you, I might have missed this secret realm experience. Let me be frank first. Linbin said, this secret realm is very dangerous. The red secret realm has already invaded the real world. Our mission is to destroy this world, so everything in this world is our enemy. If you enter, I will try my best to protect you, but I dare not guarantee it. I will also be frank first. At this time, Elia did not have any of the cuteness of a girl. She was as calm as an adult woman who had experienced countless hardships. She said, I don't want anything from this secret realm, but if there are relatives of mine during this period of time, I want you to do your best to protect her safety and bring her back to this world safely. What if there aren't any? If not, I'll create one myself. Elia turned to look at Linbin and smiled. You know me so well, you should be able to guess that I'm a cyborg, right? If I can go back to the workshop of our Rensburn family, I can create the person I want, based on my memory. Of course, if possible, I want the real person. Lin Bin frowned and said, there should be quite a few hostile reincarnations in this secret realm. Those who have been killed by this world. I'm not sure if the reincarnation tables of the Dangying country who were infected by the evil can still be used. It doesn't matter, I've already prepared it. Elia raised her hand, with a reincarnation table in her palm, and laughed. Anyway, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Rather, as the highest level magician in the local plane, you are the most suitable teammate to form a team with me this time. Let's go. Elia glanced at Dang Jin Yanfei and Xiaodao, her eyes lit up, and she smiled. Two sisters, I'll borrow your captain first, but don't worry, I will return it to you when the time comes. As she said that, she glanced at Lin Bin. She muttered, what a playboy, a tall and plump young lady, a lively and beautiful girl. This guy's teammates are all of this kind. If I, a girlish lolly with a baby face and a big, flat breast, are added, the attributes are complete. Well, it is necessary to be on guard. If he invites me to join, he must have bad intentions. Let's go. Lin Bin urged. How do we get there? I'll take you. Lin Bin waved. The sun-covering sword was already suspended under the feet of the two. Just step on this? Elia pouted in disdain and asked, it's so narrow, there is no guardrail? I can help you, don't worry, this sword has carried many people, and there has never been a record of anyone falling off. I hope I won't set this record. Elia muttered, holding up her skirt and carefully stepped on it. Let's go. Lin Bin stood behind her and reached out to support her shoulders. The two of them were one, and they had already crossed the safety barrier like an arrow from a bow, rushing into the increasingly dense, dark red secret realm. And they had not been in for long. Be careful, there are enemies. Elia's wine red eyes suddenly tightened, and she stretched out her hand to pull off two strands of hair. The magic circuit infused magic power, and immediately turned into the state of the White Stork Knight, like a smart bird, rushing towards the surroundings. The next moment, several Dangying people covered in black rushed out. They roared, how can the land of Dangying be trampled by others? Then they were pierced through the chest by a sword, and flew back at a faster speed than when they came. The White Stork Knight did not play any role at all. Elia looked at the several flying swords surrounding her in surprise, and said in surprise, what the hell is this? It was very similar to the activity state of her White Stork Knight, but it was just as smart, and the power was more than 10 times stronger. You don't need to do anything right now. If you do, you'll pull out your own hair. Aren't you afraid of being bald? Lin Bin smiled and said, leave this kind of small fry to me. As he spoke, the sword light suddenly accelerated and flew forward. The 8 swords of King Yu surrounded them like stars holding the moon, detecting any abnormal movements around them at any time. Although they were in intense motion all the time, their trajectory of motion was always within the limits of the Xiangang Beidao formation. Obviously, once an enemy invaded their range, they would immediately suffer the most fatal blow. Elia muttered unconvinced, I won't be bald. My genes don't have the defect of hair loss. Isn't it normal to lose a few hairs? But she was also used to using her young body to seek benefits for herself. Lin Bin was willing to take the initiative to take care of her. Naturally, she would not refuse. At the moment, he stopped summoning more, but just kept the 2 White Stork Knights around and carefully guarded them. Along the way, the two also encountered many reincarnations who had the tools to restrain the evil power, so they bravely went deep into the secret realm. However, when the two sides met, those reincarnations who were struggling to hold on and could only have a safety range of 1 or 2 meters looked up at Lin Bin's safety range of 2 meters in the sky, and their faces were quite dull. But at this time, Lin Bin could no longer care about these people's thoughts. The evil in this world is indeed terrible, but even if it is placed in the type moon plane, it is not an unsolvable existence. What's more, the world here is connected to the heavens and the worlds. For the national level reincarnations, the evil in this world is still terrible, but it would be too exaggerated to say that there is no way to deal with it after knowing its details. Especially since the Califree Federation had contacted the secret realm here a day in advance, they might have been ahead of them. The red secret realm is dangerous, but isn't it an opportunity? Therefore, if Lin Bin wants to get the priority, he must not waste time. revisiting the old place. Especially this time, there was no obstruction from the national level enemies. After all, Darngian country only had 3 national level reincarnationists at most. Meeting one was already a bit unlucky. Unless he brought Zardao with him, the chances of him meeting the second one were slim. 2 hours later, after the 8 swords of King Yu completely cleared the dozens of waves of attacks, the 2 men, one tall and one short, finally set foot on the land of Darngian country. Then they revisited the old place. They came to the front of the secret realm. At this time, even with the invulnerability of the Hashibi, there was only a safe range of 10 feet. Is this the place? Elia was a little nervous, but soon she made up her mind. She said, "Let's go." Okay. Lin Bin held her hand, and the two carefully explored the depths of the secret realm. As they entered, the oppression range of the Hashibi suddenly shrank sharply. There was almost only a range of more than 1 meter left. Although the passage was extremely spacious, even without elasticity, it was still more than enough for 2 people to enter at the same time. But at this time, Lin Bin and Elia were still on guard against each other. The White Stork Knight had been taken away. Finally, after more than 10 minutes of trekking, suddenly, the view in front of my eyes opened up. The bright sunshine shone down, but the extremely low temperature still made Elia shiver. At this time, the 2 of them had appeared by a wide river, the type moon world, and around them, people could be seen coming and going. All around, there were car horns, and bustling voices. I thought that the outside world was so dangerous, and the inside must be even more terrifying, but I didn't expect that it was such a normal human world. This time, both Lin Bin and Elia couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 281 Weird Piece. This was a completely uncommon experience. The two stood there in a daze for a long time. Elia finally came to her senses and looked around, her eyes gradually becoming eager. She said excitedly, "This is Fuaoki City. I used to live here for a while. I can't be mistaken. Wait, there seem to be some differences in the details. There should be a bridge here. Where is the Mayan River Bridge?" And from the initial eagerness to the rapid calmness now, Elia quickly noticed the sense of disharmony. This is indeed Fuaoki City, but it is completely out of tune with the Fuaoki City in her memory. It's not surprising. As long as we are sure that this is Fuaoki City, it's fine. Lin Bin explained. The Mayan River Bridge should be, because during the 4th Holy Grail War, the new capital was almost completely destroyed. After the reconstruction, a bridge was built to connect the 2 sides. That is to say, during the 5th Holy Grail War, the bridge was indeed there, but 10 years ago, the bridge was not even completed, let alone built. Elia's breath suddenly stopped. She stared at Lin Bin, as if she was afraid that he would say something against it. She asked, "You mean this is 10 years ago? How do you know?" "Of course I inferred it." Lin Bin thought to himself that there were too many battles in the Holy Grail War, the Sub-Holy Grail War, and other Holy Grail Wars. But if Fuaoki City is the battlefield, the most famous ones are probably the 4th War and the 5th War. "Of course, I can't explain it this way to Elia," he said. "As far as I know, the Holy Grail was tainted during the 3rd Holy Grail War, and now the evil of this world in the Holy Grail has been brewing to this extent. It is definitely impossible that it was just contaminated, so it must be the 4th War or the 5th War. With you, the Orthodox Master of the 5th War, backing me up, it is not surprising to judge that it is the 4th War period." Elia's breathing became rapid. Her overly white face flushed with excitement. She bit her lips tightly and said, "If it was the 4th World War, wouldn't it be Kiritsuguan? Well, the time when your father and your mother participated in the war." Elia looked at Lin Bin deeply and said, "You know a lot about it. Before entering the secret realm, it is reasonable to explore the intelligence. Besides, I belong to the World 20th Bureau. As you know, our bureau has 2 specialties. One is the name specialty and the other is the information specialty." Lin Bin said calmly, "So it is reasonable for me to know some information that others don't know." He changed the subject and said, "But it is precisely because I know some information that others don't know that I feel there is something wrong with it." "What's wrong?" Lin Bin asked. "Don't forget, the evil of this world is already complete. All of it poured out. Even the real world's Darngian has been polluted. Do you know what this means?" Elia is professional in this area. She answered without hesitation. The Holy Grail has condensed and formed, and it is very likely that someone has made a wish to the Holy Grail. In other words, the Fourth Holy Grail War is over. But as far as I know, the damage caused by the Fourth Holy Grail War was very great. The entire Zindu was almost destroyed, and even many people in Fuaoki City were affected and died without a complete body. At this point, Linbin exclaimed, "Those who can live in Fuaoki City are a group of warriors. Gas explodes every few days, people often disappear, and killers run around the streets. If it were me, I would have to move away quickly, even if I had no money, but the population here is getting more and more prosperous." Hearing this, Elia also noticed something wrong. From the outside, the Fourth Holy Grail War seemed to be over, and even caused irreparable losses. But this place was clearly not affected at all. She quickly recovered from the excitement of being so close to her parents. Asked, "What should we do then?" "Let's find out what the situation is like first." Linbin said, "My previous assumptions were never wrong. The outside world is already so dangerous. If I didn't have an S-level item, we wouldn't have come in so easily. So the safer it is here, the more terrifying the crisis hidden in the dark is. Be careful, Ella, you are fighting on your home ground here. It would be embarrassing if you capsize in the gutter. Don't worry, there is hope, only if you keep your life. I won't confuse the important points." The two walked out side by side. Elia's face was expressionless, but Linbin next to her had very sharp eyes and could see that magic circuits began to emerge on her white skin under her collar. Although the exposed skin was completely clueless, she was ready to fight at any time. But it was beyond the expectations of the two. Although the weather was cold, the streets of Fuaoki City were crowded with people. Children were carrying school bags and playing happily. In the fast food restaurants on the street, you can see couples feeding each other delicious food with a sweet and intimate attitude. In the taxi, the elderly are working diligently. It perfectly fits the Japanese culture of the current aging population. Today's Fuaoki City is still as peaceful as ever. The two came to a KFC fast food restaurant and asked for 2 highest standard sets. Without paying, Elia directly hypnotized the clerk with magic, and the clerk was completely unable to resist. All the people are ordinary people. Elia frowned while drinking Coke, and there are no clues. I thought that with the sound of the signal, everyone would tear off their disguises and kill us. She raised the Coke cup and said, "Even the taste of orange soda is different from what I drank in China before. If it is really a disguise, they are also attentive." Linbin, "It shouldn't be different, right?" Elia said, "No. Although they are all the same brand, the soda over there in Japan tastes purer, without additives or anything like that. This is not because the moon is rounder in foreign countries, but it is the fact. This can only prove that the enemy is hiding deeper than we thought." Linbin bit the pistol leg slowly and frowned, "And I found something." "What is it?" "The evil of this world will invade Emerald Harbor in 2 days and Cloud Island in 3 days. That is to say, the people of the Free Federation should be faster than us. I don't think the evil of this world in the outside world can stop them." Elia asked, "Do you mean they have come in?" "They must have come in, but there is no trace of them at all, and even the news has not been broadcast." Linbin looked at the TV hanging in the hall, which was playing the weather conditions of Fuaoki City. Everything was normal, but it was abnormal everywhere. After eating, Linbin walked out and said, "Let's go." "Where to go?" "Do you know where the Tosaka family is? They are the land managers here. If something really happened, they must know." And what?" "Nothing." Linbin thought to himself and looked at whether the second lady of the Tosaka family was still there, and he could judge the specific time period. "This is my exclusive ability." Elias said, "Don't worry, I know where the Tosaka family is. I almost went to their house. The reason why I didn't smash the Tosaka family was because Tosaka-rin was too smart and moved to Shirao's house at the first time. But that was Kiritsugu's house, and I couldn't really let Berserker smash it." She pouted a little dissatisfied. "This Rin is always a little smart in the key places." Linbin smiled when he heard it, pushed her little head, and said, "Let's go. Maybe you will have a chance this time." If it was really 10 years ago, Rin was too young, and I wouldn't know what would happen if I smashed her, so I'd better not bully her. Elia complained, and walked towards the Tosaka house without stopping, taking Linbin. Along the way, everything that happened around them was still normal. If they didn't know that they had entered the secret realm, they might think they had come to a city in the former East Sakura country. Half an hour later, the huge mansion of the Tosaka family appeared in front of the two of them. When they arrived here, apart from the Tosaka family, there was almost no other family living here. Therefore, the two people walking on the road were particularly eye-catching. And at this moment, Linbin suddenly raised his eyebrows and hummed softly. Elia also followed Linbin's gaze and looked, and couldn't help, but her pupils suddenly shrank. She whispered, "Golden Flash, isn't it?" At this time, on the opposite side of the street where the two of them were, on the slope, a young blonde man wearing a black long-sleeved jacket and trousers was walking with his hands in his pockets, as if he was attracted by the two of them. When Linbin saw him, he was looking at Elia with a burning gaze. Then, he heard Elia's cry. He frowned and said unhappily, "You are really a fatherless and motherless artificial human. Your upbringing is even worse than that of ordinary people. You actually give people such a disgusting nickname." Obviously, he also saw Elia's background at a glance. I didn't expect to suddenly face the heroic spirit here. And he is a legendary hero king. Linbin was not surprised. If it was really during the Fourth War, there is no doubt that as the heroic spirit of Sakatokiyomi, it is reasonable for Gilgamesh to live here. And Sakatokiyomi, who is a subject, obviously cannot control this lawless master very well. And since he appeared, it seems that the Fourth War. No. In fact, this guy has lived from the Fourth War to the Fifth War, and has been quite active for 10 years. Linbin's face showed a vigilant look. Black light spread in his palm, and the double dragon demon shadow sword was already in his hand. "We are here to visit the Tosaka family and we mean no harm. We are not masters and we don't have heroic spirits. Are you kidding me?" The Hero King looked at Elia coldly and said, "This little android girl is full of the aura of curses, and you are telling me that you are not masters? Could it be that you are her heroic spirit? The War of Heroes hasn't even begun yet, and you can't wait to come to the Tosaka residence to die." Linbin blinked and asked, "So, is this the Fourth Holy Grail War? And, the war hasn't even started yet? Any problem?" The Hero King glanced deeply at Elia, and suddenly he showed he looked somewhat bored and waved his hand, saying, "Thank goodness, android. I'm not in the mood to kill today. Otherwise, the two of you would be a mess now, and I can't tell who's whose. Before I get angry, get out of here, and don't show up in front of me again." He paused, a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said playfully, "You two poor bastards who know nothing. I really can't muster the interest to kill you." "Poor bastards?" Linbin said thoughtfully, "It seems that you know something. Is there something wrong with this Holy Grail War? Get out." The Hero King suddenly became angry. Several halos appeared behind him. Several heavy golden lights attacked the two of them. "Elia, be careful." Linbin hugged Elia, and his figure suddenly disappeared. With the blessing of the light boots, being in the same light as the dust is almost the same as teleportation. "Damn bastards, you actually turned a deaf ear to my words. This rare mercy, do you have to squander it?" The Hero King raised his hand. Behind him, the light ring flickered continuously, and countless ripples surged in the void. In the blink of an eye, countless weapons had already attacked them. Although it was just a spurt, but this fighting method was almost a trick for the Hero King. These weapons did not stab at them rudely, but completely locked their positions, leaving no room for dodging. And the speed was fast and the force was heavy. It was almost equivalent to dozens of heavy crossbow arrows being fired at them at the same time. The force was so heavy that the sound of breaking through the air made the two of them feel almost unable to breathe, even though the weapons were still far away. There was no escape. Linbin opened his hand, and the soft petals opened. Blazing sky covered 7 rings. Bang 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 bang. Ha 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 ha, a noble phantasm. You still say you are not a heroic spirit? The Hero King laughed wildly, saying, "It's rare that someone can entertain me during this boring time, and it's a complete newcomer. Very good, very good. Come on, please me to your heart's content." Elia nestled in Linbin's arms, anger in her wine-red eyes. The two had a feud during the previous 5 battles. Now that they meet again, the other party suddenly kills for no reason, and takes advantage of new and old grudges. Who cares? Let's fight first. She screamed, berserker. Roar. A low roar like a ferocious beast. A magic circle emerged. A dark giant just fell directly from the sky, holding a huge axe sword in his hand with a heavy wind pressure, and slashed down with one blow. Before the attack fell, the ground under the Hero King's feet had already sunk. Heroic spirit. 2 heroic spirits? The Hero King was really stunned this time. However, Berserker was always successful against other heroic spirits. But against the Hero King, he sneered and instantly sensed the same aura as the monster in front of him. Divinity, you are courting death. The Hero King said angrily. Heavenly chain. Countless ripples emerged, and the chain head like a swimming fish rushed outward, blocking Berserker's attack, while winding around him in the opposite direction. The iron chain, which was only the thickness of an arm, actually emerged with a crystal light as clear as a diamond when facing Berserker. Obviously, the stronger the divinity, the stronger the power of the heavenly chain. And Hercules, as the illegitimate son of Zeus, is ranked at the forefront of all heroic spirits in terms of divinity. Roar. Berserker screamed desperately, holding the axe and sword to cut these chains, but these chains became stronger and stronger as he cut them, and they were about to lock him. Suddenly, a cry came. Gilgamesh. This cry seemed to contain a strong regularity. The neck of the hero Gilgamesh creaked, and he was forced to turn his head and look at Linbin. Along with his gaze, the heavens chain also changed its target and attacked Linbin. Just by changing the target, the heavens chain completely lost its previous indestructibility and became as thick as an arm. But Linbin had already prepared for it. He opened the 7 layering of blazing sky cover, and the 7 layers of petals surrounded him and then they were tightly entangled by the heavens chain. Berserker had already found a gap. He once again held the axe and sword and slashed at the hero. The absolute physical attack represented absolute power. This time, it was too late for the heavens chain to come back to save him. Gilgamesh's eyes showed an offended anger, but his eyes were still forced to stare at Linbin. He shouted angrily. The black clothes on his body burned away like flames, replaced by a golden armor. He pulled out a cylindrical weapon flashing black and red from the ripples behind him. But he had only pulled it out halfway. Kaikaichu. 7 long swords stabbed from different directions, but failed to cut off his arm. Only left several deep sword marks on the armor. And hard cut failed. Linbin's finger gestures in the petals changed, and the sword force turned into a soft finger, entangled on his arm. The half-pulled sword of separation was stuck there. Seeing Berserker rushing close, the Hero King didn't care about his dignity, and hurriedly dodged and retreated in embarrassment. Countless treasures and protective gear appeared in front of him, but they were smashed one by Berserker like smashing glass. You really pissed me off. The Hero King jumped onto a street lamp in the distance. The expression on his face had long been distorted with anger, and he sneered softly, as expected of the Eamsburn family, which is famous for its cheating skills. Last time, Kiritsugu Miya was unruly enough. I didn't expect that you would violate the rules and summon 2 heroic spirits again. But unfortunately, why should I be afraid? And you will also understand how terrible it is to anger me. Kiritsugu Miya. Linbin's eyes lit up, and he looked up and shouted, Gilgamesh, we are not your enemy. If we continue fighting, both sides will suffer. So what? But let's start over again. I'm tired of this cycle and I won't be afraid of it again. Gilgamesh said angrily, you can imprison me, but don't think about defeating me. Do you think that this mere threat can make me surrender? We are from 10 years later. Linbin shouted, we are one of the masters of the 5th Holy Grail War, we are friends. Gilgamesh was stunned when he heard this, and his angry expression suddenly froze. Chapter 282 Madam, you don't want your daughter to get hurt, right? You are just lying, and want to fool the king, you bastard. You are too self-righteous. The Hero King's expression was still indifferent, but he slowly put down the sword of separation that he had held before. If he didn't know that the Hero King kept talking about bastards, Linbin would have to slap him in the face for just this sentence. However, the meaning of what the Hero King said just now was so profound that Linbin didn't care about his offense. He said, if you don't believe it, then I can only say that as a king, you are too self-righteous, so that you are played around by others without knowing it. But I'll say it in advance. If you dare to say bastard again, I will turn around and leave, and you will sink here for the rest of your life. Humph, no one can threaten this king, but this king is merciful, and can give you a chance to explain. The hero king put away the sword of separation in his hand, looking warily at Berserker, who was panting in front of him, and giving people an infinite sense of oppression. He said, explain. Elia looked up at Lin being a little confused. She was one of the main players in the 5 wars, but even she didn't know what to say at this moment. Lin Bin gently comforted her and signaled her not to say more. He said, during the 4th war, because Emiya Kiritsugu obtained the Holy Grail, but did not make a wish to the Holy Grail, the evil of this world in the Holy Grail leaked out, almost destroying most of Fuaoki City. But in fact, the power in the Holy Grail could not be released at all, so the power accumulated in the Holy Grail for 60 years was not exhausted. Therefore, the 5th Holy Grail War did not wait for 60 years, but started 10 years later. He said, and the reason why we recognize you is that, although you failed in the 4th Holy Grail War, you were also able to bathe in the evil of this world in the Holy Grail. The evil of this world can completely turn people black, and it is almost a natural nemesis for the heroic spirit, but only you, the hero king, can bear the sin of the evil of this world. So not only did you not turn black, but you also obtained a human body from the evil of this world. You understand the greatness of this king. The hero king nodded half arrogantly and half complacently, and said, this king is naturally different from those fake kings. What a bullshit Night King, what a bullshit Conqueror King. It's a good thing that I looked at them differently before. I didn't expect that they are just a group of trash who can only talk big. Only this king can truly bear the sin of the whole world. Lin Bin sighed. However, the 5th Holy Grail War got out of control. People with ulterior motives collected the fragments of the Holy Grail as early as the 4th war, and then made an inferior version of the small Holy Grail, and then used this small Holy Grail to attract the real Holy Grail. In the end, in order to destroy the Holy Grail, Elia and I had to use all our strength to completely destroy the polluted and blackened Holy Grail in one blow. Then, the two of us were covered by the evil of this world, and when we woke up, we were already here. Elia blinked, feeling a bit of deja vu. After Lin Bin unceremoniously claimed the credit of Emiya Giant Warrior, he looked at the King of Heroes with eyes full of sighs and said, then, we found ourselves in 10 years ago, and saw you who should have been dead. Me. I'm dead. How did you die? You wanted to help the girl who was transplanted with the blackened Holy Grail fragment, to get rid of it, but you were accidentally swallowed by the black mud. 10 years of pampered life have worn down your claws, and the small Holy Grail at that time had become the real Holy Grail. As a result, you could no longer withstand the pollution from the evil of this world, and eventually became a part of the Holy Grail. Lin Bin sighed. No matter what, I have to thank you very much. After all, that poor girl was actually my wife. You were kind to her, so naturally I owed you a favor. Your wife. Lin Bin nodded seriously and said, actually, we were lovers, but in our world, lovers can be called wives. In fact, I have too many paper wives. At one stage, Rin, Sakura, Saber, even Elia and her mother Iris Veal were all my wives. He thought silently in his heart. After hearing Lin Bin's words, Gilgamesh's face was indeed much more relaxed than before. Obviously, he had been convinced by Lin Bin's half-truth. He pondered for a while and said, if this is the case, it can be explained. I didn't expect that the evil of this world not only transcended the limitations of space, but also broke through time. You destroyed the Holy Grail, and were covered by the evil of this world that flowed out. 10 years ago, the evil of this world also overflowed from the Holy Grail. Could it be that this is a reason why two different time periods are connected to each other? Lin Bin sighed. We only concluded that this world should be 10 years ago, based on the situation in Fuaoki City, but we don't know anything specific. We originally wanted to go to the Tosaka family to investigate the situation, but we didn't expect to encounter you, the Hero King, on the way. According to you, the 4th Holy Grail War is over? It's indeed over. Gilgamesh sneered and said, but it has just begun. Elia was shocked and asked, what do you mean? Do you know why I believed you so easily? Gilgamesh said, it is indeed as you said. I have obtained the Holy Grail, and was watered by the evil of this world to obtain a body. The normal timeline should be as you said. The small Holy Grail was destroyed. 10 years later, the 5th Holy Grail War began, and I also shined again in that battle. However, that must be the orthodox timeline. Then, what about the unorthodox one? Elia looked at Linbin with a little admiration. I didn't expect that Abin could actually gain the trust of this hero king with just a few words. She had dealt with this Jinshanshan before, so she naturally understood how difficult and terrifying this heroic spirit was. Unorthodox? It's probably that, even though the Holy Grail War has ended, and it's confirmed that this is a war without a winner, I survived to the end, and can be considered the final winner. But when I woke up the next day, I found that Tosaka Tokiyomi, who was supposed to be dead, was kneeling in front of me again, respectfully asking if I was his heroic spirit. Gilgamesh spread his hands and said, everything started all over again. It's as boring as watching a TV show you've already watched once. There's no fun at all. Only a certain clip can arouse your interest. But when you have watched this TV show dozens or hundreds of times, even the characters you really love the most will become extremely boring. But it's not without entertainment. There can be some subtle changes every time, but this change has no effect on the overall situation. Linbin, so that's why you said countless reincarnations, because you have been trapped in this time period and cannot escape. Elia asked, does everyone retain their memories and keep reincarnating? Gilgamesh sneered, no. I said that only I'm qualified to bear the weight of all the evils in this world, so only I can keep all the memories. As for the others, humph, they are just like puppets, repeating their predetermined fate again and again, and even ridiculously wanting to seize the Holy Grail, not knowing that the war has already ended. Not bad. Elia breathed a sigh of relief. Her mother was also trapped in this world. If she could keep her previous memories every time she reincarnated, she would go crazy after countless reincarnations. Perhaps only a self-important person like the Hero King can still maintain normal sanity and state. However, judging from the fact that he quickly accepted Linbin's advice and stopped, he was probably already feeling very irritable and uneasy about this situation. Therefore, even if it was a little bit of an accident that was not outside the plot, he was very eager to catch it. Really? In that case it's a good thing we met you. Linbin sighed. If we had met Tosaka Tokiyomi, we probably wouldn't have been able to get any useful information from him. For this alone, thank you very much, King of Heroes. It's just a rare pastime for me. At least it's much better than repeating the same old plot. Then according to the plot, what stage should it be now? In 3 days, the Saber Knight King Altria and the Lancer Diarmuid will have the first priority to start the decisive battle, thus opening the curtain of the plot. Gilgamesh said disdainfully, to be honest, when I first saw it, I was quite excited. It was exciting to think about fighting with heroes from other different time periods. But now it seems, it's nothing special. Then, do you want to cooperate with us? Linbin said, as you can see, the prototype of Berserker is Hercules from Greek mythology. His power is the strongest among all the heroic spirits. Except for you, I'm afraid that no other heroic spirit can defeat him. And as Elia's guardian, my strength is just acceptable. We should be qualified to cooperate with you, right? Elia stared at Linbin in surprise, not understanding why he wanted to reveal the identity of Berserker. You know, once the true identity of a heroic spirit is exposed, basically its weaknesses will also appear. How stupid and brainless would someone be to tell his identity directly to the enemy? Even if it is to prove sincerity, this is a bit too much. Linbin slightly squeezed Elia's hand, indicating that he would explain later. However, in the face of Linbin's kindness, Gilgamesh said arrogantly, no one in this world is qualified to cooperate with this king. But right now, we really need your help. Linbin said seriously, if we can get the help of the Hero King Gilgamesh, there is no doubt that our chances of escaping this cycle will be greatly improved. And to be honest, we have also fought against each other during the 5th war. For example, my 8 swords flying together was actually deduced after seeing your combat mode. We can be said to appreciate each other. This, I didn't expect that we would have that kind of connection in the future. In this case, then this king will humble himself and cooperate with you too. Gilgamesh's eyes flashed with excitement, but his expression was still calm and composed. he said, but let me be frank first. This king is already invincible in the world. Coupled with foresight, it is almost easy for me to win the fourth war. The assistance of this berserker is actually dispensable. Raw. Berserker roared angrily, and seemed to realize that he was being looked down upon. Elia quickly took Berserker back. Otherwise, they might have fought again. But winning the fourth war is useless. This period of time is like a Mobius strip, repeating itself over and over again, with no way out. So if you want to find a way out, it's not just about winning the Holy Grail War. By the way, let me remind you. What? Gilgamesh said indifferently. In addition to the two of you who came from 10 years later, there are also many time travelers from outside the world who have been reset in these countless reincarnations. They are also not part of the plot, but if they don't escape in the current reincarnation, they will be completely contaminated by the Holy Grail, and then they will become part of Fuaoki City. What do you mean? It doesn't mean anything. Since we have some connection 10 years later, I will mercifully remind you that, if you want to escape from reincarnation, it's best to do it this time. Because if you can't escape this time, you will be contaminated by the evil of this world in the Holy Grail. Unless you have my magnanimity. Otherwise, by the next reincarnation, you will forget everything, and become an ordinary citizen of Fuaoki City. Gilgamesh laughed maliciously. I didn't want to say it, but since we are cooperating, humph, come with me. It's just one reincarnation. I don't mind playing with you. I'm the winner of 4 wars, and you can win 5 wars, which shows that you must have something extraordinary. I will look forward to it. Where are you going? You are new here. You don't have a place to stay, right? I have a minister here. Let him arrange a place for you. Thank you, Hero King. You're welcome. The two followed him. While walking, Linbin felt his palms itchy. Elia wrote lightly with her fingertips. Why? Linbin's expression did not change, and he said in a heavenly voice, the stronger the divinity of the Hero King, the stronger the restraint. Berserker is naturally restrained by him. Whether you tell him his true identity or not, Berserker is just a target in front of him. We won't lose anything if we tell him, but it can prove our sincerity. In this way, we can turn him from an enemy to a friend. The Hero King is a heroic spirit beyond the standard. With him, it will be much easier for us. Elia asked, can you control him? Just be a donkey and stroke his fur. Then do you have any ideas? No. I can only take one step at a time now. But, what he said, I care a lot. Elia's delicate brows were tightly frowned together, and she said in finger language, the time traveler should be the reincarnationist. According to what Gilgamesh said, if the reincarnationist cannot escape in one reincarnation, when the next cycle starts, they will be reset into the cycle, and even lose their identity as outsiders, and even their memories? It's very possible. Even if it's not possible, as far as I know, the so-called cycle, the closer you are to the front of the cycle, the easier it is to escape, and the further back you go, the smaller your chance of escape becomes, until you are completely assimilated in the end. From this point of view, Gilgamesh should not have lied to us, especially after we took the initiative to propose cooperation. He told us this information. It can be seen that, although he explained it to us at first, he was actually gloating and wanted to see us make a fool of ourselves. Linbin said, this can explain why so many reincarnations entered this secret realm but didn't make any splashes, because they didn't come in during our cycle this time, and in our cycle this time, they have become background boards, and if we can't escape, then when the next cycle begins, we will also become background boards. He said, this is no longer a problem that can be solved by the number of people. If we don't figure out the mystery behind it, I'm afraid that, even if a saint level reincarnation comes in, he will be stuck here, and unable to get out. Ahem. Gilgamesh, who was walking in front, had changed back into a black suit. He said calmly, if you have anything to say, you might as well say it openly. There is no need to be sneaky. It's not grand at all. Humph. Humans, humble and cunning, hard to guess. It turns out that the weaker the creature, the more cunning it is. It's just that you are too shocked by this environment. Linbin sighed, because our 5th war only lasted a few days, the 4th war will probably not take long. So, we don't have much time left. You really want to accomplish the great cause that I have been working hard for so long and haven't been able to achieve in a few days? How arrogant and confident. Lin Bin smiled. That's because we have a different trump card. What trump card? Elias Viel von Eensburn. Lin Bin smiled. The biological daughter of Emiaka Ritsugu and Iris Viel von Eensburn, the combination that should have won the fourth war in the first place, and the person that Saber cares about very much. With her, isn't she our best hostage? Elias said dissatisfiedly. You want to hold me hostage and threaten my mother? Are you using such a poor excuse as madam? You don't want your daughter to be hurt. I didn't expect that you have also seen such a despicable. Of course not. Let's go. Calm down first, and we will talk about it in detail later. Lin Bin walked forward with a smile. Chapter 283 Twisted Wishes. Subscription request. The Tosaka family has a large area, an independent manor. There are gardens, back hills, workshops, streams. Even the forest on the mountain is included. The luxury of the villa where the Tosaka family lives is the most luxurious in the entire Fuaoki city, but in fact it is less than 1/10 of the real Tosaka house. Starting from this uphill section of Fuaoki city, almost all places belong to the Tosaka family. Although the area is large, the security measures are quite strict. The security built for the purpose of defending magicians. If there is no acquaintance to lead the way, it is really not easy for Lin Bin and Elia to sneak in. But this also explains why Emiaka Ritsugu acts so unscrupulously. Facing Tosaka Tokiomi, who is his number one enemy, he has never thought of holding his wife and daughter hostage to threaten him. To put it bluntly, he understands that, no matter how unexpected he is, the Tosaka family is the host of Fuaoki City after all, and its foundation over the years is not so easy to deal with. But this is not a difficult task for Lin Bin and Elia now. Hero King Gilgamesh had already regarded this place as his own palace. Wouldn't it be reasonable and legal to bring a few people in? He didn't even inform Toshiya Mitsaka. In this countless reincarnation cycle, although Toshiya Mitsaka is still alive, in his eyes, he is no different from a dead person. Following Gilgamesh's footsteps, the two came to a large living room full of European style. He sat down leisurely on the main seat, reached out to take out a bottle of pure gold from the king's treasure house, and poured himself a glass of red wine. He didn't mean to share it with Lin Bin and the others. He asked, "You have been whispering all the way here. You should have come up with a charter by now, right? Although it is a cooperation." But Gilgamesh's demeanor is obviously much more relaxed. For him, even if this cooperation fails, he has no loss. Even if he dies, so what? When the cycle ends, he will wake up in the magic circle again and become the archer of the fourth Holy Grail War again. But the two guys on the opposite side who have caused him a little trouble, they will completely lose the hope of turning the tables. Come on, struggle as hard as you can to please me. Let me see how brilliantly human wisdom will shine when they are at the end of their rope. Can you tell me the details of all the people participating in the battle this time? Although Lin Bin already knew these things, in order not to shock Elia next to him too much, Lin Bin decided to go through the process. Yes. Gilgamesh sighed. To be honest, the opponents who participated in the war this time gave me a big surprise. Of course, it was only the first time. After that, I found that all of them were just trash with a golden appearance and rotten inside, and they were not worthy of being on the same level with me. Their identities were Rider Conqueror King Iskander, Berserker Lancelot, a mad dog, and Caster. Who was it? A nobody. I don't care about him at all. Who was Lancer? A little trash. It really couldn't attract my attention. Oh, by the way, there is also Saber, the little android girl you should be familiar with. He talked a lot, but the information that can be used is basically very scarce. Lin Bin and Elia covered their faces helplessly at the same time. Elia's little face was full of speechlessness and said, "After so many repetitions, I thought you had already figured out all the details of this Holy Grail War. It seems that the information you know is no different from the first time." Gilgamesh seemed a little embarrassed. He explained, "They are just a group of defeated generals. Is it necessary for me to know their details? No, why should I explain to others what I have done in my life? Maybe this is why you are trapped." Lin Bin was about to speak when suddenly, there was a knock on the door. followed by a voice that sounded very old-fashioned and square. King, are you here? I heard from the maid Rina that you brought 2 guests to the reception room. I'm so arrogant and wonder if I'm qualified to meet your guests. Humph, here we go again. Gilgamesh curled his lips in disdain and said, this hypocritical subject's way. He clearly wants to drive me around, but he still behaves like a subject everywhere and uses the command spell to force me to obey his orders. He is a hypocritical person from head to toe. I just brought you 2 here, but he can't wait to find out your background. His behavior is so excessive. Let him in. Linban said, I know why you have been trapped in this cycle for so long, but you can't get out. Why? Because you are lazy. Linban sighed, you have unlimited chances to start over. If I were in your position, I would definitely try various different methods to break the impasse. If this one doesn't work, try that one. If that one doesn't work, try another one. Anyway, I won't lose anything if I fail. In this case, you can try it boldly. It's just the evil of this world. It can trap me for a while, but I don't believe it can really trap me forever. Elia, but you just accept it. It seems like you are resisting, but the so-called resistance is as soft as a girl's reluctance to accept. Are you really angry about being trapped in a cycle? Why do I feel that you seem to enjoy living in this cycle? Then what do you plan to do? You also said that Tusaka Tokiyami has the same fate as you. In other words, he will die miserably in the end of every Holy Grail war, right? In this case, why not pull him into our camp as well? Linban said, even if you look down on his combat power, at least he is a local snake. With him, we can detect the movements of all masters through the power of the Tusaka family, which will facilitate our actions. Gilgamesh said disdainfully, a waste. Linban shook his head and said, no, you are wrong to think so. Even a pair of underwear or a piece of toilet paper can be useful at a critical moment. Gilgamesh was indeed thoughtful. At this time, the knock on the door from outside rang again. After being left out for so long, Tusaka Tokiyami's voice was still so unhurried. He asked, King, may I come in? Gilgamesh said lightly, come in. Thank you, King. As soon as the voice fell, the heavy mahogany door was pushed open. A middle-aged man with a gem cane, a straight beard and hairstyle walked in. He first saluted Gilgamesh respectfully, and then turned to look at Linban and Elia. The next moment, his face suddenly changed, and he said in surprise, Eansburn? It was really that Elia's face was too characteristic, but all the women in the Eansburn family looked like this. Elia smiled sweetly, lifted her skirt, bent her knees slightly to Tusaka Tokiyami, and said, Elias Viel von Eansburn meets the head of the Tusaka family. Tusaka Tokiyami looked at Gilgamesh in shock and asked, King, what's going on? Gilgamesh said lazily, that's it. There is a master named Imiyaka Itsugu participating in the Holy Grail War this time. You should know that this is his daughter. Tusaka Tokiyami was shocked. Could it be hostages? King, you actually. This little girl is 18 years old this year. Well, although she looks very young, my eyes are very sharp, and I can see it at a glance. Gilgamesh said, I have also paid attention to the information you collected. It seems that Imiyaka Itsugu was recruited by the Eansburn family 8 years ago. Haven't you noticed something wrong? This, King, you mean? These 2 people are masters from the 5th war. Yes. Facing the Tusaka family, which is also one of the 3 great families, Elia was as quiet as a real lady. She smiled and said, although you are no longer here 10 years later, Rin has not grown up, but has definitely grown into a very good opponent. After all, she is able to fight me to the end. Her talent is really amazing. Tusaka Tokiyami stared at Elia for a while. He asked Gilgamesh, King, do you believe this clumsy lie? It's true. A king never jokes. I don't want to deceive you. Gilgamesh said, it's better. In so many Holy Grail wars, I didn't lie to you at all. Tokiyami, you have definitely fulfilled your responsibilities as a minister, and I have also maintained the dignity of a monarch. It's just that your strength is too weak, so in these countless wars, you can't survive to the end every time. Countless wars. King, what do you mean? Tusaka Tokiyami's face became extremely solemn. Just as Gilgamesh said before, he never lied, especially now that Tusaka Tokiyami has a certain understanding of this hero king. He is not a person who would lie. It's not that he has a noble character, but he simply doesn't bother to deceive ordinary and lowly humans like them. But because of this, these absurd words came out of his mouth. In fact, the Holy Grail War has ended, and what is going on now is just another cycle. Lin Bin told the information he knew before in detail. Elia's expression was still calm, but she couldn't hide the strange look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Bin. From entering this world to now, his performance was completely beyond her expectations. If she didn't know that the person in front of her was a local reincarnation, she might have mistaken him for a stranger from the same world as her. He must have investigated her information before. But the relationship between the two was just a superficial cooperation. Why did he investigate her so deeply? But Tosaka Tokiyama's face changed when he heard it. The Holy Grail War had just begun. He was full of confidence and had prepared everything to fight a beautiful war and take back the Holy Grail to prove his ability. However, the war had not yet begun. But he was suddenly told that the war was over and he had lost. But Lin Bin's words were so tight that there was no flaw at all. Tosaka Tokiyama died from the betrayal of his disciple, and the disciple gave the sword that assassinated his master to his master's daughter, watching her treat the weapon that killed her father as a treasure. After suffering the death of her husband, his wife became insane and died tragically soon after. Only the eldest daughter was left alone to guard this huge industry, and then the industry was taken away bit by bit until the 5th Holy Grail War. His youngest daughter was transformed into a small Holy Grail. The final battle of the 5 Holy Grail Wars was a fierce battle between Matao Sakura and Tosaka Rin, who held the dual sword. Because Gilgamesh was next to him, Lin Bin could not describe the details of the 4th war in detail, so he simply told the details of the 5th war. And it's the most heartbreaking HF line. He described in detail to Tosaka Tokishin how his little daughter was raped, transformed, tortured, and finally degenerated into the real Black Holy Grail. What does it feel like to spoil the plot of the characters? One word: cool. Watching Tosaka Tokiyama's face become paler and paler, without a trace of blood. Because of the agreement between the two families, after adopting his daughter to the Matao family, Tosaka Tokiyama never asked about her specific situation. I think the other party is so short of theirs that they will naturally not be too harsh on this treasure that they have finally obtained. But listening to the other party's description, he suddenly realized that it is very likely that he has pushed his daughter into hell. Tosaka Tokishin wanted to refute, but the design drawings of the gem sword were a secret circulated among the heads of the Tosaka family, and even his wife Tosaka Aoi was unaware of it. But the man in front of him could say it so naturally. Such crucial evidence, coupled with Gilgamesh's affirmation. He was almost certain that everything this person said was true. Knowing that his daughter had actually made the design of the jewel sword into a real jewel sword, Tosaka Tokiyama should have been happy about his daughter's achievement, which must have far surpassed him now. But when he thought about his eldest daughter condensing the jewel sword in order to end the life of his youngest daughter, he suddenly felt. Beside him, Gilgamesh raised the corner of his mouth with contempt. Looking at his painful expression, he felt a bit gloating. He thought he could control everything, so it was natural that he ended up in this situation. Tosaka Tokiyama asked painfully, "You, really from 10 years later?" Elia nodded and said, "Yes, I'm indeed a liar 10 years later." She played a language game. She is undoubtedly a liar 10 years later, but she is not from 10 years later. However, even Gilgamesh might not be able to detect any clues of this little language trap. The 4th Holy Grail War has ended? Yes. I'm dead. Yes. Then why am I here now? It's because of the evil power of this world within the Holy Grail. Lin Bin said, "I have a rough guess. For example, someone gets the Holy Grail and makes a wish to obtain eternity. But now the Holy Grail has been contaminated, and all wishes will be fulfilled in the form of malice. So cycle equals eternity, which is normal and understandable." After a pause, he said, "Of course, this is just a hypothesis, so I'm not sure if it's true or not. After all, we haven't had time to come into contact with this world yet. The winner enjoys the fruits, and the loser becomes the background." Tosaka Tokiyama sneered. He turned around and walked back without hesitation. Elia asked curiously, what is he going to do? To kill his disciple. After all, if it weren't for his traitorous disciple, He wouldn't have lost so badly. Lin Bin shook his head and said, but this is not a bad thing for us. The situation this time is already chaotic enough. It's better to let a chaotic character like Kotamin Kairi leave early. To be honest, we don't have time to deal with such a twisted mental pervert now, because we don't know what he is thinking. The words were incomplete, but Elia understood what Lin Bin meant. You know, the whereabouts of those people from the Free Federation who entered the secret realm in advance are still unknown, but even if they become background boards, who knows if their power will be retained? Will it bring some extra trouble? And the reincarnations of their Chinese country, Lin Bin was the first to enter, but those who entered later, did they enter the same world as them, or did they enter different worlds? I'm not good at this kind of puzzle game, so I'll just kill all the suspects first. In my eyes, Yan Feng is one of the people who would do such a boring thing. Lin Bin asked Gilgamesh, you don't mind killing your toys, do you? Gilgamesh waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter. I've had enough of it. The twisted mind is like a curious dinner. It will really make people's eyes light up at first glance and can't help but arouse the urge to taste it. But if it is eaten as a staple food, it will soon make people bored. And unfortunately, after so many cycles and reincarnations, I'm tired of it. Then it's up to you next, Elia. Elia asked, what can I do? It was a short journey. She was already quite convinced of Lin Bin. His mastery of this world was better than hers. Although she was curious about where the theory came from. Go see your mother. She should be coming to this world soon, right? Elia was stunned when she heard it. She pursed her lips gently, and her eyes couldn't help but become warm. Thank you for the 10,000 yuan reward from Xinghai's Yushin. Thank you very much, asterisk. Oh. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284. The Holy Grail can be required, but the bugs must die. Fuayuki City. Although it is the origin of the Holy Grail War, in fact, it is actually a very remote place in Japan. After all, the more secretive the Holy Grail is, the better. Even the airport was built in recent years, and in terms of scale, it is not much bigger than the private airport of the Eansburn family. This is a huge minus for Irisville, who is leaving the Eansburn family for the first time, and is full of novelty about the outside world. When getting off the plane, she was wearing a high-grade fur cashmere coat and a white Cossack fur hat. Even the relatively bloated fur could not hide her curvy and exquisite figure, and with a cheerful and happy expression on her face, she seemed to have both the charming charm of a young woman and the simple and innocent innocence of a young girl. She looked like a noble lady who went out of the castle to inspect her territory. When Irisville stepped out of the cabin, a satisfied breath had already emerged on her fair and beautiful cheeks. She closed her eyes and felt the trembling sensation of the cold air entering her body through her breath. She said with satisfaction, "Is this the world of ordinary people? Such fresh air. I smell the breath of freedom. Alice, you are blocking the way for the people behind you." Beside her, a clear voice came with a little helplessness, and more likely, a doting that she herself did not even notice. She reminded softly, sorry, is this the only aisle here? Sorry, because I used to take my own private plane at home, so I forgot that there were other passengers on it besides me. Alice came back to her senses in an instant. She hurriedly apologized to the passengers behind her. "No, it's okay. It's our fault, madam. What can you do wrong? We can actually wait a while. This is a country with clear distinctions between the superior and the inferior. Especially Alice, whether it is her face or temperament, even the fur coat on her body, that is worth a lot of money, is enough to gain the respect of those ordinary passengers." They bowed and apologized again and again. Then they carefully passed the position that Alice made way for, and got off the plane carefully. During the process, Irisville's face had already turned red. She took advantage of the opportunity and hurriedly pulled the blonde girl beside her. The two of them quickly fled to the bottom of the plane. As for the luggage, there were naturally special personnel to take care of it. After all, the Eansburn family had nothing but a lot of money. After getting off the plane, the luxurious black car had already been waiting inside the airport. The driver saluted her respectfully and wanted to lead her to sit in the back seat, but Irisveal was very rude and forced to squeeze into the main driver's seat. Then he took Saber in a black suit and sped away, leaving the airport pickup staff behind with a helpless look on their faces. Having never been to the real world, they naturally had no understanding of all the etiquette and rules, and naturally did not know how much trouble their actions had caused to others. And until Irisveal got off the plane and drove away at a speed of more than 120 miles per hour, they did not notice that it was in a hamburger restaurant not far from the airport. Someone had never taken his eyes off her from beginning to end. Even because of his focused gaze, he ignored Saber, who had been staying beside Irisveal, so that Saber didn't notice that someone was watching them. I've never seen my mother like this before. Elia wiped her eyes gently. Her eyes were already red. She smiled and said, at that time, I forgot that, although my mother was already my mother, she was actually just a 9-year-old child. Yes, 9 years old. Linbin suddenly had an extremely absurd idea in his mind. He glanced at Elia. He thought to himself, an 18-year-old lolly girl and a 9-year-old mature woman, and they were mother and daughter. What kind of fairy family is Eansburn? Emiya Karitsugu is really a beast. He can do this. That one next to her is Saber Altria, the legendary Night King. Gilgamesh was sitting with his legs crossed, his face full of displeasure, sipping the orange juice mixed with essence out of boredom, obviously angry that he was in such a lowly place. He said, her noble phantasm, the sword of promised victory, once gave me some surprises, pleased me at first, and fought with me to the end. But unfortunately, it was only the first time. A king who can't even bear the evil of this world. King. Next to him, Tosaka Tokiyami was silent. He just stared blankly at Tosakarin, who was happily dealing with a big hamburger, and was rarely a little angry. After all, she was a little girl. At her age, she couldn't understand what it meant for her sister to be sent away. Although her sister was gone, seeing that her always strict father suddenly allowed her to eat this kind of garbage video, she naturally ate it with joy. She didn't know that her father's heart was already cold at this time. It was just a glance. As a result, his heroic spirit actually described the details, noble phantasms, and even the combat power of the other heroic spirit. He no longer had any doubts about what Linbin said before. He was already dead. Everything at the moment was just an illusion drawn by the evil of this world. Kotomin Kairi had been put under house arrest by him. Although he wanted to tear him into pieces to vent his hatred, his father was Kotomin Risai, the supervisor of the Holy Grail. In order not to disrupt the overall situation, he could only temporarily lock Kotomin Kairi up on the grounds that Kotomin Kairi had been bewitched by the enemy's magic. And he made up a lie so vividly. Who could have imagined that someone like Sakatokiyami would lie? Even Kotomin Kairi didn't notice anything unusual. Even though he was under house arrest, he still obediently carried out his master's orders. Let assassin continue to obey Sakatokiyami's orders. Abin, are you sure that the Holy Grail mutation this time is related to Karitsugu? Elia suddenly turned her head to look at Linbin and asked. Linbin replied, if someone really made a wish to the Holy Grail, then it must be among the 7 winners of the Holy Grail War. According to the clues and evidence I found, Emiya Karitsugu and Kotomin Kairi are both masters who survived to the end, and the person who made the wish must be among the 7 masters, but it is not certain who it is. Elia understood what Linbin meant. This information can no longer be counted. After all, this is not the Holy Grail War that time, and with the interference of those reincarnations, no one knows what happened during the 4th war. But Emiya Karitsugu is indeed a person who has a great chance of winning the final victory. If it was the master who made the wish, he also kept all his memories in every cycle, just like me. The hero King Gilgamesh said angrily, he must be watching my joke in the dark. Damn it, how dare he fool a king like this? Damn it. Linbin looked at Elia and said softly, if he really has a problem, you don't have to do it, leave it to me. Don't worry, I understand. Elia knew what Linbin meant. She said, I don't hate Shirao anymore, but that doesn't mean I don't hate Karitsugu. If he really did it, I will kill him without hesitation. I'm leaving. She sat up straight and turned to look at Sakatokiyami. Miss Elia, please rest assured I have mobilized all the power of the Tosaka family to find the whereabouts of a child named Chirao. If I find him, I will inform you as soon as possible. Tosaka Tokiyami said seriously. We are allies on the same ship now. I will do my best to meet your needs. Thank you, Master Tosaka. Elia lifted her skirt again and bowed gently, saying, then, I should go to Abin. Wait for my news. After that, she ran out of the hamburger shop. With a light jump, it seemed that something invisible was holding her up, and she flew away at a very fast speed. Obviously, after seeing her mother, Elia could no longer suppress her excitement. If she hadn't known that this was a cyclical world and everything in front of her was fake, she would have rushed over long ago. But even if it was fake, at least, the core of this person should be real. There may not be hope. It's time for me to act too. Linbin stood up and said, Master Tosaka, please make sure that Kotamine Kairi is under your control. Tosaka Tokiyami asked, what are you going to do? Linbin smiled and said, let's take all the advantages into our own hands first. The first batch of reincarnations who entered the secret realm didn't know where they were, but if nothing unexpected happened, there should be many other reincarnations entering this world. As the first reincarnation to enter, Linbin naturally had to confirm his own advantages first. For example, taking the command seal and becoming a master. And for Linbin, who could be easier to bully than the Matau family? In a sense, Linbin was a natural nemesis for them. Not to mention, he had a strong helper on his side. By the way, Master Tosaka, do you want to join us? Linbin looked at Tosaka Tokiyami and made an invitation. Tosaka Tokiyami was stunned for a moment and said, what? Linbin smiled and said, you already know that this world is actually a fake world. Here you don't have to abide by any rules and regulations. You can do whatever you want. You are already dead, and there are no rules that can bind a dead person. The so-called magic contract is actually more inclined to self-constraint. In other words, if you don't think you are breaking the rules, then the regulations will have no binding force on you. This is why there are loopholes in any regulations, because all you need to do is to convince yourself. But Tosaka Tokiyami rarely fell into hesitation. The most desired thing for a daughter who is trapped in a desperate situation and tortured by others is that her father suddenly descends like a god and pulls her out of hell, right? Linbin sighed, I don't think I'm a good person, and my main goal is to obtain the 3 command seals of the Matau family, but I don't mind helping some people who are suffering out of trouble. However, since you want to save people, I think it's more appropriate for you to save people yourself, if you can do 100% instead of 80%. Or, use your own eyes to judge whether I'm lying to you. Are you going to pick up your sister? Lin, who was eating a hamburger, suddenly brightened up, looking at the half-eaten hamburger in his hand. She licked her lips and smiled. Then I won't eat this half-burger, save it for Sakura. Tosaka Tokiyami said firmly, okay, I'll go with you. Anyway, I'm already dead. Even if I save Sakura in this world, it's just a false delusion. But even if it's a delusion, I want Sakura to suffer as little harm as possible. Then let's go. Do you want to go with me? It's boring. I won't go. I don't want to give my mercy to that woman anymore. Gilgamesh looked at Linbin deeply and said puzzledly, besides, what kind of mystery are you planning to play? It's not a mystery. I don't plan to summon the Holy Grail in this war. What? Linbin said, in this endless cycle, you should have achieved your goal more than once, killing 6 heroic spirits and summoning the Holy Grail, right? Then let me ask you, have you successfully escaped from the cycle? Gilgamesh thought for a moment and said, no. So the problem is not with the heroic spirits, but with the master. Linbin said, it's called the Holy Grail War, but once the Holy Grail is summoned, the world will be reset. By then, Elia and I will have completely failed, so my original goal was to ensure that no 6 heroic spirits would die in this war, and no one would be able to escape. There is enough magic power to summon the Holy Grail. In this way, Elia and I will have enough time to investigate slowly. How can we ensure this? That is naturally for me to become a heroic spirit. My heroic spirit plus you. That's a guarantee, isn't it? Gilgamesh realized, you really reminded me. I had never thought about this before. So it is wrong to target the heroic spirit. You should target the master and see which master is making the wish. Linban said, well, set a small goal for yourself first and kill all the suspicious masters first. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. I will go with you, but not to help you attack the Matau family, but because I really want to see what you can do, Tokiomi. Gilgamesh laughed. Tokiomi, you were boring before, but now, you suddenly become a little interesting. Ha 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 ha, Abin, right? Cooperating with you is really the best decision I have ever made. I didn't expect to see a completely different side of these people. Go ahead. Tosaka Tokiomi stood up with a complicated expression and walked out. He was hesitant at first, but soon, he was extremely determined. Linban followed behind him. At the same time, on the outer ring road of Fuaoki City, cars were speeding towards the castle of Eansburn. Eri, is the speed too fast? Saber sat in the passenger seat, looking at the cars that were quickly overtaken, and asked a little uneasily. Ellie said innocently, do you mean it's very dangerous? If there is a real danger, Saber, you should be able to rescue me in the first place, right? Of course there is no problem. Ellie said, then there is no problem? Saber blinked and said in confusion, it seems to be a problem, but it seems to be fine, so you drive it. Okay, speed up. With Saber's approval, Iris Veal stepped on the accelerator more deeply. Amid the roar, Saber's face suddenly became extremely solemn, and he said in a deep voice, now there is a problem, Ellie, be careful, turn. Ellie was stunned when she heard it, and instinctively turned the steering wheel quickly, but the car was still not agile enough. With a bang, a huge dent suddenly fell on the roof. Saber said in surprise, it's a heroic spirit. The Holy Grail War started earlier than we thought. Ellie, drive carefully, I will go up and deal with the opponent's heroic spirit. At this time, a clear and happy voice could not be heard in the sharp wind, shouting, Mom, open the door quickly. The two people in the car were shocked at the same time. Elia. Saber was not sure and hesitated. Is it possible that the enemy's heroic spirit has the ability to confuse people? It's Elia. Why did she come to Fuaoki City? Iris Veal hurriedly braked. There was a crackling sound on the roof of the car, and accompanied by a cry of RRR, a purple petite figure rolled directly from the roof of the car. Climbing from the ground, Elia covered her head, and a few tears were already in the corners of her eyes. I'm sorry, Elia, Mom was too excited, and forgot not to brake suddenly. Iris Veal finally remembered the traffic rules that Kiritsugu had taught her. She rushed down from the carriage. Looking at Elia kneeling on the ground, she checked her injuries with concern, but was surprised to find that she didn't even have a scratch after falling from such a high place. Mom. Elia's eyes were red, looking at the familiar face in her memory. For Iris Veal, it may have been just a few days of separation, but for her, it has been 10 years of longing, especially when she recalled the past 10 years, when she was dissected and transformed. Tears of grievance suddenly welled up in her eyes. Mom. She cried, threw herself into Iris Veal's arms and burst into tears. It seems to be true. Saber raised the invisible sword in his hand cautiously. He looked up at the empty place in the distance. She could feel it. She asked, Elia, have you become a master too? What? Iris Veal, who was holding Elia, suddenly changed her expression when she heard that. She said in surprise, Elia, could it be that you? Mom. Elia hugged Iris Veal aggrievedly. She didn't want to say anything, and just cried, until she was enough. Chapter 285 Wash your neck, and wait for me. It was mother-daughter nature after all. Just by gently hugging the delicate and tender body in her arms, Iris Veal had already vaguely noticed the difference between the girl and her daughter. That was the mark of transformation. Just like the artificial people other than her that she had seen in the Eansburn castle. Being cut open, being transformed, being tortured. Her eyes suddenly turned red. When Elia saw her mother, she had no intention of suppressing herself at all. She sobbed and complained to Iris Veal. Mom. Kiritsugu is so mean. Did you know that he adopted a son outside and then abandoned me? I heard that people in China value sons over daughters and think that daughters are just money-losing goods. I didn't expect Kiritsugu to be such a person. And after you died, He directly abandoned me for 10 years. After you died, he gave all his inheritance to his stepson and never told him that I, his sister, existed. I was so angry. 10 years. During these 10 years, I was tortured and reformed, but he turned a blind eye and secretly hid in Fuaoki City alone. He never thought of saving me. It is said that only mothers are good in the world, and children without mothers are like grass. Mom, you are gone, and Elia has become a grass, blown by the wind and snow, so pitiful. In the end, she was attacked by a group of bad guys. If not, Elia would have died more than once. Irisville hugged her daughter and burst into tears. No need to explain. The blood connection between mother and daughter made her sure that she was her Elia. 10 years later, I'm sorry, Elia, it won't happen again. It won't happen again. The mother and daughter cried together. Saber was left looking at the void in the distance with a vigilant face. Judging from the violent aura of the other party, it should be berserker. But unexpectedly, although it was a violent aura, it had a calm posture like the abyss, and there was no sign of attacking at all. After a while of vigilance, Saber slowly put down the weapon in her hand. It shouldn't be an enemy. She turned her head to look at Irisville and said, Ellie, I will drive next. You two must have a lot to say. Well, thank you, Saber. Irisville half hugged and half supported Elia and carried her to the backseat of the car. For her, it was just a few days since they separated, but as long as she thought of the daughter in her arms, who had been away from her mother for 10 years, and in these 10 years, her father didn't love her, and her brother didn't love her, she couldn't bear to let her go at all. By the way, change the route, Irisville suddenly said. Saber was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and asked, what? Aren't we going to the castle? No, let's go find Kiritsugu first. Even though she loved her husband deeply, when it came to her daughter, Irisville rarely showed some motherly strength and said, I have to seek justice for Elia, and Kiritsugu must apologize to Elia. This, okay. So the car turned around and rushed towards the downtown area of Fuaoki City. In the car, Elia leaned in Irisville's arms and whispered to her about her experiences in the past 10 years. Reincarnations cannot reveal their identities at will, unless the person who reveals their identities also becomes a reincarnation. But it did not say that she could not reveal her master's identity. On the way, she told her about all her experiences in the past few years, even including the attacks by reincarnations, and the only brother who died to protect her, but she changed the ending a little bit at the end, borrowing the words that Linbin had used to fool Tosaka Tokiyami and the King of Heroes before. After they escaped from the pursuit of the reincarnations, they came here, which was 10 years ago. What even Sakatokiyami knew, her mother must know too. But since they had experienced countless Holy Grail wars, she planned to wait until she met Kiritsugu to tell him. Then, she could see from his reaction whether this matter had anything to do with him. At the same time, in Fuaoki City, Imiya Kiritsugu's secret base, in a dojo, Imiya Kiritsugu, who was monitoring the battlefield, looked at the detection conditions of many battlefields that he had arranged in advance, and looked at one of the monitors that he had specially placed in the middle. The sudden change in sight caught his attention. He was stunned for a moment and dialed Irisville's number. After a few rings, the call was connected. It was not Irisville who answered the phone, but Saber. Imiya Kiritsugu had nothing to say about this heroic spirit. The compatibility of the two was really too bad. He said, let Ellie answer the phone. Saber hesitated for a moment, glanced at Irisville who was hugging her daughter, and said, sorry, Ellie said she doesn't want to talk to you now. Imiya Kiritsugu. He said helplessly, according to the plan, shouldn't you stay in the castle first, and come out at night, to attract the attention of the masters and heroic spirits? Now the plan has changed. Saber said in a very strange tone. Ellie said that you should wash your neck and wait for her. Imiya Kiritsugu. Wash? What? He listened to the other side's quickly hung up phone in confusion. At first, he was still a little heartbeat when he said wash. But I didn't expect. I looked at my right hand assistant Maya next to me, thinking, did someone tell Ellie about my relationship with her? Is the enemy planning to use this method to cause a lot of trouble for me as a master? This is not the same as the imagined Holy Grail War. It feels like a high-end business war, but in the end it turned into a method of pulling out the network cable and stealing the god of wealth. While Elia was complaining and approaching Imiyaka Itsugu, the Matau family, as one of the 3 great families, it was also the only family in Fuaoki City that could compete with the Tosaka family in terms of financial resources. The place where they lived should have been a place that the Tosaka family was forbidden to set foot in. Especially after Tosaka Tokiyami gave his daughter to the Matau family a year ago. But on this day, accompanied by the violent explosion of the Crimson Gem, the door of the Matau family was directly blasted out as a whole. Just as Lin Bin said before, the so-called magic binding contract is nothing more than a restraint on oneself. As long as you don't take the contract seriously, then the contract is really just a piece of waste paper. At least, when Tosaka Tokiyami really broke through the defense of the Matau family, he did not suffer any backlash from the magic contract. So, the last bit of scruples was removed. It was Lin Bin who invited him to come, but he rushed faster than Lin Bin. The protective measures of the Matau family were almost useless in front of him, and when he blasted open the door of the Matau family with a gem, his anxious look also took on a bit of joy. It was like a good student who had always had a good image in the eyes of the public suddenly smoking, drinking, and perming his hair. Is it fun? Not necessarily, but it must be exciting enough. And at this moment, for Tosaka Tokiyami, this behavior was enough to be called heresy. So in the underground magic workshop, after seeing the attacker through the surveillance, Matau Zauken, who was hunched and old, like a walking corpse, angrily hit his cane and lowered his voice, saying, "How dare you violate our agreement so blatantly?" The atmosphere in the magic world now is really incomparable to that of the past. Even the Tosaka family, which is famous for abiding by the rules, has fallen to this point. Someone broke in. Who is it? Next to Matau Zauken, Matau Kirihaya, who was wearing a grey sweater and had grey hair, supported his arm. There, 3 command seals were flashing scarlet light. Unfortunately, his power is too weak. Therefore, in order to preserve the combat power as much as possible, it is necessary to summon him on the eve of the battle, so as to reduce the consumption. It's Tosaka Tokiyami. Matau Zang turned his head and glanced at the corner. The girl with short purple hair heard the words, and her expression did not change at all. There was not even a glimmer of hope in the depths of her eyes. But the little hands behind her body had quietly clenched together. Don't worry, he won't come to save you. I know this Tosaka Tokiyami too well. Let's see what he is here for. The Holy Grail War is about to begin. Give him what he wants, and then let him leave. Matau Zhangyan glanced at Matau Sakura with a playful look, walking out with a cane. But just halfway through, there was a loud bang. The door of the workshop was also knocked open. Tosaka Tokiyami had already broken into the gloomy and terrifying environment. At first glance, his eyes were attracted by his daughter, and then he saw the surrounding environment and the dense insects in the insect room next to him. Insect Master. Everything coincided with what Lin Bin said. Tosaka Tokiyami said angrily, "Matau Zauken, when did your Matau family's magic become such a mean and dirty form? You deceived me. I only said that I would trade with you and pass on my Matau family's magic to Sakura, but I didn't say what kind of magic it was. Besides, didn't I do what we promised?" Matau Zauken angrily hit his cane and shouted, "On the contrary, you, the head of the Tosaka family, violated without authorization." He was halfway through his words. Tosaka Tokiyami no longer had the intention to speak. Looking at Matau Sakura standing there in a daze, Tosaka Tokiyami was furious for the first time. I don't know whether it was for himself or Matau Zauken, but at this moment, isn't there a best target for anger in front of him? "Sakura, I'm here to save you." In Sakura's helpless and panicked eyes, he strode towards Sakura. Next to him, Matau Kirihaya, who had always been resolute, turned pale in an instant. Everything he did was to save Sakura from suffering. But now Tosaka Tokiyami is here. There is no doubt that Sakura should still want her father to save her more than him. But if she is really saved by Tosaka Tokiyami, then his sacrifice is meaningless? No, he should be happy that she can be out of suffering. Matau Kirihaya fell into confusion. "Tosaka Tokiyami, ignore me. When did you become so arrogant? Matau's kin was very determined, snorted coldly, and slammed his cane heavily. Countless insects were densely packed, rustling, and they were already rushing towards Tosaka Tokiyami in front of him. But the next moment, a long sword filled with golden light shot directly from behind and stabbed diagonally on the ground. In an instant, the light shone brightly. Wherever the golden light shined, all the insects howled and screamed, and bursts of green smoke emerged from the place, and then disappeared. Lin Bin walked over slowly, looking at the alert Matao Zalkan. He slowly raised his hand, and the ring in his palm emitted a white light. This light was not more dazzling than the Zuanian sword, but it made Matao Zalkan cover his eyes in pain. The body that came into contact with this light melted and disintegrated in an instant. Sure enough, S-level items are actually infinitely close to the treasures of rule-based weapons. They are invulnerable to all kinds of demons and evil. Lin Bin said slowly, so if you are defined as an evil demon, then the Hashibi in my hand is your nemesis. Alas, it's sad Matao Zangayan, or Merrick. It is said that you have the strength to park heroic spirits with bare hands in your peak period, but now you have fallen to the end of being defeated by this light. It's also sad. Get out, stay away from me. Matao Zangayan retreated painfully, almost unable to maintain his human form. But as Lin Bin approached step by step, he couldn't even maintain a decent resistance. Especially when he held the Zuanian sword. S-level and A-level items, and both have extremely strong suppressive power against evil demons. Matao Zangayan couldn't even organize a decent resistance, and his arm was directly cut off by a sword. Go to hell. Lin Bin raised his hand and shouted. Under the blessing of Tai's sin removing and demon slaying protective spell, the Zuanian sword evolved into countless sword lights, and each sword light carried the supreme sharp energy to subdue demons and monsters. Absolute attribute restraint. After just a moment, Matao Zangayan had been shattered into a pulp. The sky and the earth are boundless, and the universe borrows the law. Lin Bin shouted in a low voice, with divine thunder in his palm, not sparing even the remains of corpses. Under the roar of divine thunder containing righteousness, soon, the corpses under the insect room were directly turned into ashes. All the insects in the insect warehouse were burned to ashes. Not a single one was left. Under the holy light of the Hashibi, no dark creatures could survive. And Tosaka Tokiyami had already hugged his daughter into his arms, choking with sobs, saying, Sakura, daddy will take you home, and will never let you leave the Tosaka family again. Even if someone dares to come and take advantage of you, daddy and sister will kill them all. Daddy and mommy will protect you. Daddy. Matao Sakura was confused for a long time, and it seemed that she finally remembered what it felt like to be in her father's warm embrace. She sobbed loudly with grievance. Let's go. Daddy will take you away from here. Tosaka Tokiyami nodded gratefully to Lin Bin. Lin Bin said, you go first, I'll stay. There are still some things to deal with, and it will not be convenient for you to stay here in the future. Thank you very much. Tosaka Tokiyami nodded. He held his daughter carefully in his arms, and ran out quickly. He kept whispering, Sakura, don't be afraid. Rin has been waiting for you at home. She misses you very much. Your mother misses you too. We all miss you very much. He left quickly. He didn't even look at Matao Kirihaya, who was kneeling on the ground with a confused face. Obviously, to him, Matao Kirihaya was not even an enemy from the beginning. As a result, Matao Kirihaya became even more confused. He no longer knew the meaning of the suffering he had endured during this period, until only Lin Bin and Matao Kirihaya were left in the insect room. Lin Bin looked at Matao Kirihaya and asked, are you going to continue pretending? Matao Kirihaya said confusedly, what did you say? You really don't act like a bootlicker. Your confused eyes are not sincere enough. Matao Zankan, do you think I can't find your trace? How could a person like you not have a few more hidden men around you? Matao Kirihaya's eyes suddenly shone with brilliance. He raised his hand. A grey shadow attacked Lin Bin. But when it encountered the light of the Hashibi halfway, it screamed and turned into ashes. Even with the power of the engraving worm, it couldn't get close to the other party. Matao Kirihaya or other, Matao Zankan who occupied Matao Kirihaya's body wanted to escape immediately. This man was his destined nemesis. Apart from running away, he had no hope of winning at all. But the next moment, in the familiar pain, blood spurted. He watched his arm detach from his body and fly high. Then, Zuaniwan's sword pinned him to the ground. I will accept the command seal. Lin Bin's immortal essence burst through the sword blade. In a burst of shrill and painful screams, even Matao Kiria's body had been transformed and was also severely restrained by Zuaniwan's sword. Matao Zankan struggled in such a twisted way, and gradually there was no sound. The corner of his mouth, however, was hooked into a gloating smile. It should be the smile of the original Matao Kiria. He was able to see the old bug fall to such a fate before he died, and saw Sakura successfully escape from the sea of suffering. He suddenly figured it out. What if he saved her? Sakura and Rin were not his own children, but didn't he still treat them as his own? As long as he cared that they were happy, that was enough. Thank you. Finally, he left a dying thank you. Matao Kiria died completely, taking Matao Zalkan with him, and Lin Bin took the arm with 3 curse seals, and glanced at the summoning circle that had been drawn on the ground, and the holy relics that had been prepared long ago. A corner of the dining table of the Knights of the Round Table. Fortunately Tokiomi left, otherwise, if I had to shout those second-year dialogues in front of him, I would really be so ashamed that I would kill him to silence him. Lin Bin raised his hand and transferred the curse seal to his own body. He had to thank the King of Heroes for popularizing this. Next was to summon his own heroic spirit. Chapter 286. Our goal: break through the Holy Grail in one night. Why did they rush into the Matao family at this time? To put it bluntly, isn't it just to enjoy the fruits of their victory? Holy relics? Another way of saying it is antiques. In addition, antiques with provenance and legends are valuable. Lin Bin is new here. Where can he get them? Declare. The once familiar lines sounded in the dead silence of the Matao family. If it was 10 years ago, Lin Bin would be so excited to summon his own heroic spirit. But now, he is only worried that someone will peek at his second-year behavior. At that time, he can only kill the man to silence him, and if it is a woman, he can only take nude photos to get each other's handle, and only in this way can he feel at ease. And with the seemingly second-year words and spirits, it can be seen with the naked eye that the formation that was originally just outlined actually began to show brilliance. In this way, Lin Bin is even more motivated. Just as he said to Tosaka Tokiomi, he plans to kill all the masters, but if he wants to kill these masters, he needs to face their heroic spirits. Those who can become heroic spirits are naturally not easy to deal with. If Lin Bin can also have his own heroic spirit, then heroic spirit can fight against heroic spirit, master against master. As long as his heroic spirit can help hold those heroic spirits for even a few breaths, then people like Ryuna Sukusuji and Weber may not even be considered a small fry for Lin Bin. And as the last scale ended, on the huge summoning array, the dazzling white light became more and more apparent. So far, Lin Bin finally felt something strange. His body seemed to have established some mysterious connection with the magic array in front of him. The immortal essence in his body flowed into the array in front of him like water. It was just that, as soon as this side flowed out, the true essence on the other side would make up for it. It didn't cause any loss to him, but the flowing true essence obviously played a great role. An illusory figure gradually appeared. So the immortal essence can also play the role of magic? Lin Bin thought to himself, maybe it's because I'm practicing the complete version of the secret of immortality. The immortal essence in my body is formed by the spiritual energy of various attributes entering the body, so whether it's magic or true energy, or any other attribute of power, the immortal essence can play a similar role. Anyway, there is no situation like Shiraimiya where the magic power is thin and can't supply the heroic spirit. The light gradually dissipated inside the formation. A figure in silver armor appeared inside the formation. It's not Lancelot in the plot, which is not surprising. After all, summoning not only depends on the holy relics, but also on the compatibility. Matao Kiria can summon Lancelot, which doesn't mean that he can summon the same heroic spirit using the same formation and holy relics. It's just that this feeling of summoning a living thing out of thin air still makes Lin Bin feel quite surprised. Looking at the people in the formation with interest, the unique sensitivity of the secret of immortality allows him to clearly perceive that there is an extra channel between him and the other party. Her every move made him feel the consumption of the immortal essence. In other words, I ask you, Are you my master? The figure covered in armor opened his mouth and asked Linbin. Linbin nodded and said, well, I'm your master. Very good. Since I have been summoned, what you need to do next is very simple. Find a place to hide, and then wait for me to take back the Holy Grail for you, and win the final victory. The heroic spirit in the formation turned his arm and said, I can sense that your magic power is sufficient to perfectly support all my actions. To be honest, I like this feeling of being able to fight the enemy to my heart's content. Very arrogant. Linbin did not tell the other party that his purpose was not the Holy Grail at all. Anyway, killing the master or the heroic spirit, in the eyes of the other party, the purpose is the same. He closed his eyes. Data information about the heroic spirit in front of him has appeared in front of him. Heroic spirit, Saber Master, Abin ability, strength, B+ durability, originality, B magic, A+ luck, D noble phantasm, A. Saber? Linbin couldn't help but yelled in astonishment. Why, is there a problem? The voice in the armor asked back, I'm best at using the sword, so naturally Saber, who has the strongest comprehensive ability, is the most suitable for my class, or are you actually looking forward to a different class? Why, are you not satisfied with my ability? Linbin really didn't have anything to be dissatisfied with, but he still kept in touch with Ella, so he naturally knew that she had already reunited with her mother, and there were no major changes in the plot. Iris Veil's heroic spirit is still Saber Altria, but since Saber's quota has been taken, it is naturally impossible for a new Saber to appear. It is not impossible to operate in violation of regulations, but the summoned one should also be of a different class. Nothing, just because there is already a Saber, so I summoned another Saber, and I'm a little confused. Linbin asked, by the way, can I know your real name? This will make it easier for us to cooperate in the future. Cooperation? What cooperation? The other party was quite unimpressed and walked out of the formation with a click. Wu Yu waved his hand and said, our way of cooperation is that you try to survive and I try to make the enemy unable to survive. As for summoning two sabers, this is not a problem at all. As long as the saber is cut off, there will only be one saber again. Besides, it's not like I haven't fought the Holy Grail War with two sabers before. The last Holy Grail War I fought was a full 14 heroic spirits. 14 heroic spirits? Linbin raised his eyebrows and glanced at her weird helmet that looked like a bull's horn. He asked, Mordred, did you recognize my identity? In this case, there should be no doubt about my strength, right? After all, I'm the one who ended the legend of King Arthur. Saber. Or rather, Mordred proudly took off the mask on his head, revealing a face full of vitality. It was the same as Altria's, but instead of having smooth shoulder-length hair like Altria, her hair was cut randomly and tied at the back of her head, making her look more youthful and energetic. If Altria sat quietly when she wasn't eating, she looked like a quiet young lady. Then the girl in front of him looked like an outgoing tomboy who could play with boys. It can only be said that being beautiful is justice. Even with such a casual outfit, it looks like this girl is so beautiful. Linbin nodded and said, of course, I'm very satisfied with your ability. In fact, I have already deployed a perfect plan. Summoning you is the last link of my plan. Now that you have appeared, we can act. Oh, what plan? Tell me about it. As the next heir to King Arthur, as he thought, Mordred naturally has the good quality of being able to listen to the opinions of his subjects. It's very simple. I have mastered the information of all the enemy's masters. What I need to do next is to kill them one by one. First, kill Caster and his master, then kill Lancer and his master, and then kill Rider and his master. If everything goes well, we can win the final victory overnight. Oh, this idea suits my taste. Let's go. Act quickly. Oh, wait. I suddenly found a piece of clothing I like very much. I like this world very much too. A flash of light appeared on Mordred's body. When the light faded away, her armor had turned into a white tank top and black short shorts that reached her buttocks. With the black boots on her feet, she looked like an extremely non-mainstream rebellious girl. But without the armor and weapons. Mordred also revealed her true form, but she was only a petite figure of more than 1.5 meters, and she was too thin to look like a warrior. She patted Lin Bin's shoulder carelessly and said with a smile, "I can feel what you keep flowing into my body. This is the first time I have seen such a generous master. I have a feeling that our compatibility will be great. Let's go. I can't wait to win now." "Okay, don't worry. I have already written down the little notebook here, waiting for us to eliminate them one by one." Lin Bin really took out a little notebook and opened the first page. There was a photo on it. It was a man with short red hair. He looked quite kind and gentle. Mordred came over and asked, "Who is this?" "Cast as master. I have locked his position, and then I will just go over and kill him." Lin Bin took out the positioning camera and took a photo of his photo. It can only be said that cooperating with Tosaka Tokiyami is indeed a good thing. Lin Bin is familiar with all the information of the masters. As long as he tells Tosaka Tokiyami this information, he has already got everyone's photos in less than 2 hours. And as long as there is a positioning camera, it is easy to find them. "I like your action more and more, master. I like the steps of finding the enemy and killing him." Mordred patted Lin Bin's shoulder in admiration. "Shall we set off now?" "Yes, let's go." Touching the photo that was starting to heat up, Lin Bin said, "Back then, Emiya, a giant warrior, broke through the Holy Grail War overnight. I wonder if the two of us can surpass his record." "Who is that?" "It's your stepfather." Lin Bin shook his head and said, "Just a very powerful human. Let's go." It seems that Kiritsugu has to be put last for the time being. Otherwise, according to the grudge between Mordred and Saber over there, I'm afraid the two sides will fight to the death. But it's good this way. It can also be regarded as giving Elia a little more time for family reunion. At this time, inside the Emiya dojo, Emiya Kiritsugu looked dazed, looking at the little girl in front of him with a face full of grievances and resentment. His first instinct kept telling himself that this must be a conspiracy. At this time, her appearance was probably to weaken his heart and find his flaws. But even if he knew, Emiya Kiritsugu still couldn't help but breathe fast. This is his daughter, he was very sure. And his daughter actually participated in the Holy Grail War. This was what he feared the most, but now it has become a reality. It's here, Mom. Kiritsugu is too much. He adopted a child here, and then completely abandoned us mother and daughter. Elia complained to Iris Veil aggrievedly. The words she said, coupled with Iris Veil's dissatisfied eyes, made Emiya Kiritsugu's heart, which had not yet participated in the war, completely confused. Obviously, Iris Veil could tolerate all his selfishness and behavior, but that couldn't be related to her daughter. Elia was the continuation of her life, and was more important than her or even him. I still think it's unlikely. You are really Elia 10 years later. Of course, 10 years later, I also lived here for a while, and I'm familiar with this place. Elia took Iris Veil and began to introduce everything in this dojo. The familiar look of the surrounding paths made Emiya Kiritsugu believe that the girl in front of him was indeed from 10 years later. But what concerned him more was the information in her words. The Fourth Holy Grail War. Emiya Kiritsugu personally destroyed the Holy Grail, causing the entire Fuuki city to fall into war, with heavy casualties. It was spoiled before it even started. Could it be that something happened in this Holy Grail War that he didn't know about? Otherwise, why would he do such a ridiculous thing? He fell into deep contemplation and self-blame. While Elia was pulling Iris Veil to introduce the dojo and telling her about Emiya Kiritsugu's atrocities, she kept paying attention to Emiya Kiritsugu from the corner of her eyes, looking at his guilty smile. It didn't look like he was pretending. It shouldn't be him. She breathed a sigh of relief. At that time, Lin Bin told her that Emiya Kiritsugu was the most suspected wisher. If so, he would need to be killed at that time. Although Lin Bin said that he would do it himself, Elia said that she could do it. But now it seems that she was just overthinking. The suspect is among the other 6 people. The family of 3 is deeply involved in the ethical drama. Saber watched the whole process, and she was also thinking. Emiya Kiritsugu destroyed the Holy Grail. He obviously wanted the Holy Grail so much. Is it for some other reason? I don't know. If such an order was given suddenly, Saber would definitely find it difficult to understand. But now that it hasn't happened yet, she has enough time to think about the hidden truth in it. But before she had time to think too much, She couldn't help but frown slightly and turned her head to look into the distance. Imiyaka Itsugu was the first to notice Saber's solemn expression and asked, "What happened?" "The battle, the Holy Grail War, has begun." Saber looked towards the east with a solemn expression and said, "But this is different from the battle described by Miss Elia. Normally, we should be the first to start the first battle, but now it seems that someone has taken the lead. Go and have a look." Imiyaka Itsugu ignored those complicated thoughts. He immediately stood up and said, "Elia, you hide in this dojo first and don't move. Berserker." Elia shouted, and a huge black shadow full of oppression slowly appeared. Imiyaka Itsugu, don't get too close to the battlefield, otherwise you may be affected. Imiyaka Itsugu could only order so much. Not only them. In fact, all the heroic spirits and all the masters have also noticed the traces of the battle. The surging and majestic magic power is definitely not the cultivation that a human magician can show, and naturally attracted the attention of all the masters. All the masters and heroic spirits are basically heading in that direction. Only the King of Heroes sneered and said, "What a boring battle." And Sakato Kiyomi looked at his little daughter lying on the bed with love and guilt, and seemed to have no interest in the battle that had already happened outside. The doctor's diagnosis had already made his wife faint from grief. It also made him want to kill himself 10 or 100 times. But unfortunately, he was already dead. The real Sakura should still be suffering from such torture. But he was already powerless. The Holy Grail War? To him, it was no longer important. And the battle started quickly, and ended very quickly. The speed of the heroic spirit was very fast. But even so, when they rushed to the battlefield, they saw a corpse that had been chopped into pieces. There were also traces of a lot of evil magic, and summons raging next to it. But what they cared about more were the children who had been cut open alive on the experimental table not far away, and their intestines were pulled out to be used as props, and finally died of pain. Agarisville was the first to retch. The expressions of the later heroic spirits were also extremely solemn. At the same time, ha 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 ha, exciting, too exciting. It didn't take much time to deal with Caster and his master. Even before Maud had finished the battle, Linbin had already killed Ryuna Sukusuji in a nearly brutal way. Without his master, Caster's strength was mediocre. Facing Mordred, who had great control over him, he couldn't even make a wave, and was killed by her. And this obviously fits Mordred's aesthetic taste very well. She laughed and patted Linbin on the shoulder, saying with a smile, "I didn't expect my master to be so powerful. In this case, why don't we just wait there, wait for all the heroic spirits to gather, and catch them all in one fell swoop? You dare to think? Don't worry, next, I will let you kill heroic spirits to your heart's content. Quick, turn to the little notebook quickly." As soon as he appeared, he killed a heroic spirit with absolute advantage. Mordred was so excited at the moment. The only regret was that there were too few heroic spirits in this Holy Grail War. Unlike the last time, when there were 13 heroic spirits for her to fight to her heart's content. This time, there were not enough to kill. Don't worry, it's time for the next one. Linbin thought to himself that he didn't know which master was responsible, but it didn't matter. If he killed all the masters, there would be no problem. Chapter 287, The Holy Grail War is not a good war. Master, who is the next target? Mordred was really excited at this moment. The battle just now was indeed hearty and exciting. The caster on the opposite side was insidious and ruthless, making it hard to defend against. Even if it was the caster who was the least good at close combat, which hero from different time periods and different legends was easy to deal with. Mordred had to admit that this battle was the most dangerous and exciting she had never encountered in her life. Of course, she would never tell Linbin that the reason why she was able to win so easily was entirely because she had secretly practiced for a long time with Merlin as an imaginary enemy. After all, if the enemy was her father, Merlin would not be able to cross the mountain. This point must not be said, mainly because she easily destroyed the enemy. But Caster is still a little weak. Master, find me a stronger opponent next time. It's not satisfying. Mordred felt that he liked the master in front of him more and more. When other masters start the Holy Grail War, they investigate intelligence, carefully test, and intrigue. In short, they will never show their fighting power easily until the last moment, let alone let her fight to her heart's content. But in comparison, this master is so fierce. As soon as she came out, she arranged her schedule completely. It's as if everything has been planned, just waiting for you to come. As long as we cut them all off, and then we can get the final victory. Don't worry, the next one should satisfy you. Who? Lancer. Lin Bin eliminated the masters, naturally according to the standard from weak to strong. Although Kenneth's strength is definitely far superior to Waver, and it can even be said that he is the strongest of all the masters in the entire 4 wars. If he hadn't encountered Kiritsugu's origin bullet, I'm afraid no one would be his size in a single fight. There is even a saying that in order to send Director Ken to the west, the origin bullet was temporarily fabricated by the author. From this point of view, his appearance can be regarded as the highest among the masters. But Ryder's noble phantasm is too cheating. Unless he can destroy the entire inherent barrier with a single blow of the Sword of Separation like the King of Heroes. Otherwise, once he is trapped in it, even Berserker will have to kneel. You know, there are many heroes in the army of the King of Conquerors whose strength is even higher than that of the King of Conquerors. After all, Ryder is never good at fighting alone. Whenever thinking of this, Lin Bin felt a little sorry for the nuclear bomb he used to blow up zombies. If he still had that nuclear bomb. Although the range is shorter, the explosion range of 300 kilometers is definitely the nemesis of Ryder. In comparison, Director Ken is still easier to deal with. Lin Bin already knows his abilities thoroughly. Especially Kenneth is easy to find. He can easily find his location without even using a positioning camera. In the most magnificent hotel in Fuaoki City, he also set up the hotel as his own magic workshop with great fanfare, covering almost 3/4 of the entire hotel. His financial strength is so strong that it would probably make Tosaka Tokiyami's eyes glow green. Lin Bin did not rush in rashly. Instead, he and Mordred stopped outside the hotel. Mordred asked, "Aren't we going to fight in?" "Why? We made such a big fuss just now. Almost all the heroic spirits and masters ran over to watch the fun. Now Kenneth must not be in the hotel, but a master just died, so they will definitely not fight on the first day. They will be back soon." Lin Bin said, "It's rare that they took the initiative to leave their workshop. Why don't we just wait for them at their doorstep? Let me tell you about the battle plan first. No need to say, I already know your plan. I will deal with the other side's heroic spirit, and you will deal with the other side's master, right? If you are not satisfied, it's okay the other way around." "No, I'm satisfied." Mordred shook his head hurriedly. If she dared to hesitate, I'm afraid her opponent would really be divided away by someone. This master is a bit strong. Even now, the magic power flowing into her body is still abundant, and the combat power she shows is not much worse than that of a heroic spirit. Here, Lin Bin handed Mordred a small card. Mordred asked curiously, "What is it?" "The details of the enemy's heroic spirit. If you know this, it should be very helpful for you to win. You have investigated this too?" Mordred looked at the card in his hand. He was surprised and said, "You even investigated the attributes and treasures of his heroic spirit? How did you do it? You can understand that I have planted an insider next to him." Lin Bin reminded him, "Be careful, don't be injured by the opponent's mystical yellow rose, even though I reminded you. The injury cannot be healed. Do you think I'm the kind of fool who will ignore the specificity of the opponent's weapon and rush forward foolishly without caring about anything?" Mordred said contemptuously, then raised his head and said with concentration, "Here it comes. Yes, I see it." Lin Bin's eyes fell into the distance. A calm figure was slowly walking towards this side. Blonde hair, white skin. Although he looks handsome, because his head is deliberately raised, he gives people a kind of arrogance that is always looking down on others. But he did have the capital to be proud. At a young age, he had already become the second color magician, a monarch level figure in the clock tower. In a sense, compared to him, Tosaka Tokiyami was just a rich man in the countryside, and he was the real noble. Holy Grail War? It was just a gilded journey for him. At this moment, behind him, there was a large mass of mercury. It was his most proud magic gift, the moon spirit marrow liquid. It was a bit similar to Gaara's sand. But Gaara still had to carry the heavy sand on his gourd. and he was able to make the moon spirit marrow liquid follow automatically, which was considered an evolution. But the weakness was still exactly the same. "I'll drink first as a sign of respect," Lin Bin said in a low voice. He raised his hand, and the Jingwei sword turned into lightning like an arrow from a string, shooting towards Kenneth in the distance. This attack was very fast, but there was no intention of hiding it. "Master, be careful." Behind Kenneth, a golden light flashed. A slender figure with long hair has appeared, holding two spears of different lengths, one red and one yellow, and the teardrop mole at the corner of his eye. It was Diarmuid. He knocked the Jingwei sword away with a shot. Seeing that the Jingwei sword did not fly far away, it was like an automatic missile, and disappeared into the darkness again. Diarmuid said with concentration, "The enemy is well prepared. It seems that they have set a trap. No matter what trap it is, don't take it seriously." Kenneth said lightly, "When all the masters gathered just now, I concluded that someone would attack secretly, but it was not the style of that mad dog, but another master. It seems that I overestimated that mad dog. It doesn't matter who comes, just kill him." It can only be said that Kiritsugui Miya would never easily let go of the good opportunity for the enemy to leave the workshop position. But his daughter suddenly came through. His mood was a mess, and he encountered such an emergency before he had time to ask her about the situation. How could he care about attacking others in this situation? He should go home and sort out this mess first. Ha 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 ha, it's just as my master expected. It's a spearman. Mordred laughed. He transformed into weapons and covered his face. He raised the long sword in his hand and smashed it towards Diarmuid like a cannonball. Although she was a petite girl, her fighting style was the most open and bold. She put all her strength into every attack, and she would not stop until she smashed the enemy into meat paste. It was like a meat grinder, accompanied by a loud and crazy laugh. In an instant, she was fighting with Diarmuid. In the violent sound of weapons colliding, Diarmuid groaned continuously. The difference in strength made it difficult for him to resist Mordred's attack like a mad tiger, and he was beaten back step by step. Another swordsman? Or was the one before not actually a swordsman? Kenneth had no intention of helping. Instead, he looked solemnly into the darkness. The attack just now did not seem like the type that this rough swordsman would use, which meant that there was an extremely secretive enemy lurking in the dark. He gently stroked the moon spirit marrow fluid in his hand and sneered, "Aren't you going to take action? Or do you want me to help my heroic spirit and then attack me when I show a flaw?" "No, master. I can deal with the enemy in front of me." Diarmuid had rich combat experience. After a short period of being caught off guard, he quickly stabilized the camp. The two guns were almost swung into two gunflowers, and from time to time they were like poisonous snakes coming out of a hole. The sharp offensive and tricky angles made Mordred feel restrained for a while, but she was even more excited. He laughed loudly. Okay, this is the battle I long for. You are much stronger than that coward Custer. Come again, come again, come again." "Did you kill Custer?" Kenneth suddenly realized. "You deliberately led us out of the workshop. Then choose the easiest one to bully and eliminate the weak ones first." Lin Bin's figure slowly appeared, holding the Jingwei sword in his hand. He pointed at Kenneth and said, "Actually, I was more inclined to Weber. After all, as a magician, he is a rookie and easy to deal with, but his heroic spirit is too powerful. In comparison, I feel that you, Director Ken, are easier to bully." As soon as these words came out, Kenneth's previous calm attitude suddenly withdrew, and a ferocious and angry look appeared in his eyes. Weber Velvet, the student he despised the most, stole his holy relic and participated in this holy grail war. The powerful heroic spirit in the other party's mouth should have belonged to him, instead of the mediocre gunner in front of him who was always flirting with his fiancée. Lin Bin's words were like pouring a pot of gasoline on his angry flames, and it was 95% more flammable. "So, am I being treated as a soft persimmon? Hehe, interesting. Kenneth raised his hand. The moon spirit marrow liquid turned into countless mercury bullets and shot towards Lin Bin. Mixed with the sound of whizzing through the air, the speed was so fast that it seemed no different from bullets. This is also the reason why Kenneth looked down on modern technology. If the means can be reproduced by magic, why must we use scientific means to verify it? Lin Bin's figure suddenly disappeared. What followed was a black and white. Kenneth's pupils shrank slightly, looking at the surrounding scenery, and even the bright light in the hotel in front of him gradually lost its luster and turned into black and white, accompanied by the sound of indistinguishable location. It sounded around. Throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidney, heart. Which part should I choose to attack? It's just a trick, bluffing. You can't attack anywhere. After the voice fell, Kenneth's heart suddenly moved. Although he didn't notice any attack, the moon spirit marrow fluid around him suddenly moved and turned into an arc to block in front of him. The next moment, dents appeared on the defense. But until the attack appeared, Kenneth still didn't see where the enemy's attack came from. But it was not invisible and traceless. At least, the moon spirit marrow fluid noticed it. There were also several sharp sounds behind him. The attack in front attracted the attention of the moon spirit marrow fluid and then took the opportunity to sneak attack from the back. It is a weapon corresponding to this automatic attack and defense device. Kenneth sneered and thought to himself that it was a pity that you underestimated the moon spirit marrow fluid. Sure enough, the moon spirit marrow fluid, which had already opened a large range, opened again and formed a very thin sphere. Although it was extremely thin, in fact, even the 8 swords of King Yu could not break through the device of the moon spirit marrow liquid. They rubbed against it and produced dazzling sparks and then were bounced away. Kenneth's pupils shrank slightly, looking at the ripples of the moon spirit marrow liquid. He said softly, I underestimated you a little. I didn't expect you to be much stronger than I thought. You underestimated more. Lin Bin summoned casually. The weapons that bounced away seemed to be summoned, and they reorganized their formations and launched an attack on the moon spirit marrow liquid again. The 8 swords flew together with tricky angles. If any human was to resist such an attack, they would have to defend for a long time before they would lose. But the moon spirit marrow liquid, as an artificial program, obviously had no such concerns. If it can't be broken, it can't be broken. Even if the B-level weapon is extremely sharp, it can almost blast ripples on the moon spirit marrow liquid. But it is obviously not that easy to crack it. The 8 swords shuttled outside with infinite power. Although the moon spirit marrow liquid was airtight, from the outside, every sword was within reach of Kenneth, and he would die if he was not careful. Diarmuid shouted, Master, I'll help you. No need to help me. The biggest help to me is for you to defeat the other party's heroic spirit. Upon hearing this, Diarmuid casually threw the yellow pistol to the ground. Instead, he tightened his grip on the red spear, and it seemed that he was ready to fight the enemy to the death. Ha 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 ha, it should have been done long ago. 2 guns, the power is scattered and not concentrated. There is no way they can be my opponent. Come on, come on. Mordred shouted excitedly, holding the sword and slashing over. On the battlefield of the main master here, Kenneth saw the sword light and could not react in time. He took out a bottle of test tube. It contained the essence of the moon spirit marrow liquid. If it was penetrated into the moon spirit marrow liquid, its defense would be greatly enhanced. Although in this way, its operation would be more clumsy. But the enemy's offensive was airtight. It must be strengthened. As the mercury in the test tube leaked out, the moon spirit marrow fluid was indeed thicker than before. The 8 swords were more difficult to break through. Lin Bin shouted, and the 8 swords gathered to form a sword wheel. The sword tips were all facing one side. The 8 swords were already united as one, stabbing straight at Kenneth's chest. The strengthened magic weapon collided with the strengthened moon spirit marrow fluid. They started wrestling. For a moment, fierce sparks flew. Kenneth had to infuse all his magic power into the moon spirit marrow fluid to enhance his blessing on the strength of the moon marrow fluid. But the next moment, suddenly, a black shadow shot straight towards him from another angle. The black object, about the size of a palm, took advantage of the struggle between the moon spirit marrow fluid and the 8 swords of the King of Yu to break through the defense. Obviously, Lin Bin's plan had not changed from the beginning. Attract attention and ambush in secret. It's useless. Kenneth shouted, and the moon spirit marrow transformed again, with most of it being used to stalemate with the 8 swords of the King of Yu, while the other small part directly clamped the black object at the critical moment. He breathed a sigh of relief, sneered and was about to speak. The black object clamped in the moon spirit marrow suddenly hummed. Two black light dragons extended from the object. The black object itself was stuck in the moon spirit marrow. When the black light extended, it pierced his heart. Kenneth's smile froze on his face. "Master!" Diarmuid screamed, accompanied by Mordred's muffled groan. She cried out in pain. She couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Obviously she had been seriously injured by Diarmuid. Linben sighed helplessly. "This idiot." She told her to be careful, but she still fell into the trap. The mother and son are equally reckless. But the next moment, with the death of Kenneth, even if it was not Kenneth who provided the magic power, he was still the transit station. Now the transit station is lost. The magic power that was originally full in Diarmuid was instantly depleted. "Die for me." Mordred stepped forward despite being seriously injured and swept his sword. Diarmuid's head had already soared into the sky. The remaining body slowly turned into light spots and disappeared. After confirming that the enemy was dead, she half knelt on the ground weakly and gasped heavily, sighing, "So powerful, this guy. So strong." Linben said speechlessly, "I should have told you his trump card, right? Knowing the trump card, can you still play like this?" I was too excited and forgot to play." Mordred smiled foolishly. "Linben, are you okay?" Fortunately, his attack was cursed, but he's dead now, so the curse shouldn't be a big deal. It just might take a while to recover. Mordred shook his head and said, "Lancers are so annoying. To be honest, I'm not good at dealing with people who have such a lot of twists and turns." Linben was about to speak. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. He rushed directly in front of Mordred. He raised his hand, and the 7 layering of blazing sky was raised high, and the 7 soft pink petals opened. And in front, the scarlet spear mixed with unparalleled magic power was already rushing towards this side. With a loud bang, Mordred, whose center of gravity was unstable, was directly swept away by the mighty airflow. She screamed, "What do you mean? 2 sabers are not enough. Do you want 2 more spearmen?" Through the 7 layering of blazing sky, she couldn't help but reveal a solemn look. There, a tall figure was standing there. Even though he didn't have any power, the sense of oppression he brought was even stronger than when he faced King Arthur. Mordred was shocked and asked, "What the hell is this?" While Linben was resisting the opponent's attack, his face showed a solemn expression. The singularity finally appeared. In this case, his actions against the master were correct. And this must be the obstacle from the Holy Grail. Chapter 288, Replenishing Magic. Bang bang bang. The crisp sounds rang out one after another. Each time a sound rang out, a petal of the 7-layered ring of blazing sky was broken. The power of this attack was stronger than all the powerful enemies Linben had ever seen in his life. Even the A-level item 7-layered ring of blazing sky could not resist it. Seeing that all the petals were about to be completely penetrated, Linben shouted loudly. With a style of Lankwei, he forcibly removed the 7-layered ring of blazing sky that was originally facing the outside, but was now forced to move towards him by external pressure. This kind of heavy and unmatched power, even Linben was not completely sure that he could remove it, but as long as he was sure, then the Hashibi would definitely make him succeed. Sure enough, as he unloaded it with all his strength, the defense and the spear were pushed aside by Linben. The next moment, a roaring explosion exploded directly beside Linben. The scarlet magic turbulence swept wantonly, but neither Linben nor Mordred moved, but let the strong wind rustle their hair. They stared at the front seriously. The sound of high heels hitting the ground was heard. The person who came was actually a woman. She was wearing a dark tights. Her long rose red hair was casually scattered behind her head, and she held a red spear in her hand. Although she looked extremely fragile, the bloody murderous and demonic aura always surrounded her. The whole person was filled with an ominous aura. Mordred couldn't help but let out a low roar of vigilance. He whispered, "Master, heal me quickly." "Linben, I can't." Mordred's body, ready to go like a taut bowstring, suddenly froze. She turned her head to look in the direction of Linben, with a look of unspeakable disgust in her eyes. He said with contempt, "You don't want to use this method. Master, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Now is not the time to worry about this. The enemy is very strong. Heal me quickly." "What are you thinking? Have you seen me fight people with magic? I'm not a magician at all. How can I heal you?" Bin looked at Mordred speechlessly and said with contempt, "And I reminded you of Diarmuid's abilities and treasures before, but you were still injured in his hands. Saber, how dare you let me heal you?" Mordred, "It seems that the two of you are really compatible. You started crosstalk so soon. To be honest, I really don't want your Holy Grail war to end like this." The man sighed, "I'm sorry, I have tried my best not to take advantage of others, so I chose to enter the battle at the end of the battle. Although you have been injured, as the source of the singularity, I cannot give you time to recover from your injuries. Please understand this. Please die here." Mordred said with a serious face, "Master, run away quickly, I'm injured. I'm afraid I'm not her opponent. To be honest, I'm very happy to be able to fight as your heroic spirit, although this journey is short. It seems that, although you are a little reckless, you still have vision. Let alone you are injured. Even if you are in your prime, I'm afraid you may not be her opponent." Looking at the graceful figure opposite her in a tight dress, her figure was outlined with curves. Bin said, "Do you know who she is?" Mordred, "You know again. I've already said that I've done a lot of homework for this Holy Grail war. The one in front of you is a queen of the Kingdom of Shadows. I'm afraid you may not even be able to beat her apprentice. If you want to win, I'm afraid you have to wait until your father's heyday to have hope." Bin was speechless. Did Scathach appear during the Fourth War? I don't think so. In fact, it seems that this guy has never appeared in any of the previous Holy Grail wars. This is a powerful heroic spirit of the shining level. Of course, the most important thing is that she actually appeared here. So who is her master? Bin pondered in his heart. Could it be that there are still small Holy Grails like Sakura and the Black Holy Grail? "Oh, you can recognize my real name?" Scathach slowly took an attacking posture and said, "Plus you just took the blow from my gun. I suddenly have some doubts. Which of you two is a heroic spirit, and which is the master? Who are you looking down on?" Mordred roared like a lion and rushed forward. Bin's words seemed to be saying that she was not as good as her father, and this was the biggest insult to her. But it was indeed her carelessness at first. Then she could only kill this enemy to prove that her strength was superior to her father's heyday. The treasure in her hand slashed and streaked dazzling light in the air. Although her left hand was seriously injured, for her combat power only dropped by 30% or 40%. Even if she was seriously injured, she could still persist in fighting against the strong enemy. Courage is commendable, but courage is the only thing that can be commended. Scathach raised her gun. There was a sharp bang. The gun body burst into fierce sparks, blocking Mordred's slash at an angle, and the gun head pressed down and pierced into the ground, causing Mordred to lose his balance and almost fall to the ground. It was completely different from Diarmuid's clever and changeable gun skills just now. What she showed was a gun skill that was far superior to Diarmuid, abandoning all the tricks and superfluous movements, and could almost be called an art. Mordred held the sword with one hand, and her speed was slightly reduced, but her strength was not weak at all. The petite body contained explosive power, even not inferior to her father. But facing Scathach, she struck one sword after another, seemingly opening and closing, completely controlling the situation and taking advantage. However, Scathach easily took all her attacks. She never used any extra strength, and each strike happened to hit Mordred's vital points, making her exhausted. Mordred's petite body used such a large weapon, which had some inertia. But facing Scathach, each sword point was interrupted, and she needed to recharge her strength. Mordred seemed to have become a runner who could run 5,000 meters, but was forced to run 50,000 meters into 50 100-meter races, each of which was a sprint. After a while, she was already exhausted. "Damn. If my hand was not injured, you would not take advantage of me." Mordred screamed wildly. The fighting style was even crazier, like a tiger and a cat, and he was crazy. The brilliant and shining king sword and the magic spear slashed each other again and again. But she keenly discovered that from the beginning of the battle to now, the opponent had not even retreated a step. On the contrary, she seemed to be aggressive and kept charging, but she kept moving forward, and then being pushed back, moving forward again, and then being pushed back again. "I really don't want to take advantage of you, but I really didn't expect you to hurt yourself when you have the advantage." Scathach shook her head and sighed. With one hand, she blocked the slash of Mordred's brilliant and shining king sword. With the other hand, she held another gun. It was the weapon that just attacked the two of them. She stabbed Mordred's lower abdomen from bottom to top with her backhand. But at this moment, suddenly, a cry rang out. Scathach couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and her head and neck were already looking behind her uncontrollably. The movement of the long spear in her hand was also deformed, but she reacted very quickly. Seeing that she couldn't stab the enemy while staring at Linbin, she let go of the magic spear with her right hand and kicked the handle of the spear with a light toe. Mordred groaned, and the magic spear had already pierced through his shoulder blade. This time, even his right hand couldn't hold the sword. Strange prop, it doesn't seem like the power of a treasure. Even Linbin's rescue failed to stop Scathach from seriously injuring Mordred. Even without using his eyes to see, Scathach stabbed Mordred's heart with another shot. But this time he was prepared. There was a sharp bang. The stream of light flew past, and the tip of the sun-covering sword was right on the head of the magic spear. Behind Mordred, Linbin put away the magic mirror. Holding the double dragon magic shadow sword, he slashed at Scathach. At the same time, the surrounding world was discolored again. The black and white tones submerged Scathach, but the 7 circling weapons hovering around Scathach still maintained their sharp cold light. Saber, step back, I'll deal with her. Linbin shouted. Compatibility is very important between heroes. If he encounters a restrained one, like Linbin, if he is asked to fight to the death with the conqueror King Iskander, Linbin's chances of winning are really not high. There is no other reason. He lacks the skills of group fighting. But facing Scathach, who is far stronger than Iskander, Linbin is quite eager to try. The 7 swords of King Yu quickly formed the Xiangang Bidal formation. Linbin was in the formation, and the Shuanglang magic shadow sword was outside the formation. While controlling the formation, the 7 swords strangled together, almost completely blocking Scathach. The dense and scattered sounds like silver beads falling on a jade plate rang out one after another. Scathach's 2 magic spears were almost waving flowers, but she was still forced to retreat again and again by the Xiangang Bidal formation. Obviously, there are only 7 weapons. She has experienced hundreds of battles. Even if she is on the battlefield, she has faced thousands of swords and soldiers at the same time. But the attack angle of each sword of the 7 swords was far beyond her expectations. It was only 7 swords, but she felt overwhelmed. What a magical combined attack formation. She could actually perform this formation with her own strength. Unfortunately, Scathach didn't even have the energy to praise it at this time. Especially the Shuanglang magic shadow sword in Linbin's hand was not in the formation at all. But he could shuttle freely in the formation without any scruples, interfering with her cognition and judgment of the formation. If she hadn't been experienced in combat and completely relied on instinct to resist all the attacks, she would probably have been injured by the enemy's sword at this time. Even so, as soon as the two of them fought, she was forced to retreat one after another, and Linbin took advantage of the situation. 8 swords attacked together, and the attack was mercury pouring down. And Scathach defended with both guns, defending as solid as a rock. Mordred was dazzled by the gorgeous moves. She stared at the stalemate between Linbin and Scathach with her eyes wide open. She knew that her master was very powerful, and the magic power that was constantly infused into her body was proof of that. But she really didn't expect that the opponent was so strong that he could tear the heroic spirit apart with his bare hands. She struggled to stand up and held the noble phantasm with her left hand, which was not so seriously injured. With a low roar, Linbin, who was fighting with Scathach, felt that his inner energy was running out of strength. No, although the 8 swords flying together did consume a lot of inner energy, how could my inner energy be like this? He looked back, but he saw Mordred holding up his weapon high and shouting, "Master, get out of the way." The noble phantasm was fully released. With the blessing of Linbin's full inner energy, the red magic torrent was strengthened to its strongest stage, like a surging ocean wave, surging towards Scathach in front. Linbin hurriedly stretched out his hand and grasped the flying sun-covering sword before the torrent hit him. Then he took advantage of the momentum and flew to Mordred's side. The next moment, Scathach was completely submerged. Wherever it passed, the ground was plowed into a deep pit several meters deep. All the buildings in front were destroyed by the sword. It ran for several hundred meters, and then the remaining momentum did not stop, like an anti-aircraft gun, shooting straight into the sky. Amidst the loud bang, the familiar magic torrent, like a destructive firework, illuminated the sky above the entire Fuaoki city. Linbin carried Mordred on his shoulders. He said, "We have to leave quickly. Since there is one more heroic spirit, there must be more than one. We don't have to fight him to death here. When your injuries recover, we can definitely kill her together." After that, he flew into the sky with his sword. A moment later, the red magic torrent was exhausted. Thousands of meters away, Scathach, who was pushed into the sky, slowly fell to the ground with a gun in both hands. She actually blocked the A++ level anti-military noble phantasm with her own weapon. But this move obviously also caused her to suffer serious injuries. She sincerely praised, "It is indeed worthy of being a hero from a different era. None of them is easy to deal with." At the same time, almost everyone in Fuaoki City saw the release of this red noble phantasm. Another war has broken out. Could someone have left the battlefield again? Gilgamesh sighed, "This magic power is gorgeous. I really shouldn't underestimate heroes from other times, even though they can't compare to me. This magic power is." In the Emiya dojo, Saber, who was standing outside the door and silently watching the three people in the house talking to each other, suddenly straightened up. She looked up and saw the red magic power gradually dissipating. A solemn look appeared on her face, and she said in surprise, "This magic power is..." For the first time in her life, her eyes, which had always been firm, finally showed a bit of hesitation. At the same time, inside the house, Elia also received a call. "What? You were attacked by an unexpected heroic spirit?" Elia listened to Abin's story and asked in surprise, "The 8th heroic spirit? It should be the 8th. I summoned the 2nd saber, which was strange enough. But now I killed a lancer, and now another lancer has appeared. I now seriously suspect that there may be 14 heroic spirits in this Holy Grail war." Linbin said, "The opponent is a heroic spirit stronger than Gilgamesh. The heroic spirit I summoned was seriously injured. I have to go back to that Saka residence as soon as possible to rest." "I know. I will meet you with Berserker soon." "Okay." Elia hung up the phone. He said solemnly, "It seems that Abin has found a normal route to pass the level, which led to the attack of the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail actually summoned a new heroic spirit to deal with him." Emiya Karitsugu asked in a deep voice, "Oh, so, there is a great possibility that he can take you out of this world?" Just now, his worldview was completely baptized. The Holy Grail war is over. He won, but in the end he gave up the war that was within his grasp. He did not return to Eansburn. In a normal sense, he had seen his daughter for the last time. In the following years, he raised a son here, and in the end, this son died to save Elia. And it was because of him that Elia was able to stand here as that reincarnation. Elia nodded and said, "It was he who helped me avenge Shirao, and even now the blazing sky sevenfold ring, which was transformed by Shirao's last will, is in his hands. But he has promised me that, as long as I pay the same props, he is willing to exchange with me." "Master." Suddenly, Saber rushed in. She showed a guilty look on her face and said, "Sorry, Master, I may need to leave for a while due to some personal reasons." I asked, "Where to?" Saber said seriously, "One of the heroic spirits who just fought has a deep connection with me, and I must go find her. Regardless of who won or lost the battle just now, if one of the parties was her, then as a father, she could not sit idly by and ignore her existence. She must go to see her as soon as possible." "Then you don't have to leave, we are also going to that place." For the first time, Emiya Karitsugu did not ignore Saber. He clenched his fist and said, "If the Holy Grail war is really over, if there are really heroic spirits beyond the scale, then I think it is necessary to communicate with other masters." "Thank you, Master. This is not for you." Emiya Karitsugu looked at Elia deeply. "If they fail this time, they will continue the endless reincarnation, but she will be assimilated." "What does this assimilation mean? Is it contaminated by the Holy Grail, or is it transformed into another different personality by the Holy Grail?" "No matter which one it is, as a father, he can't just sit back and watch." At the same time, Linbin carried Mordred and ran quickly to the Tusaka family. "Damn it. Mordred shouted angrily. If my hand hadn't been injured, how could the two of us lose so shamefully? No, strictly speaking, we didn't lose. But I lost. And do you really think that your little swords can kill that Scathach? Mordred said in annoyance. If I wasn't careless and didn't indulge in the thrill of fighting, we could have won. Lynn being comforted. It has already happened. Let's get back at each other next time. Master. Huh. Is there anything else? When we get back, replenish my magic. Oh, wait, what? Lin Bin said in surprise. Are you not satisfied with my magic power? But you don't. If you know healing magic, this kind of injury will take 2 or 3 days to recover. And if we don't recover from all the injuries, we will not be able to defeat Scathach. Mordred said unwillingly. In the Holy Grail War, 2 days is enough time for the situation to change drastically. I can't wait that long. I must avenge my previous shame. I need to replenish my magic and go back immediately. But the problem is that, even if you heal your hands, new wounds will appear in other places. Won't it affect the battle? Master, what did you say? No, nothing. Lin Bin sighed. I just feel that you are really nemesis of the spearmen. You are injured by 5 spears in 1 day. Since they took the initiative to ask for it, Lin Bin naturally did not refuse. It's better to say that the touch of carrying it on the shoulder is as slender and powerful as a mother leopard. Don't worry, I can make you foam at the mouth. Chapter 289 Exposed. The Tosaka family. In the spacious bedroom. The door was closed, the windows were locked, and it was as closed as a secret room. However, even with such a closed door, it still couldn't hide the charming beauty. Although it was only summoned for 1 day. But after several consecutive battles, Mordred was already very satisfied with the master in front of him. Even if he didn't know how to heal magic at all, the magic power that flowed into her body all the time clearly showed how qualified he was. In addition, the failure of this battle was entirely due to her negligence. In order to win back a city, Mordred did not hesitate to use magic to quickly heal her injuries. And the facts proved her choice was right. It took at least 2 days to recover 80% of the injuries before, but now it only took less than an hour to recover completely. At the same time, after a few hours, led by Allah, Emiya Kiritsugu, Irisville, Saber and others took the black Mercedes-Benz sedan to the Tsaka residence. The first person to greet them outside was not the Tsaka family's maid or housekeeper, or anything else. Instead, it was the Hero King, who was dressed in golden armor, and looked extremely arrogant. Seeing the Night King, he waved his hand and joked, "Hey, Saber, we meet again. You actually came here. How come? Have you finally realized all the weird and special things that appeared in the endless reincarnation?" Artoria asked warily. "Who are you?" "Huh, the famous Night King." "Huh, it was a stupid idea for me to be interested in you before, but you're right. After all, not everyone is qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with me." Gilgamesh sneered disdainfully and said, "If you are looking for Tokiomi, he is in the main building. Don't disturb my peace in my mansion." Elia asked, "Where is Abin?" "In the guest room, but he should be busy now." According to him, he just had a big battle with a magical spearman, which caused his heroic spirit to be seriously injured. He should be busy healing his wounds now. "Fighting?" Hearing this, Artoria's resolute face showed a solemn look and asked, "The battle just now was between that Abin and his heroic spirit?" "Of course. I heard from Abin that he is a heroic spirit who is as powerful as me." "Humph. I had a different eye for that kid before, but I didn't expect his vision was so poor. He would make such a wrong and stupid judgment. How could there be a heroic spirit in the world who can compete with me?" "Master." Saber showed a slightly guilty look on his face and said, "Since Berserker is here, can you allow me?" Go, Saber, do what you want to do." Without waiting for Emiya Kiritsugu to answer, Irisville had already hugged Altria's shoulders intimately and said with a smile, "After death, if you can still meet your former acquaintances through the Holy Grail War, it would be such a lucky thing. If they are relatives or close friends, you should just have a good chat with them." "Didn't Elias say that? Berserker is the legendary hero Hercules. He will protect our safety. If I want to kill them, even that Hercules can't protect them. But if I really want to kill them, it doesn't matter whether you are here or not. So thank me for my kindness, Saber." Gilgamesh walked back slowly. He turned his back to everyone, but couldn't help showing a gloating smile at the corner of his mouth. You dare to underestimate me, Abin. This is the punishment I will give you. So, the few people who just arrived here began to act separately. Even Imiyaka Itsugu was quite relieved to know that Abin and Tosaka Tokiyami were not in the same place. Compared to the unknown Abin, he still wanted to get information from Tosaka Tokiyami, who was from the same world, and listen to his judgment. He absolutely trusted his daughter, but he didn't trust the unknown Abin. Was there a possibility that his daughter was deceived? This possibility must be considered. As for Altria, she walked quickly in the direction led by Gilgamesh. She didn't know the golden guy, but inexplicably, she felt familiar. Especially the look on his face, with undisguised malice, as if he was waiting to see her laugh. If it was normal, this level of provocation would be enough for her to draw her weapon and teach the other party a lesson. But now, her heart was in a mess. Even the master who was supposed to be guarding by his side was abandoned. So what was a mere provocation? King Arthur had experienced wars, betrayals, glory, and desolation in his life. What had he not seen? But even so, for her, Mordred is still the most unique existence. She has been working hard for Britain all her life, but she has never fulfilled her responsibilities as a father. Even if the other party is a final murderer who killed her, she still wants to tell him. She doesn't blame her. Just running and running, as she gradually approaches the guest room. When she saw several maids, her sensitive ears also heard some very subtle sounds. What on earth is this? Strange voices. Altria, who has seen everything, has never seen them before. At this time, the maids also noticed someone approaching behind them, and hurriedly stood up straight, each of them with a red face, as if they noticed Altria's face. They were stunned at the same time, and said in surprise, Miss Mo, why did you come out? You are outside. Then who is in the room? Saber asked in shock. The person in the room looks like me. The voice fell, and there was no time to get a reply. Her sensitive hearing had already heard the very familiar voice, but at this time, the voice that had always been unruly and arrogant had become weak and nasal, as if it had been crying. Forgive me, I give up. Is someone attacking Mordred? Altria's pupils suddenly shrank, and she stretched out her hand to grasp the invisible sword of the victory of the oath. She shouted, stop it. She slashed the closed window next to her with a sword, blasting a big hole. In the smoke and dust, she rushed in. The two people in the room were stunned by the sudden intrusion, especially when they saw the face of the person who came. It was the person they had been thinking about day and night, and it could even be said that they participated in the Holy Grail war for her. Father. When Mordred saw Artoria, his flushed face first showed a bit of excitement and ecstasy. Then he realized something, and tried to kick Linbin away in a panic. But as soon as he moved, he couldn't help but change his expression, and the whole person hurriedly curled up again. By the way, he pulled the quilt next to him, and wrapped it around himself. Artoria. At this moment, she suddenly understood why Kiritsugu Imiya, who didn't care about anything, would become so out of control when it came to her daughter. Even when he heard her daughter praising another man so much, his face showed undisguised hostility. Just seeing her daughter praising another man would make her feel this way. What kind of feeling is it to watch your daughter being bullied? Even if there are still countless knots and grudges between the two sides that have not been resolved, only at this moment, for the first time, Artoria could hardly suppress the anger in her chest. The hair on his head was still there, but the fire of anger in his eyes was burning fiercely, and there were already signs of him turning evil. I will kill you. He raised his sword and slashed wildly. The Wind King was like a hammer, and he blasted towards Linbin. Fuck. Linbin screamed. He didn't expect that he would make the heroine who had the most deserved luck in the world so angry on their first meeting. He immediately dodged and fled out along the gap opened by Altria. Don't run away. Altria was so angry that her face turned red. She wanted to chase after him, but looking at Mordred who was curled up in a ball at this time, she still couldn't help but ask with concern, Mordred, are you okay? Do you want me to help you check your wound? Check your ass. Mordred was ashamed and angry, his face was swollen and red, and he shouted angrily, go after him. How can I deal with you if you stay here? Altria reacted after hearing what he said, roared angrily, and rushed out. Mordred was left curled up in the bed, looking at the place where the two had left. He couldn't help but snorted angrily and complained, "Why are you pretending to be like this now? Why were you so dismissive when I confessed to you?" It was a very strange feeling. If it was normal, Mordred would draw his sword immediately when he saw Altria, and then slash at her fiercely. The two of them had to fight to the death again. But this way of meeting, she couldn't draw her sword, especially when the other party looked like she was completely touched. It made her suddenly have an inexplicable illusion. Could it be that my father actually cares about me? It's just because I'm a so-called naughty child that I can't notice it? No. This is not the point now. She jumped off the bed in a hurry, picked up the clothes that had been thrown around by the bed, and started to put them on. While putting them on, she complained, "Damn it, you threw it so far. You threw it all by yourself. You were wilder than me at that time, but the fact is that your endurance is not good." Linbin appeared beside her with a dissatisfied look on his face and said, "You actually let your father chase me?" Mordred said, "What else? If you are caught in adultery, you must get yourself out of it quickly. Didn't your father catch up with you?" "No, I developed a new way to use the prop." Even Linbin didn't expect it. The time gem is not just to change the different time flow speeds between the two worlds. In a sense, it also has the effect of controlling the inherent time like Kiritsugui Miya. The moment he flew out of the window, he turned on the time gem. Then he rushed to the distance at a very fast speed, and then came back quietly when he was halfway, sticking to the wall and removing the restrictions. Watching Altria rush out along the traces he left. But the cost is also quite high. In just a few breaths, he spent a full 200 reincarnation points. If converted into Chinese currency, it is at least equivalent to 600,000 consumption. But having an affair with King Arthur's daughter is worth it. Linbin quickly put on his clothes and complained, "Didn't you explain that I was helping you replenish your magic?" Mordred was faster than him. It was just that she was discovered by Artoria, but she didn't feel panic in her heart. Instead, she felt that Artoria's anger for her was very novel. Sure enough, what a cunning guy. He actually thought of going back. Artoria appeared again. Linbin froze immediately. He turned around and explained with a wry smile, "This is actually a misunderstanding. I'm helping her to replenish her magic, you know." Altria said coldly, "I don't understand." Linbin looked at Mordred and said, "Explain it to me too." Mordred put on his clothes and seemed to have forgotten the shame just now. He said arrogantly, "What does what I do have to do with you? You also said that I'm not qualified to inherit your throne." Altria, "That's because you don't have the capacity of a king. I still say this now, but it has nothing to do with your behavior just now. You don't even recognize that I'm your child. Why do you care about me? Not passing the throne to you has nothing to do with whether you are my child or not. In fact, this throne even even Altria herself didn't expect that the long-awaited reunion between the two would be in this state. It feels better for the other party to directly chop at him with a sword, and the two of them will have a fierce battle." Linbin looked at this situation that looked like a family ethics drama. He sighed, "Mordred, your father is right. You should know that Altria participated in the Holy Grail War to rewrite history. Even she herself regretted pulling out the sword." Altria said dissatisfiedly, "Altria, why do you call me that?" Linbin, "Do you want me to call you father like Mordred? Forget it. Call me whatever you want. Just don't call me father." Altria sighed, and it can be seen that the relationship between the two is much closer than expected. It seems that the magic replenishment is not forced. She turned and walked out. She said, "We are here to discuss the weirdness of this Holy Grail War. If you have finished, come quickly. If you haven't finished, can you wait for us for a while?" Seeing Altria, Mordred instantly came to the spirit. It was full of provocation. "Come quickly if you don't want to be beaten." Altria glared at Linbin fiercely. Linbin spread his hands and said, "What does this have to do with me? Why are you glaring at me?" Altria said coldly, "You bullied my daughter, and you still expect me to smile at you?" Linbin sighed, "Actually, we bullied each other." Altria. Chapter 290. There are too many suspicious places. Half an hour later, in the largest reception room of the Tosaka family, everyone sat together in the hall. but everyone's face was a little strange. Mordred did not hide her face directly, and her momentum was still fierce. She sat opposite with her legs even wider than when she faced Linbin just now. Her unruly appearance showed her provocation to Artoria. And looking at her face, that was almost exactly the same as Artoria's. Even a pig. No, even Zhuge could not guess the relationship between the two. But this did not prevent everyone from seeing the identity of this girl at a glance. Mordred. Iris Veal came close to Kiritsugu Ymir and whispered quietly, I heard that the destruction of Britain started after the first night Lancelot had an affair with King Arthur's queen. However, Saber is a girl, so this is debatable, but this is indeed her daughter, right? Fortunately, Britain has been destroyed. The queen paid such a heavy price for having an affair. If it was her own child who had an affair, I feel that it would not only be Britain that would be destroyed. Eri. Artoria frowned and called out impatiently, saying, although your voice is very low, I can really hear it. Sorry, I really have no resistance to this kind of gossip. Ellie smiled embarrassedly and covered her mouth with her hands and whispered, by the way, your daughter is so cute. She, sigh. Artoria could only sigh. She felt that, even if she met Guinevere or Lancelot, she would not have such a pure sense of frustration. How about we end this ridiculous ethics drama for now? Gilgamesh, as the real culprit behind all this, changed his interest very quickly and said, I think that the primary goal should be to break the Holy Grail cycle this time. Madam, no, now I have to add you, the Night King, you don't want your daughter to be imprisoned in this countless cycle and unable to escape, right? As soon as these words came out, everyone was silent. Ymir Kiritsugu said, this is also the reason why I came here. I want to ask Mr. Abin about the truth. Linbin ignored the knife-like gaze of Artoria next to him and asked back, you really don't know? Do I need to know? Because according to the orthodox plot, timeline, the person closest to the Holy Grail is actually you, although I don't think Artoria can defeat the King of Heroes. Artoria looked at Linbin with a fiercer look. Gilgamesh nodded with satisfaction. After all, you can't return the scabbard of Avalon to Artoria. If you are not in perfect condition, you will not be able to defeat the King of Heroes. This time, Gilgamesh's eyes were sharp as a knife. On the contrary, Artoria nodded in approval, then realized that her reaction was wrong, and turned fierce again. Linbin said, the 8th heroic spirit who appeared earlier has convinced me of one thing. The strangeness of this Holy Grail war is rooted in one of the 7 hosts. I just killed the second one, and an out of specification heroic spirit tried to stop me. It can be seen that I touched their sore spot. Everyone's face changed slightly. The 8th heroic spirit? This world is completely constructed by the Holy Grail. With the magic of the Holy Grail, it should be natural to summon some additional heroic spirits, right? We can't expect the Holy Grail to jump out to stop us on its own. So it is very reasonable to contain its own magic in the form of heroic spirits and assign them as agents. If I were the Holy Grail. No, if I were the person who controls the Holy Grail, I would do the same. Linbin said, so what we need to do is very simple. Continue with the previous plan. Among the 7 masters, one is already under our control, plus Ymir Kiritsugu, Sakato Kiyomi, Kenneth and Uriu Ryunosuke were killed by me, and the dead Matao Kiriya. The only one who is still at large is Wave of Velvet. Elia asked, what if it's not him? Then kill Kotamin Kairi. What if it's still not him? Then the suspicion may lie on the 2 of you. Linbin sighed. It is possible that the winner of the Holy Grail War erased his own memory and then participated in the Holy Grail War again and again, experiencing his own happiness. Although it was you too. But his eyes were more on Ymir Kiritsugu. Obviously, compared with Tausaka Kiyomi, Ymir Kiritsugu had more reasons to do so. I understand. Ymir Kiritsugu already understood what Linbin meant. He nodded and said, I will fully cooperate with you in the battle, but if it is really as you said, our action will almost certainly cause attacks from those heroic spirits outside the scale. As for them, Linbin said, we can first use Kotamin Kairo's assassin to search for the whereabouts of those heroic spirits. Assassin has more people and should be better at finding people than us. At present, the opponent's spearman is temporarily determined to be Scathach, the queen of the Shadow Kingdom. She is very powerful and can crush Mordred. Mordred said dissatisfiedly, that's because I'm injured. If it's a one-on-one fight, I'm afraid only the hero king on our side can match her, but the Holy Grail can choose heroic spirits at will. I think if there are other heroic spirits, their strength may not be much inferior to Scathach. They are definitely of the highest standard. Hearing what you said, this king is interested. Gilgamesh stood up with a bang and strode out. King, where are you going? Aren't you going to search for the whereabouts of the enemy? Gilgamesh sneered. After talking for so long, the main idea is just one sentence. Kill all the heroes we see, whether they are in the plan or not. But this king likes this plan, and even likes it to the point of being willing to patrol actively. Abin, you are honored. You are the first person that this king agrees with so much. Well said. To be honest, I love this plan too. Kill all the enemies. Fight madly. Mordred's magic power was so abundant at this moment that it was overflowing. She laughed softly and said, after so many sacrifices, it's finally time to take revenge. That damn Scathach, I must wash away my shame. Woman, you are more clean and neat than the Night King. I admire you a little. Mordred glanced at Linbin unconsciously and said disdainfully, who cares about your appreciation? You really think of yourself as a toy. Let's go, master. I made you happy for so long before, and it's my turn now. Altria opened her mouth and finally sighed. Then let us deal with Waver. Imiya Karitsugu said, I'm not sure if it's because of you guys who are out of scope that the enemy overreacted. If we were the participants of the Orthodox Holy Grail War, there should be some changes, right? It shouldn't be difficult to find his whereabouts, right? Of course. Imiya Karitsugu clenched his fists and said, leave Ryder to me. Okay. Linbin heard this and said no more. After all, Ryder is indeed a very difficult character for him, and it is a good idea to leave it to others. Then I will focus on Scathach. If I don't take revenge for the previous revenge, I feel that my heroic spirit will tear me apart. Humph, you know what's good for you. Everyone quickly split up. After separating, Linbin and Mordred walked out of that Saka family side by side. Mordred asked, don't you have that positioning photo? Why don't you give one to Imiya Karitsugu? Don't worry, Imiya Karitsugu never fights an unprepared battle. I suspect that the entire Fuauki city may be within his surveillance range. Seeing Mordred's dissatisfied look, Linbin sighed. There is no way. This is a problem of restraint. It has nothing to do with strength. Ryder's strength can summon a legion. Thousands and tens of thousands of heroic spirits come together to beat you up. Unless you have the power to destroy the entire inherent barrier with one blow, it is basically impossible to be his opponent. And don't you want to settle accounts with Scathach? That's right. Mordred agreed with Linbin's opinion. And just when Linbin started to act, in Fuauki City, in an ordinary one-family house. What? Cooperation? Help us defeat all the heroic spirits? Win the Holy Grail? Weber Velvet looked confused. He was surprised and said, aren't you the masters? Don't you want to win the Holy Grail War? The 7 people in the Holy Grail War were hostile to each other, but now there is someone who is willing to help him win the Holy Grail War without any desire. This girl is such a big piece of cake that it made him dizzy. He always felt that the other party must have an ulterior motive. No, we are not. Of course, we can't say we are not. Well, I'm indeed the master. The girl with striking red hair said solemnly, and the reason why we will help you is very simple, because you are the last pure in the Holy Grail War, and only after you win the final victory in the Holy Grail War can you ensure that the Holy Grail will not be contaminated. Are you saying that all the other heroic spirits have undergone some changes? What changes? Icekinder stroked his chin and looked at the pair of heroic spirit masters in front of him. The master looked okay, quite neat and capable. But this girl didn't look like a heroic spirit at all. Instead, she looked more like a little sister next door, very weak. He shook his head and said, and I don't think you two have very strong strength. Don't underestimate people. The red-haired girl smiled and said, don't look at her as weak and easy to bully. She is someone who has obtained the Holy Grail. Oh, she has won the Holy Grail War? No. In another sense of obtaining the Holy Grail, but it is true that she really obtained the Holy Grail. The girl with short pink hair said timidly, that wasn't actually me, but it was you two. Do you want to deny his achievements? This, not really. Anyway, in one word, are you willing to cooperate? If you don't want to, it doesn't matter. We will join the battlefield, based on our own judgment. To tell you the truth, this has become the largest singularity. Without our assistance, you may not survive a day. Help us summon the Holy Grail? No problem. Iskander held down Weber, who wanted to say something more, and said, but let me be frank. In the battle, you have to stand in front of us. Of course, her duty is destined to stand in front of everyone. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. So, the two quickly signed a cooperation agreement. When Linbin and Mordred came to the city again, the whole Fuaoki city was already in an inexplicable atmosphere. Depressed and gloomy. Although the sky was sunny, it always made people feel uneasy and restless. That was the assassins. There were so many assassins that they could almost be called a killer group, and each of them was very good at concealing their aura. Even a strong hero like a hero would find it difficult to find their hiding places. Not to mention ordinary people. But the murderous aura on them was too amazing. When the group was out, the cold aura would make ordinary people feel a little uncomfortable. Linbin also noticed it, especially Mordred, who was even more irritable and angrily cursed. Can you get out of here? Although the assassins were dissatisfied with Mordred's attitude, they were in a cooperative relationship at the moment, so they just avoided them. But at the beginning, Mordred was still quite motivated to find Scathach's whereabouts. The previous failure was entirely due to her carelessness. If she hadn't been too excited and injured her arm when fighting Diarmuid, the two of them would have joined forces, especially her master who was more or less restrained by Scathach. In fact, they might not have lost to Scathach. This is also the reason why she and Linbin only knew each other for one day, but she was willing to be put into magic replenishment by him. Not only because she didn't hate Linbin, but also because for her with a strong self-esteem, she could never accept the humiliation of losing a battle because of her fault. Therefore, she vowed to find Scathach to wash away the previous shame. It's a pity that the previous battle was too fierce, especially Linbin was fighting 8 alone, and he really couldn't spare any extra hands to take pictures of Scathach after the battle, which also caused the positioning camera to be completely ineffective against Scathach, and he could only rely on his own ability to find it. But as he walked around, Mordred's focus obviously changed to another place. For example, the roaring roller coaster at Fuaoki amusement park, the ice cream sold in the distance, and the snacks that don't taste very good, but look fancy enough. Fighting? Of course it is necessary, but besides fighting, it is also possible to find some happiness for yourself in the process of finding enemies. Master, that ice cream shop just now was so suspicious. Mordred had no money, so he could only grab Linbin's collar a little embarrassedly, and said a little embarrassedly, should we go investigate? Linbin. A moment later. Watching Mordred licking the ice cream naturally, his mouth was full of cream. Linbin bought 3 ice creams with a strange look on his face, and smiled. Let's go, all of these are for you to eat. It doesn't matter how much you eat. Yes, thank you, Master. In half an hour. Master, that haunted house feels a bit suspicious. Could Scathach be hiding there? Let's go and take a look. Master, that movie theater is so dark. Scathach is all dark. She must like this gloomy environment. Well, to be honest, I like it too. Let's go in and take a look. Linbin bought a big bucket of popcorn very considerately. He was exhausted just now, so he naturally had to make up for it. And I don't know when, the hands of the two people have naturally held together. Obviously, they have only known each other for a day, but it feels like they are already very familiar with each other. They played for a whole day. No, they looked for Scathach for a whole day, but in the end, they were fruitless. But both of them were very satisfied with the play, especially Linbin. The popcorn had been placed on Linbin's legs, and after eating the popcorn, Linbin did not throw away the bucket, but poked a small hole in it. Then, when Mordred reached out to pinch the last popcorn, she noticed something strange. But she seemed to know nothing, just stared at Linbin speechlessly, and naturally tied up her messy hair hanging beside her cheeks. Finally, she left a vague murmur. This is to make up for the time when my father interrupted me before. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291, The Reincarnation Appears. There were still 2 of them when they came in. When they left, only Lin Bin was left. I have to mention it. Not only did Lin Bin like this kind of public indulgence, but even Mordred was always looking for excitement. He was not only not opposed to this kind of thing, but also enjoyed it a bit like a sin. From this point of view, Altria gave a perfect assist. If you don't let me do something, then I will do it anyway. The rebellious girl's rebellious psychology, plus the last layer of defense has been removed. So, a whole day, except for the first 2 hours, they were patrolling seriously. After that, the 2 began to look for Scathach and started to go wild. Parks, fast food restaurants, toilets, and even streets. I can only say that the invisibility of the heroic spirit is a good skill. Even if someone passed by Lin Bin, they could only see Lin Bin's back. And except for Lin Bin, no one could see the obedient expression on the face of the girl who had always been unruly. After a long time, taking advantage of the fact that no one noticed, Mordred finally showed up quietly. He took the tap water next to him and gulped down a few mouthfuls. He sighed. It was a close call. I almost suffocated to death. Lin Bin smiled gratefully. Thank you very much. Humph, let's just say it's a thank you to you, Master, for giving me so much magic power, but to be honest, to me, this is nothing. Mordred raised his head proudly. Yeah, little Mordred is the most amazing. Do you think I'm a child, to tease me like this? Mordred kicked Lin Bin lightly, but the action was very light. Obviously, she actually enjoyed this kind of compliment. Then he complained, it's all your fault, Master. We wasted so much time. We came out for nothing, and ended up with nothing. Don't worry, we are not the only ones who didn't get anything. The enemy is very strong, and if they deliberately want to hide themselves, it's unlikely that we'll find them in a short time. Lin Bin comforted him, but don't worry, if we don't get anything today, we can still come out tomorrow, including the day after tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. The Holy Grail War has just begun, and there's still plenty of time. Mordred rolled his eyes at him and asked, tomorrow is just for patrol? Lin Bin, anyway, we can't be so careless as today. Just be moderate. Humph. Mordred didn't seem angry. Although she said she hated it, she actually liked the excitement of this kind of field battle. Lin Bin smiled and was about to say something, but her spiritual sense suddenly moved slightly, and she looked up and looked behind her. At this time, the 2 were sitting on a bench in a park. Not far behind them was a very busy street with people coming and going. Mordred asked, what's wrong? Have you found any traces of the enemy? No. It's not Scathach, but I have a very familiar feeling passing by. But for a moment, I really can't think of who it is. Lin Bin frowned. The spiritual sense of the secret of immortality is different from the spiritual sense of the cultivator, and it cannot play the role of eyes. It only retains the footsteps, breathing and even the sound of the wind when walking of the familiar people who have an impression of him. Just at that moment, he felt that someone familiar passed by. But the problem is that in this world, apart from Allah, where can he find any acquaintances? The person who knows him the most is right next to him now. Lin Bin stood up and looked carefully in the crowd. Then his pupils shrank, looking at the familiar, but somewhat strange back. From the back, only black curly hair and thin shoulders can be seen. Unlike those Japanese girls, who can bare their thighs even in minus dozens of degrees, this girl wrapped herself up quite tightly, but even so, she couldn't hide her beautiful and graceful figure. It can only be said that she is worthy of the genes of the Free Federation, right? Lin Bin shouted, Mordred, follow me. He quickly chased after him. Is it an enemy? No, an acquaintance. A familiar woman, a sex partner? Don't talk nonsense. Lin Bin quickly chased after him and shouted, Infide. The girl in front of him with a shoulder bag turned back in surprise. Her eyes were deeper than those of an oriental girl, with a unique exotic charm. Isn't it Infide who had met several times before, and established a good relationship? When Lin Bin went to the Free Federation, she had deliberately reminded Lin Bin quietly to run away quickly. Although she might have been just an emotional girl at that time, if it happened again now, she might not do the same thing. But no matter what, the two of them had established reliable friendship because of this incident, and Lin Bin would send her messages during the holidays. It has been almost 2 years since we last met. The last time we met, Infidi was just a young girl with a delicate appearance and immature behavior. But in just 2 years, she has grown into a very capable girl. Although she still has some of the clarity unique to students, her figure is well proportioned and is no less beautiful than that of a woman in her 20s. In this regard, the Free Federation has a good reputation. When Infidi saw Lin Bin, a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. She ran over in a few steps and said with a smile, "Mr. Abin, why are you here? Meeting an old friend in a foreign land." Lin Bin was also quite happy and said with a smile, "I should ask you this question. Why are you here? Me? Haven't I always been here?" Infidi blinked curiously and couldn't help but chuckled. "If I didn't know what kind of person you are, Mr. Abin, I might have mistakenly thought that you were trying to chat me up, and you actually asked me why I was here at my doorstep. You have always been here?" Lin Bin was stunned when he heard this. The reincarnation from the Free Federation now told him seriously that she had actually always lived here. The sense of disobedience came up all of a sudden. Lin Bin looked at Infidi deeply and asked, "You mean you have lived here since you were sensible and grew up, isn't it not?" Infidi was very sure at first, but after hearing this, she felt a little unconfident. Lin Bin asked, "Do you remember how we met?" "Of course I remember, Mr. Abin. You are an exchange student from China, and you came to our place for exchange, and I was responsible for receiving Mr. Abin." Infidi smiled with a bit of nostalgia on her face and said, "At that time, I remember that Mr. Abin couldn't get along with anyone, but I got along with him very well. And I also remember that I would send you messages every Chinese festival, such as Qingming Festival, Dragon Boat Festival, Zhongyuan Festival and Double Ninth Festival, without missing a single one." Lin Bin. It was indeed what she did. Just a few short sentences, coupled with her self-righteous expression, Lin Bin almost thought it was the truth. If he didn't know that she was actually a reincarnation from the Kala Free Federation, she would come here to contain the secret realm here and then be trapped in an endless cycle. Looking at Infidi with a friendly face in front of him, Lin Bin suddenly realized, so that's how it is. If I fail, I will become like her. I will not lose my memory. I will still recognize everyone I know, but the karmic relationship may be completely changed. For example, the master-slave relationship between me and Canon may become a pair of bullying lovers between schoolmates. The brother-sister relationship with Lenzu may not change. But with Yan Fei, it may be a complicated teacher-student relationship. After all, she is older. The Holy Grail replaced the original relationship with a relatively reasonable one and completely blocked the memory of the real world. Lin Bin asked, "Do you still remember Derewin?" An old-fashioned reincarnationist. Infidi reminded him to be careful of this person, who is also Infidi's direct superior. "Of course I remember. He was the dean of our school at that time. I remember that he was very prejudiced against the Chinese, so he always targeted you, Mr. Abin. I helped you get rid of his entanglement, but you also treated me to white ice cream." Mordred next to him looked at Lin Bin in shock, as if he didn't expect Lin Bin to be such a person. Lin Bin glanced at her, indicating with his eyes that it was just pure ice cream, without any messy stuff mixed in. The relationship has not reached that stage yet. Mordred snorted softly, and there was already a slight sense of superiority in his eyes when he looked at Infidi. "Dead virgin." And Lin Bin looked at her deeply and asked tentatively, "Infidi, do you still remember this thing?" As he said, he took out a ball of flame that seemed to be burning from his storage bag. Expanding fire. It was the A-level secret treasure that Lin Bin had taken from the underworld secret realm. Infidi was punished for losing this thing. Although the matter had nothing to do with her, the thing was here. If everything in the memory had been changed, he was very curious about what position this thing held in Infidi's heart. This is. Sure enough, seeing this familiar thing, Infidi's face suddenly changed. There was a bit of confusion in the depths of her eyes, and she said in surprise, "The expansion fire? No, I don't recognize it." No, I should recognize it. It's so strange. Should I recognize it or not? Ah. Mr. Abin, my head hurts. Her face turned extremely pale. She leaned weakly into Linbin's arms. Master. Suddenly, a worried cry sounded. The familiar torrent of magic rushed over. Compared with Mordred's pressure like a raging wave, this power was condensed and not dispersed. It contained a full sense of sharpness from the inside to the outside, as if just standing in front of her, she would be completely cut into pieces. Scathach. Mordred showed an excited look on her face. The magic around her was full, and she put on her armor. He laughed loudly and said, Scathach, you took advantage of my weakness to defeat me before. I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon, did you? Ha 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 ha. Come on, see me in my prime. The magic power in his body burst out, and the brilliant and shining king sword ignited with a stronger brilliance than ever before. With a loud bang, it had already collided fiercely with Scathach's magic spear, and with a low roar like a bullfight, Mordred rushed forward. The magic power that was still in his body and had not been digested in time was quickly absorbed through his skin, adding 3 points of power to her strength. Scathach couldn't help but change her expression slightly. She was not a person who was good at fighting the enemy with force. Now she used her own weakness to attack the enemy's strength, and she was at a disadvantage in an instant. Especially after not seeing each other for a day. The opponent's power has increased, which is incomparable to before. Despicable. I thought you two were upright heroes, but I didn't expect you to do such a thing as holding your master hostage. Scathach's spear almost left an afterimage, and she fought Mordred for dozens of rounds. But Mordred's strength was almost the same as King Arthur's, and it was obviously impossible for Scathach to rush over. She said angrily, next, are you going to hold my master hostage and force me to do this or that? Use this method to win the Holy Grail war. I really misjudged you before. I just want to defeat you. I don't care about anything else. If Mordred's previous performance was like a cat with its fur blown up, then now he has become a real little lion, roaring continuously, and the king's sword is almost swinging one sword after another to cut Scathach's vitals. Even she herself was shocked to find that her current strength was so strong that she might have surpassed her father. Is this guy's magic replenishment effect so strong? Or will there be different effects if taken differently? The two sides were in a stalemate for a while. As for Linbin, Mr. Abin. How come the fire is in your hand? No. How can I recognize this thing? The Holy Grail can forge memories, but it cannot forge props. Especially for Infidi, who had gone through so much hardship in order to find the expanding fire. She had a deep impression of this thing, and this caused the deviation of her memory. Infidi said painfully, why am I here? Because you failed in your mission and were forced to stay in this secret realm. Linbin rolled up Infidi's sleeves, and sure enough, he found 3 very unique marks on her white arm. Curse marks. Sure enough, just as Linbin expected, even the Holy Grail cannot ignore the rules, and in this world, the Holy Grail has not yet descended. The advent of the heroic spirit requires the joint cooperation of the Holy Grail, the command seals, and the master. The command seals are not difficult for the Holy Grail, but in this Fuuki city, the appropriate masters have already summoned the heroic spirit to participate in the Orthodox Holy Grail war. No matter how powerful the Holy Grail is, it cannot create something out of nothing, so it can only borrow. For example, a reincarnator whose memory has been completely cleansed by it. There may be other means, but at present, it seems that Infidi is definitely not the only reincarnator who has become a master. Secret Realm. Mission. Infidi could only helplessly let Linbin do what he wanted, holding her head that was aching, and said in confusion, but, what mission? Why should I carry out the mission? The back of her neck hurt. She had collapsed in Linbin's arms powerlessly. He carefully placed her on the bench. Linbin turned around and looked at Scathach, who had gradually stabilized her steps and began to counterattack after becoming familiar with Mordred's storm-like offensive. I didn't expect you to be Infidi's heroic spirit, but unfortunately, I have to ask you to leave here. Linbin slowly raised his hand. Around him, the 8 swords of Viking slowly emerged, and as he raised his hand, they turned their swords in the void and aimed at Scathach. This time, there was no need to yell at Saber to get out of the way. The two had already built up a great tacit understanding. When Mordred used all his strength to strike with his sword, as if he was chopping down Mount Ocean, several flying swords pierced out from behind Mordred, whizzing past her ribs, legs, arms, and even ears. They had a perfect tacit understanding. Just as Mordred's sword was gathering its strength, the flying swords also arrived. They blocked all of Scathach's evasive space and took advantage of the opportunity to attack, forcing Scathach to have no way to dodge and could only block with her magic spear. There was a sharp bang. Scathach groaned. For the first time, after giving her all, she was still forced to retreat. "Master, you did a great job." Mordred laughed excitedly. This absolute advantage made her suddenly feel that it seemed that being treated this way and that way by Linbin in the past 2 days was worth it. The two cooperated. One controlled the situation with the 8 swords of Yu Wang, making Scathach feel helpless. Mordred was the main firepower, and his output was amazing. The two of them joined forces to weave a dense net, covering Scathach, and the gaps for her to dodge became smaller and smaller. Although Scathach had many means, she was a spearman. Almost all of her rune magic was forced to be forgotten. Seeing the two of them joining forces, she had no chance of winning. Finally, she had to confirm. This time, she had no chance at all. But even so, as the biggest source of the singularity, even if I have to leave, I have to take you away with me. Scathach suddenly let go of her defense. Even though Mordred's sword was piercing her chest fiercely, she threw a throwing posture and shouted, "Piercing Deaththorn Spear." A scarlet magic shadow bent several times in the air at a speed faster than lightning, making it completely impossible to defend against. Then, it fiercely pierced Linbin's heart. The treasure activated. Chapter 292 Nemesis arrives. Scathach was extremely fast, and she was the first to arrive after starting late. She was clearly being forced into a dead end by the two men just a moment ago. But the next moment, she had already turned the tables, and even Linbin's life was in danger. Noble Phantasm. Master. Mordred obviously didn't expect the opponent's Noble Phantasm to be so terrifying. She screamed in shock, but did not stop there. Instead, she attacked ready to save Zao, and let out a howling sound, like a little lion whose territory was invaded, and she also released her own Noble Phantasm towards Scathach in anger. Rebellion against my beautiful father. It was originally just an A+ level Noble Phantasm, but under the blessing of Linbin's violent true essence, the power has reached A++ level. A much more intense and violent torrent of magic power than the last release swept towards Scathach, and during the stiff time, just after releasing the Noble Phantasm, Scathach had no time to resist. She didn't mean to resist either. The enemy's strength was unexpectedly strong, and the compatibility between the heroic spirit and the master was too high. If this master could be eliminated here, it would be considered to have completely eliminated this source. She did not try to resist the release of Mordred's Noble Phantasm. She just sighed with regret and said, "It's a pity that I can't fight you two in my prime. It's really a pity." After that, she let the surging torrent sweep her in. This time, she did not resist with the magic spear. After the majestic torrent of magic power, Scathach had disappeared. This strangely appearing spearman had been sent out by Mordred at this time. But although she disappeared, the magic spear was not affected by anything. The red lightning seemed to break through all obstacles and constraints, and went straight to Linbin in front of him. Mordred widened his eyes in shock. He didn't expect that he had killed Scathach, but he still couldn't stop the magic spear from attacking. But it was obviously too late to rescue him at this time. Linbin looked solemn. No one knows Scathach, the strongest spearman, better than him. Spearmen have the ability to act alone. The spear that pierces thorns reverses cause and effect, and there is no way to dodge it. He raised his hand. There were a few soft bangs. The 7 petals of the blazing sky sevenfold ring all opened, stacked up layer by layer, blocking the magic spear. The most direct confrontation of power. When the magic power and the true essence came into contact, the majestic airwaves swept across the 8 directions, and the heavy pressure made it impossible for everyone to stand. Linbin's feet were already directly stuck in the middle of the asphalt road. In just 1 second, the first layer of the blazing sky 7-fold ring was broken, and then the second layer, the third layer. All defenses were completely abandoned. The magic power infused by Scathach was so strong that it could even be said to be a sure kill to some extent. It would not stop until it pierced the enemy's heart. You know, Scathach is very strong. When they first met, she almost completely pierced through Lin Bin's blazing sky 7-layer ring with a single shot. Now that it is a little more powerful, it is naturally more difficult to resist. It only took a few seconds. The once indestructible blazing sky 7-layer ring was finally completely blasted by Scathach for the second time. But just when Lin Bin was completely exposed to the magic spear, a purple giant figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. The palm that was much bigger than Lin Bin's head directly grabbed the magic spear. The thorn-piercing spear that could penetrate everything was stopped by someone, even though it still burst out with endless powerful and terrifying breakthrough power like lightning. But with the gloves of Thanos, the power gem began to flash with dazzling brilliance. Roar. With an angry roar, the reverse cause and effect was finally completely destroyed under the absolute power. The indestructible magic spear was directly broken into 2 pieces in Thanos' hands. Hoo. And the pressure caused by this spear on Thanos is obviously also very great. That is to say, the Thanos summoned now is just a puppet with all his power. Otherwise, he would probably be amazed at the enemy's strength. At this point, Scathach's power has completely dissipated. What a pity. Lin Bin sighed a little regretfully and looked at the Bible of the Dead in his hand. Any living creature killed by him will be bound by his Bible and destined to be used by him. Just like Thanos in the Marvel world. But just now, it was Mordred who killed Scathach personally. If he could kill Scathach himself and get a chance to use the magic spear, then who would die? But think about it, Scathach is probably not even a living creature now. Even if he kills her, it is still unclear whether it will succeed. Well done, Mordred. He bent down and supported his knees, exhaled a long breath, and said, "Congratulations, Mordred, you finally succeeded in avenging your previous shame. Yes, it's worth it. The Queen of the Shadow Kingdom, in the end, wasn't she defeated by me?" Mordred paused and suddenly paid attention to another question, asking, "By the way, Master, what did you say before? Is this Scathach's strength even higher than my father's?" When she heard Lin Bin's judgment before, she was as angry as a lion whose reverse scales were touched, which made her more violent than being insulted in the face. But now that Scathach has been defeated, her focus is naturally different. Mordred defeated Scathach, and Scathach, Altria, so in conversion, it is Mordred, Scathach, Altria. Lin Bin smiled immediately and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. How to say it, this girl's mind is unexpectedly easy to grasp. He said seriously, "Well, yes, congratulations, Mordred, you have finally surpassed your father." Ha ha ha, what a coincidence, my father has also been summoned to this world. I want to tell her that I have surpassed her. Recognition? What recognition? I don't need her recognition and praise at all. I want her to understand that in terms of absolute strength, I'm above her. Mordred was very proud. For her, Master Magic Library. So I defeated Scathach with my magic library, which means I defeated the Queen of Shadow Kingdom single-handedly. Especially when she thought of her stunned expression when she told her father the news. She couldn't help but look forward to it. Maybe she would take the initiative to say, "Mordred, I did misjudge you before. You have the capacity to be a king. Forgive my short-sightedness before." This kind of words. After all, that was King Arthur. As long as she really confirmed that it was her fault, she would never be stingy in apologizing to her. "Let's go, Master. I just defeated a strong enemy, and I'm a little tired." Just as he was about to leave, Mordred suddenly stopped and looked at Infidi, who was placed on the bench by Lin Bin at this time, and asked, "What should we do with this girl?" "Put it here." "Just put it here?" Mordred was surprised. "Isn't she also your girlfriend?" "What does also mean?" Lin Bin explained. "We are innocent, just nodding acquaintances. And girlfriends, where did you learn this word? So vulgar." "Some modern knowledge will be automatically instilled in my mind." Mordred asked curiously, "You explained to me what nodding acquaintance means before. What is a posture of nodding?" "No, what does it mean?" Forget it. It's meaningless. Put her here. I also want to verify my guess. Lin Bin took a few photos of her first. Then, he infused a stream of true energy into Infide's body. He took Mordred and hid quietly in the dark. Although Mordred wanted to go back and ask for credit from King Arthur and said that she didn't care. In fact, she was still the simple girl who admired King Arthur and was proud of her bloodline. But seeing Lin Bin's cautious look, she followed him and hid, observing the movements of his sister. Sure enough, not long after, Infide slowly sat up. She moaned softly twice, and a headache appeared on her face at the right time. She said to herself in confusion, "It's so strange. Why do I suddenly have a headache and fall asleep here? No, I forgot that Mr. Derrien is still waiting for me to go back and report the situation." After saying that, she turned around and left in a hurry with her backpack. How strange. Mordred showed a look of astonishment on his face and said in surprise, "She looked surprised when she saw you, the master, just now. How come she fainted in a blink of an eye and disappeared?" She was not surprised at all. "I'm afraid the Holy Grail has patched her up again." Lin Bin's face was solemn, and he said, "This trip is not just as simple as killing Scathach. We have also gained greater results. Let's go back." Okay. Mordred didn't know what the gains were, which could be greater than killing the Queen of the Shadow Kingdom. But when she heard that she could go back, she immediately jumped for joy. She said, "I don't know if the king has successfully found the enemy. I hope she is not as fast as me, so that I can beat her twice." Yeah, we two have exchanged hearts and cooperated tacitly. Your king and her master are obviously not in sync. Don't worry, we will win. That's right. Mordred dispersed his weapons. He took the initiative to put his hand into Lin Bin's hand and said, "Reward for you." "Thank you." Lin Bin smiled. The two walked side by side towards the Tosaka residence like an ordinary couple. Meanwhile, on the other side of Fuaoki City, Saber, "Are you still thinking about your son?" "No, daughter." "Yes." Altria hesitated for a while and said, "Well, Eri, I have something to ask you. If you find out that your daughter has a very close relationship with another man in a place you don't know about, and then you suddenly break in and see everything about them, what will you do?" At this point, she paused and said, "Don't say that you will also join in this kind of joke. I'm asking you seriously, because I'm not a qualified father, so I really don't know what to do." Eri heard this and couldn't help but secretly look back at her daughter. At this moment, Ilya was grabbing Imiyaka Itsugu's collar with dissatisfaction. Although she was full of opinions, it was the nature of father and daughter after all. Although Ilya didn't want to forgive Kiritsugu, she couldn't help but want to act like a spoiled child in front of him. Not to mention that her core is already an 18-year-old girl. Even if she is 38 years old, she will always be just a little girl in front of her father. Alice said seriously, "I will call the police." No matter how mature Ilya is mentally, she is just a little girl physically. Anyone who attacks her must have a perverted hobby. "I will definitely call the police," Saber said tiredly. "Ally. Just a joke." Alice chuckled and said, "I will be very happy." "Why?" Alice said seriously, "Because I have confidence in my daughter. She is very good and will never be deceived by anyone. If that kind of thing really happened, it must be a decision she made after careful consideration. She believes that she has found someone she can entrust her life to. As a mother, should I stop my daughter from making a decision?" "Stop." Altria hesitated. "Is that so?" "Of course, but even though I say that, I will definitely get to know the boy better to see if he is really the kind the child likes. If so, as a mother, I will only bless them and try to make them happier instead of creating complications and becoming an obstacle to their love." Iris Veal said as a matter of course, "So it's impossible to say anything like joining in. After all, Kiritsugu is still here, and I'm already married. But you don't have a husband, so you can try to talk about it. Maybe it will be a plus for your daughter." "Alice, although the last sentence is a joke, what I said before is serious. Your child is very good. Trust her judgment. The more you try to stop her at this time, the more you will alienate yourself from your child, and your child will have a problem with you." Iris Veal muttered, "Although I feel that Mordred's opinion of you, Saber, is already very big. If you hadn't met in the wrong place and occasion, she might have drawn her sword and fought with you. Altria sighed deeply. By the way, Saber, I'm going to ask you a presumptuous question. Can you answer me honestly? Although Iris Veal was very concerned about Saber's feelings, she couldn't help being curious. She suppressed her curiosity for a long time, but in the end, the woman's gossip mentality prevailed. Saber said, ask. That is, you are the famous King Arthur, and Mordred is your son. According to legend, you are both men, so it is natural and reasonable to have an illegitimate child. The strong gossip in Iris Veal's eyes was so strong that even Ella could smell it. She said, but now, you are a girl, Mordred is also a girl, and although you have a wife, there is obviously no scandal or anything like that. Well, so I'm really wondering, how did you let another woman give birth to a daughter for you? I'm also wondering about this question. Saber naturally did not hide her intention from Iris Veal. The two of them had been talking about everything like sisters in the past few days. Hearing this question, she scratched her head a little confused and said, to be honest, I don't know much. Mordred has always been wearing a helmet. Before she took the initiative to confess her relationship with me, I didn't know her existence. So Mordred was able to join the Knights of the Round Table entirely by relying on her own ability. Of course, I actually liked her before that, but why did I suddenly have such a child? I really don't know. Then is her mother really your sister? Iris Veal thought to herself, sisters, incest or something. Too exciting, right? Sister Wang? That shouldn't be the case. Sister Wang's personality is not the type I like very much, so I respect her very much, but I have never had any close contact with her, let alone. As she spoke, Altria's mind suddenly emerged with the scene she saw in that room the day before. The two people's bodies were completely folded, so she could see their bottoms very clearly. Although she wanted to wash her eyes twice, the things that were imprinted in her mind could not be forgotten. How could she have such contact with her sister Wang? She explained, in fact, Sister Wang and I rarely have relatively close contact. Well, to be honest, I'm a little afraid of my sister Wang. As Saber's voice fell, a faint sigh sounded behind her. Said, Wang, saying this makes me a little sad. Who? Saber, who had a cute and innocent face just now, instantly showed a very solemn look on her face. Even Kiritsugu immediately drew out his submachine gun. One of the four was only concerned with coaxing his daughter, and the other was only concerned with gossiping. I didn't even notice. I don't know when. All the pedestrians on the wide street have disappeared. On the round table outside the milk tea shop in the distance, there are still a few half-drunk cups of milk tea. The TV in the fast food restaurant has just been changed. I can even feel the feeling of passing by people just now. But everyone has disappeared. In the distance, a tall and beautiful figure slowly walked towards this side. Seeing the face of the person, Kiritsugu and Iris Veal couldn't help but be stunned at the same time. It was because the person had a beautiful appearance and a graceful demeanor, just like Altria's face. It's just that she is much taller, and her body is full of charming charm. She showed a moving smile on her face, and said with a smile, Madam, if you are curious about Mordred's origin, you might as well ask me, the real person involved. After all, as her mother, unlike the king, I have always been very diligent and responsible in raising her up. Altria's face became solemn, and she said in a deep voice, Sister Wang. Chapter 293 Chaldia joins the war. Ailey, please come behind me. A bit of fear appeared on Altria's resolute face. Even when facing the King of Heroes, she had never been so cautious. At that time, she was completely unrestrained, and said that, if she couldn't win, she would die. It was nothing like now. It was like a prey targeted by a tiger. Even if the other party had not started hunting, she had already started to get angry, and was in the most alert state. Ailey looked deeply at the long-haired beauty in front of her with outstanding temperament, and a look of astonishment appeared on her face. She exclaimed, Saber, your family's genes are so strong. The child I saw before was like this, and the mother I saw now was also like this. How strong are the genes to make a family of several people look exactly the same? Altria said speechlessly. In this regard, Ailey, you are not qualified to say anything about me. Nonsense. Kiritsugu doesn't look like me and a liar. Iris Veal said that, even if he was a cyborg, He couldn't compare with your family at all. Be careful, Ellie. My sister is not an easy enemy to deal with. There are even rumors that she is actually the evil side of the Lady of the Lake, and her methods are really hard to guard against. Altria frowned and said, to be honest, I still don't understand how she got the things on me and made Mordred. Things on my body? What can a woman like you have on her? Iris Veal felt that Saber was really a bit naive. Enemy? Altria, in your eyes, am I an enemy? Morgan showed a sad look on his face, looking even more pitiful. She sighed. I have always admired you so much. But all of Mordred's actions were instigated by you, sister? Altria said unhappily. Teaching your own children to do evil, and even killing their own father. Do you really regard Mordred as your own child? I killed you, because of my love for you, just like I'm here now. Isn't it also, because of my love for you? Eiley exclaimed a little beside her. Yeah dear, I have only seen it in novels before, but I didn't expect it to happen in reality now. Saber, be careful. Imihara Karitsugu suddenly shouted. While keeping the submachine gun in his hand horizontal, he raised his other hand, holding a revolver on it. His treasured origin bullet. Its function is to cut and reassemble. For a magician with magic circuits, it is almost a deadly weapon. It will kill you if you hit it. I just don't know how much effect it will have on the heroic spirit. But looking at the burly man who was slowly approaching from a distance, the other party did not speak, but there was no need to say more. The enemy must be in the same group with Morgan, if they appeared here at this time. And they specially summoned Morgan. Needless to say, they were targeting Saber. It seemed that, while they were planning to hunt down the enemy heroic spirits, the enemy heroic spirits were also targeting them. In fact, the targeting was stronger. Looking at the burly man, Imihara Karitsugu asked word by word, King of Conquerors Iskander? Yes. The big man sighed and said, in fact, this king really doesn't like this kind of battle that is not open and above board, but there is no way. You have all started to form a team. If I don't find some allies for myself, I really don't know how I will die. Sorry, Night King, I have to ask you to leave here. It's hard to say who should leave. Elia shouted, Berserker. The voice fell. Behind Elia, a burly black-skinned strong man who was more than a foot tall slowly showed up. The huge axe in his hand alone was taller than the entire body of Imihara Karitsugu. He roared softly. His eyes were full of murderous intent when he looked at the King of Conquerors, but now it was no longer a simple heroic spirit, so Elia's control over him naturally improved greatly, until Elia uttered a sweet shout. Berserker, go kill that woman. Elia was not stupid, but after seeing Morgan appear, she knew that Artoria must have been targeted. In this case, changing horses to compete is the most reasonable opportunity. Let Artoria fight against the King of Conquerors. She doesn't think that in terms of legend, the King of Knights is inferior to the King of Conquerors. As for Morgan and others, as long as she is approached by her berserker, no matter if she is an nymph in the lake or a nymph in the river, she will not escape the word death. Berserker perfectly implemented Elia's order. The legs, as thick as an adult's body, slightly bent, tightened, and bounced up, smashing a huge deep pit in the ground. He was like a spring, and he was directly shot towards Morgan. With his strong magic resistance, he can almost be said to be the nemesis of all magicians. And in this hasty attack, Berserker's speed was beyond the range of human vision. It is certain that Morgan could not organize any effective counterattack except to escape. But facing the attack of this absolute natural enemy, Morgan just had a playful smile on her face, and her eyes never left Altria. After destroying Britain, she could meet the king she had been thinking about day and night. This was simply the biggest miracle in her life, a miracle that even the Holy Grail could not give. At this moment, she was unwilling to even look at others. And just as the attack was about to come, in front of Morgan, a girl with short pink hair suddenly appeared, holding a shield that was almost taller than her. She shouted. A thick protective barrier appeared, completely covering Morgan. Boom. Berserker's attack hit the barrier. There was a loud bang, and the sound waves flew. The foothold of Berserker and the pink-haired girl suddenly sank deeply. The heavy pressure splashed in all directions. Saber immediately protected Iris Veal, looking at the pink-haired girl with a painful expression and a look of astonishment. Obviously, it was not easy for her to block Berserker's all-out attack just now, but she really blocked it. Even she was not sure that she could do it, but this girl did it. And she didn't know if it was an illusion, but she always felt that there was a very familiar breath on this girl. While she was on guard, Iris Veal suddenly couldn't help but shouting softly, saying, "Look at your feet." I saw that the originally solid cement ground under my feet was drying up rapidly. As a result, fine yellow sand began to blow in the air with the dry wind, and the hot breath filled everything around. The cold Fuuki city just now turned into an extremely hot summer in just a few moments. It was just a few breaths of time. It seemed as if the world was overturned, and all the surrounding buildings and shops disappeared completely. At this time, they were standing on a desolate and boundless desert. It was a vast expanse of yellow sand, and except for the whistling wind, it was silent. Saber slowly tightened the sword of promised victory in his hand. A solemn look appeared on his face, looking at the vast army covered in the yellow sand. The treasure was actually a powerful warrior, and each warrior was as powerful as the Knights of the Round Table. This is my noble phantasm, the king's army. I and my warriors work together to conquer everything I see. I can decide. If it were a regular Holy Grail war, I might have invited you to join my army, but now. He suddenly scratched his head and said, "It's so strange. This is the first time I have such a strange feeling. It seems that, even if I invite you, you will never agree, especially you. You will definitely feel insulted. Since you know that I'm insulting you, there is no need to say it. Then come on." Altria did not show any sign of hesitation. She clenched her weapon and said, "Even if I'm alone. But your enemy is more than one person." Morgan waved his hand. The king's army glowed with golden light. Magic blessing greatly improved its strength. She showed a sick smile on her face and said excitedly, "The king's death is really not enough, no matter how many times I see it. Today, I really want to see it again. Don't talk too much, we will become villains if we keep talking. We are not here to take revenge, we are here to eliminate the singularity." A red-haired girl beside her showed a look of dislike and disgust. Elia's face quickly became solemn, and black magic circuits began to emerge on her body, gradually occupying her entire petite body. She shouted loudly, "Berserker, kill them all." With the blessing of Elia's magic, Berserker roared, and his body swelled a little more than before. The eardrums of the pink-haired girl Mashu were pierced by the majestic sound waves, but she gritted her teeth, and took several more slashes from Berserker. The pair of delicate legs had been pushed back more than 10 meters, but her shield did not even show any signs of breaking. Elia, give up on that little girl. She should have put all her strength into defense and attacked Morgan directly. Imiya Karitsugu's eyes were sharp, and he soon saw the clue. Elia responded. Berserker's movements changed drastically. He immediately changed his moves and slashed the ground with his axe and sword, and then lifted it up with force. Mashu exclaimed. Berserker threw the man, shield and a lot of soil out. Then, he passed Mashu and went straight to Morgan. Morgan laughed. His figure suddenly became illusory and avoided Berserker's attack. In the moment just now, she had performed more than a dozen magic tricks in succession, all of which were trigger type. The purpose was simple, just to deal with Berserker, who had an incredibly high magic resistance. Hard to kill, then trap him to death. Sure enough, Berserker had just rushed out 2 steps. With a puff, the feet were directly sunk into the mud. The mud was so deep that even a huge body like Berserker was swallowed up in a few breaths. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The whole desert seemed to be trembling with the loud noise. Berserker, who was trapped in the swamp just now, had rushed out alive. The swamp that could trap him just now seemed to have lost all its effectiveness suddenly. It seemed that he was unstoppable. But only Elia and Morgan understood that Berserker had died once in that breath just now. Oh, is the treasure the 12 trials? Very interesting. Morgan laughed with a twisted smile, and when she raised her hand, she had already grasped a solemn staff like a spear in her palm. In just a moment, she had successfully transformed this place into her magic field. Even if it was difficult to win against Berserker, it was too easy to entangle him. Behind her, an earth-type magic puppet condensed, rushing towards Berserker, his fist smashed right on the axe and sword, wrestling with him. Berserker, don't delay, kill him. Elia shouted. Roar. Berserker roared angrily. Just as Berserker and Morgan were fighting each other, Iskander did not delay any longer and shouted loudly, "My warriors, follow me and trample, 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 trample." In an instant, the sound of killing rang out in the silent desert. Countless warriors took solid and heavy steps, charging towards Imiyaka Ritsugu and the others. "Master, I need your help," Altria shouted solemnly. "Understood." Imiyaka Ritsugu raised his hand, and the command seal appeared on the back of his hand. He shouted loudly, "Saber, I command you in the name of the Master, use the noble phantasm, and destroy all enemies." The Wind King barrier in Altria's hand dissipated instantly, revealing the golden and gorgeous sword body. Countless magic powers were forcibly transformed into the power of light attributes and quickly merged into the sword body. In her shout, the holy sword in her hand seemed to become a medium, absorbing all the surrounding light into the sword body. The dazzling brilliance seemed to be a belief that would never collapse. Absolute convergence represents absolute strength. The blessing of the command spell made Excalibur's power even stronger than usual. Excalibur. With Altria's sharp shout, after a few breaths of accumulation, the golden light that was suppressed to the extreme turned into a beam of light and rushed towards the army in front. Although it was just a sword, under the blessing of faith and strength, it released a dazzling brilliance comparable to the sun, and even compared to the King of Conqueror's army, its momentum was not weaker. So strong. Morgan showed an obsessed look on his face and murmured, "This is why I like you, Altria. I can't wait to see your faith collapse." Seeing that the golden light was about to contact the king's army, a red-haired girl had already appeared in the forefront of the king's army. Shirao? Elia couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The girl raised her hand, and the command seal on the back of her hand glowed. She shouted, "Mashu, release the treasure." Mashu, who had just been shoveled away by Berserker, fell from the sky like a cannonball and took root in the ground with her shield, blocking the red-haired girl in front. The ideal city that is already far away. The shield, which was thicker than her body, shone with dazzling light and spread to all directions. In the dazzling holy light, a solid and beautiful city wall slowly emerged. Everything was protected within the city wall, and she was the only one left outside the city. But in front of her, the round and heavy shield was clearly. Altria's face showed a look of astonishment. It was clearly the Knights Round Table that she had used countless times in the past. She had worked on this table countless times and had eaten at this table countless times. But she didn't expect to see it again in modern society countless years later. Soon, astonishment turned into determination. Altria exerted more strength. The golden beam of light hit the round table of the Knights of the Round Table. In just a moment, the sky and the earth overturned, the world collapsed, and everything collapsed. The inherent barrier of the Conqueror King was completely destroyed in this confrontation of absolute power in the first moment, and everyone returned to the previous Fuaoki city at the same time. But Kiritsugu Imiya, Altria and others were all stunned. Mashu pulled out the shield with some reluctance. The world was destroyed by the aftermath of the battle, but behind her, those warriors who should have been destroyed along with the barrier were protected by her tightly. Even a strong one like Excalibur could not break through the defense of this girl named Mashu. Ha 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 ha. Magic reinforcement, using my magic power to consume the warriors of the King of Conquerors, so that we can temporarily escape from the inherent barrier and survive. Morgan showed a happy smile on his face and laughed. Your treasure is no longer effective. Even if you release Excalibur 100 times, it will be resisted by the ideal city. King, how are you going to deal with these tens of thousands of warriors next? Sorry, Night King, please leave here. Mashu showed a little regret on her face, but still said firmly, you are no longer as simple as a singularity. Because of you, the Holy Grail is deteriorating and infecting other worlds. You must be eliminated. Altria looked at Mashu with complicated eyes. She said firmly, do you want me to give up just like this? This is too much to underestimate me. So, my warriors, fight, give the enemy the greatest respect, and use our full strength to kill them all. Master, take Ali and Elia and go first. Atoria called to Imiyaka Ritsugu, paused, and said softly, by the way, say sorry to Mordred for me. In fact, I really want to have a good chat with her when we meet. But now it seems that there may be no chance. Ali, let's go. Ali said worriedly, but Saber, there is no chance of winning. This little girl is the nemesis of Saber. Imiyaka Ritsugu looked at Mashu deeply, and Ailey obviously knew the severity of the matter. At that moment, she gently held Altria's palm, and a little light flashed. For the first time, she did not consult with Imiyaka Ritsugu, and took the initiative to hand Avalon to Altria. Be careful, Saber. Let's go. Imiyaka Ritsugu hugged Alaya, pulled Ailey and ran away. Raw. Berserker roared angrily, as if urging Alaya to leave quickly, and Altria clenched the holy sword in her hands with both hands, looking at the thousands of troops rushing towards her like a surging sea. She was alone with a sword, and a smile suddenly appeared on her lips. Although this Holy Grail war ended a little too quickly, it was good to be able to see the people I wanted to see. Chapter 286 is finally released, and more than 1,000 words have been deleted. Alas. If you are interested in reading the real text, you can add my group 535,327,460, which contains the complete text. Chapter 294 I will raise your wife and daughter. Imiyaka Ritsugu escaped. In this case, he would be a deadly threat if he stayed there. The number of soldiers in the King of Conquerors was too large, and each soldier had the combat power of a heroic spirit. In this case, Artoria was fighting alone, and it was difficult for her to even protect herself. It was obviously impossible to protect the safety of the master. As long as one of these people could target Imiyaka Ritsugu and his men, they could easily kill all three of them. And if they lost their master, Artoria would be a real failure. So they could only run away, the farther the better. Behind them, fierce shouts and killings rang out, along with Berserker's fierce and angry roar. He seemed to be in anger all the time. No one chased them. Perhaps, even among warriors, there was no one who didn't want to challenge a powerful enemy, and chasing women and children. It was really not in line with their principles. After Imiyaka Ritsugu and others fled back to their car, Ellie rarely showed her style as a road killer, and squeezed Imiyaka Ritsugu to the back seat without hesitation to sit with Alaya. Fasten your seatbelts, she ordered, and stepped on the accelerator with her little foot. With the violent roar of the engine, she was already speeding towards Atsaka residence. There is no doubt that this is a target. Whether it is the heroic spirit holding the shield or Morgan, they are all here to target Altria. In this case, Altria's chances of winning are slim. Even with the assistance of the great hero Hercules. Hercules can beat the King of Conquerors, but the King of Conquerors is too unruly and directly conjured up a legion of tens of thousands of people. If you want to break the situation, you can only seek external help. The King of Heroes may not be willing to help, but Mordred, she is Altria's child. Although it was only a short meeting before, the meeting between father and son, no, mother and daughter seemed to be full of anger, but it was more like not knowing how to express their feelings to their children, and the rebellious children were all quarreling. At the moment, the only person who can save her is Mordred. It took more than an hour to drive here, but on the way back, it only took more than half an hour. Iris Veal couldn't even wait for the door of the Tosaka family to open. She stepped on the accelerator and directly crashed the steel door made of pure copper. She parked the car in front of the Tosaka family. Alice staggered out, not even caring about her husband and children, and rushed into the Tosaka family, shouting, "Mordred, save your father quickly. Your mother wants to kill her." There was no logic in her words. But at this time, Mordred, who was sitting in the meeting room, where everyone had a meeting before, crossing his legs, and waiting for his father to return, so that he could show off, strangely understood. His movements froze, and the conference table under his feet collapsed to both sides with her heels as the center. She glared with her almond eyes, stood up and grabbed Iris Veal's collar, and asked angrily, "What did you say?" Iris Veal spoke quickly. "The King of Conquerors and Morgan have joined forces. They ambushed us. The other side has a heroic spirit that can stop Excalibur, and the King of Conquerors' treasure can summon a powerful army." Mordred said angrily, "Where are they?" Iris Veal had difficulty breathing. She said with difficulty, "In Fuaoki, Shinto. Damn it, I finally achieved a feat that surpassed my father. No one is allowed to hurt her." There were several loud noises of mechanical friction. Mordred had already put on armor around him, and he rushed out with big strides. "Mordred, don't worry." Linbin stood up and shouted, "You run too slowly, I will take you there on my sword." "Wait." I will go too. Outside the door, Gilgamesh walked in and suddenly spoke. He said playfully, "It's very interesting. I'm also a little curious about the treasure that can block Saber." Lin Bin glanced at him and said, "I can fly over with my sword and support Mordred, but if you step on my flying sword, what if you fall? My flying sword doesn't have a handrail for you to support." "Flying sword? What kind of low-end thing is that? Is it worthy for me to ride it?" Gilgamesh said proudly, "I have a car, and I will allow you to travel with me today." Mordred said angrily, "Then why are you still talking so much? Hurry up. It's not your father who is really in danger, right?" "Gilgamesh, I won't bother with you." Unexpectedly, perhaps because of his recognition of the Night King, Mordred has a little more awareness of being an elder to her child. If he really bothers with her, wouldn't it be too damaging to the image of the hero king? No matter how narrow-minded the king is, it's not worth it to be serious with a child, right? So, a moment later, a golden light rushed towards Zindu. The speed of the boat was extremely fast. It was even faster than the flying sword. If it was a normal day, this lightning speed might cause Mordred to shout excitedly. But now, she was in no mood at all. She just stood on the edge of the flying boat, staring at the bottom. Lin Bin walked behind Mordred and said, "Don't worry, didn't Iris Veil say that she had handed Avalon to Altria? If you get the scabbard, you will get immortality." "Master, you don't understand at all." Mordred was wearing a helmet and couldn't see her expression, but just by listening to her voice, you could tell that she must be in a very bad mood at the moment. She seemed to want to say something to Lin Bin, but after hesitating for a while, she didn't say it. Suddenly, she shouted, "Found it." After that, she didn't give the Hero King a chance to land the spaceship. She had already jumped directly and fell down like a cannonball. At this time, everyone had already seen the battle situation below. I saw that the new capital had been completely destroyed below. Tens of thousands of warriors were charging. This was no longer a contest between warriors, but a battle on the battlefield. Especially since Artoria's Excalibur had lost its effect. With her strength, it was not difficult to defeat Mashu. With her rich combat experience, she could easily defeat her with a small move. But the opponent's noble phantasm was superior to hers, which was an irrefutable fact. It was Iris Veil who returned Avalon to Artoria at the last moment, allowing her to recover to her full state. Otherwise, I'm afraid she would have died completely in the charge of countless warriors. Just like now, there is no trace of Berserker. In this state, the characteristic of the 12 trials, that can be immune to the last damage, was reduced to the lowest level. It's true that many ants bite the elephant to death. But Artoria is still holding on, even, she is about to win. With Avalon, she is almost immortal. Even when facing the charge of thousands of troops, she was not afraid at all. Not being able to fire the oath cannon did not mean that the oath of victory sword had become a stick. She faced the charge of the Conqueror King's army alone with her own sword. Charge. Charge. Charge again. She blocked countless enemy attacks, and later, in order to save energy, she simply ignored them. She killed all the enemies who rushed in front of her, and then fought her way through this mighty army. Kill, kill, kill. One person, facing a legion. Exhausted, she swung the weapon in her hand almost mechanically. She was so tired that she could only kill the enemy with a headache, and she didn't even want to waste the energy to raise her head. I remember the last time I was exhausted was during the battle at Jianlan, but this time, I didn't have the complicated emotions of last time, because this time it was just a simple enemy, not like last time, someone she couldn't kill. So, just kill them. She screamed, and sent the sword into the chest of an enemy, piercing him directly. She waved the sword of promised victory, and prepared to fight the next enemy, but suddenly there was a hole in front of her. The army of the King of Conquerors had been killed by her. The enemy whose chest she had just pierced was wearing a large banner, and his expression was stunned. He looked at Altria with shock in his eyes that could not be concealed. The King of Conquerors obviously never thought that someone could completely destroy his king's army with his own strength when the treasure was sealed. He showed an admiring look on his face and exclaimed, "Well done, Saber. Awesome." The King of Conquerors lay down and slowly turned into pure magic and dissipated. "Awesome." Mashu held the shield, originally intended to defend against Altria's Excalibur, but now, she had already been stunned. Morgan was silent throughout the whole process, but at this time, his face showed a twisted sense of pleasure. After killing the enemy, Altria stood with her sword, breathing heavily, and she sighed. Avalon, an utopia that isolates everything? But that's not the way to deal with it. She was about to step forward. Suddenly, a cannonball fell directly from the sky. It hit the ground heavily. Smoke and dust filled the air, blocking Altria and Morgan directly between them. Who dares to kill her? The voice in Mordred's armor was purring, like a little lion, that was completely enraged by the enemy, angrily protecting Altria. Seeing Mordred, Altria's voice was a little relieved, and she said, Mordred, you are finally here. King, you can't die so quickly this time. I haven't. I'm sorry. What? Mordred looked back in confusion, and then saw Altria's figure starting from her feet, along with the indestructible holy sword, gradually disappearing. Finally, she showed a meaningless smile of relief on her face. Then, in Mordred's blank eyes, Altria completely disappeared, leaving only a scabbard. Mordred, you're late. Morgan laughed and said, the king died in the decisive battle with you at first, but it's better to say that she died of exhaustion after many battles than to say that she was killed by you. This is also her fatal weakness. Although her heroic spirit panel has strong endurance, once it is exhausted, it will be a fatal injury. So even if she can completely destroy the entire king's army with Avalon, she still died of exhaustion. It's exactly the same way she died last time. It's a pity that I couldn't let you kill her with your own hands this time. I killed you. Mordred roared angrily, holding up the king's sword in his hand, and rushed towards Morgan. Morgan's expression was still calm, but his eyes gradually turned cold. He asked, are you going to kill your mother? I surpassed the king, and I was waiting to let her know the news, waiting for her to admit that I had surpassed her, but you ruined my good deeds. Where was the mother-daughter affection in Mordred's eyes? Even her somewhat clumsy heart could vaguely sense that there seemed to be something different between the two of them when they met again this time. She was still thinking, if the king really admitted that she had indeed surpassed her, then what would she say? Should she accept it with pride, or be appropriately humble, or ask her if she recognized herself as her heir? She felt both uneasy and expectant, especially her sorry. Why did she say it? She didn't know, but now, it was impossible to know. Being able to meet again in this world is already a miracle of the Holy Grail. But after this separation, will there be a chance to see each other again next time? I'll kill you. Even when facing his own mother, Mordred didn't show any mercy. For a moment, even Morgan was forced to retreat. Mordred, if you don't stop, don't blame me as a ruthless mother. Even facing her own blood, Morgan's face showed impatience. Just as she was about to fight back, suddenly, a cry rang out. Morgan. The cry rang out. The next moment, Morgan's body did not move, but her head suddenly looked at Lynn above her back in an extremely twisted way. A look of pain appeared on her face. The next moment, a sword beheaded. Mordred panted angrily, watching her mother's body lying down. But she had no room to vent her anger, staring at Mashu, shouting angrily, and rushed towards her. Kill, kill, kill. Mashu held up the shield to meet them. The two of them attacked strongly and defended weakly, and defended strongly and attacked weakly. For a while, they fought in one place with crackling sounds. But the red-haired girl did not make a move. Instead, she raised her eyes with a complicated expression, and glanced at the golden hero king in the sky. Under the surprised eyes of the king of heroes, he silently bowed. He shouted, Mashu, it's time to leave. Understood. Mashu dodged Mordred's attack. The two figures quickly disappeared with the red-haired girl. Mordred's sword swung in vain, and he couldn't even find a way to vent his anger. For a moment, he was so angry that he almost couldn't help sobbing. The spaceship fell. Iris Veal also had tears in her eyes. Looking at the only scabbard left by Altria, a sad look appeared on her face. This way of leaving, in a sense, it is worthy of the name of the Night King. Gilgamesh walked over slowly. Recalling the inexplicable bow of the girl just now, he frowned and said, but, I have some impression of those two girls. If it was them, it seems reasonable to be able to resist Excalibur, but Saber has successfully killed the King of Conquerors. If it is his master, here, Imiya Kuritsugu walked over here carrying a corpse. He said, this guy just wanted to run over here, but I found him and shot him dead. So, 4 out of 7 masters are dead. Gilgamesh suddenly laughed strangely, saying, so it seems that the singularity should be between Imiya Kuritsugu, Tosaku Tokiyami and Kotomin Kairoi. Ha 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 ha. It's so interesting. Let's go back. I can't wait to see what you will do next. Mordred slowly took off his helmet. He showed a confused face. He originally intended to participate in the Holy Grail War, but the death of Altria made her suddenly lose interest in the Holy Grail. She even felt a little bit at a loss as to what to do. Could it be that this is how the king felt after killing himself? An hour later, everyone returned to the Tosaku residence. After learning the results of the battle, Tosaku Tokiyami left immediately. Half an hour later, he came back and said, Kotomin Kairoi is dead. Everyone was silent when they heard this. Then, everyone's eyes were focused on Imiya Kuritsugu and Tosaku Tokiyami. Needless to say, the suspicion must be on them. Now it seems that one of you two won, and then erased your memory, wanting to repeat this cycle, so even you don't know who is the winner. Linbin asked, so now, do we help you, or do you do it yourself? As soon as this was said, Iris Veil's face changed slightly. Give me a day. Tosaku Tokiyami stood up calmly and said, please allow me to accompany my children and wife for a while. Imiya Kuritsugu hesitated, looked at Linbin, and said, Mr. Abin, can you please come over? I have something very important to discuss with you. Linbin was stunned. Nodding, okay. He followed Imiya Kuritsugu's footsteps and came outside. And soon, Iris Veil and Elia followed behind. Linbin asked in surprise, what's going on? This time, we have 2 things to ask you. Imiya Kuritsugu said seriously, the first thing is, if I'm gone in the future, I would like to ask Mr. Abin to take care of my wife and daughter. Linbin was stunned when he heard it. What? Berserker is dead. Elia's nose was a little red, and she was obviously very sad about losing Berserker. She said, but this also frees up a seat for a heroic spirit. I can summon my mother to the real world, but as for my father, I can only leave here. Kuritsugu Imiya touched Elia's little head lovingly inside. In fact, as early as after you said that someone made a wish to the Holy Grail, I suspected that this person might be me. It was just that I still held on to the last hope, but now it seems that this last hope is gone. I'm afraid I can't leave with the mother and daughter, but they are both naive. If they go to another world, I won't feel at ease. But if you, Mr. Abin, take care of them. Linbin nodded and said, okay, I promise you. There is one more thing. Kuritsugu Imiya asked, I heard from Elia that you promised her that, as long as she could give you a treasure of equal value, you would be willing to exchange the 7 layering of Seraph for her, right? Linbin nodded and said, yes. Then if I want to exchange this treasure with you, is that okay? Kuritsugu Imiya took out an exquisite scabbard. The whole body is blue and the shape is exquisite. But it seems to be a dead object, without any magic flow. Avalon, an ideal place that is isolated from everything. I want to exchange Avalon with you for the blazing sky 7-fold ring that was transformed by the will of my son Imiya Shirao. Imiya Kuritsugu said seriously, I hope you can agree. Chapter 295 The Holy Grail arrives. Use Avalon to exchange for the blazing sky 7-fold ring! Exclamation mark. Before Linbin came out, he had vaguely guessed this. Elia obviously felt guilty towards her younger brother, Shirao Imiya. She even made an agreement with him when they first met, and she has been working hard for this agreement. As a father, and with his guilt towards his daughter, Kuritsugu Imiya must think of a way to deal with this. But even if Linbin was mentally prepared, he still didn't expect Kuritsugu Imiya to play so big. Use Avalon to exchange for the blazing sky 7-fold ring. It can only be said that Kuritsugu Imiya, a son-in-law from a wealthy family, has never been the head of the family, and he can do such a thing that ruins the family. The blazing sky 7-fold ring is indeed an extremely powerful treasure, and it can be ranked among the top among the many defensive treasures of the heroic spirits. But compared with Avalon, it is really just a younger brother. The utopia that isolates everything, the ultimate defense, that even the 5 great magics cannot invade. Compared to the sevenfold ring of seraphim that could be destroyed by the noble phantasms of Cuchulainn and Scathach, it was simply much stronger. But soon, Linbin keenly discovered the highlight. Avalon's defense is indeed very strong, even to the extent that it can withstand DA. But it also has great limitations. Unlike the petals of the sevenfold ring of seraphim that can be opened and closed at will, Avalon must have the magic power of Artoria to release its power. But now Artoria is dead. This noble phantasm, no, it can only be said to be a collection item now. Linbin decided to retract his previous evaluation. As expected, the son-in-law is not a simple guy. This guy is trying to get something for nothing. Dad doesn't mean what you think. I know you must know the limitations of Avalon, but in fact, this is not a limitation at all. Elia took 2 steps forward and took the initiative to explain. Avalon needs Saber's magic power to show its power, and now Saber has left the stage, so this treasure has naturally become a decoration. But you are a reincarnation, and you already have the command spell. What I can do, you can do the same. When you are in danger, you can use the command spell and Avalon to summon Saber for a short time. Let your true essence flow into her body as magic power, and then feed back from her body to your body, becoming the source of Avalon's power. Linbin frowned and said, is it so troublesome? But you have seen Avalon's defense. The reason why Saber can defeat the king's army on its own is because of Avalon. Because of its existence, the enemy can hardly hurt Saber. This defense is far superior to the 7 rings of blazing sky. Elia looked at Linbin expectantly. There was no moral kidnapping or anything, but she told him the advantages and disadvantages of Avalon and the 7 rings of blazing sky very seriously. One is the defense of 7 city walls, which can be used as normal, but it is not impossible to break through. It is no longer a reliable defense treasure for you, and the other is a defense treasure that can only be used at critical moments, but it can protect you from any invasion and harm, and you only have 3 opportunities to use it. It depends on your choice. Linbin fell silent after hearing this. Elia's words were very pertinent. Imiakaritsugu exchanged Avalon for the seraphic 7 rings, and he didn't suffer any loss, but he didn't gain any advantage either. Both had their advantages and disadvantages, and it all depended on how to choose. But soon, Linbin made up his mind. Nodding, he said, I agree, but I have an extra condition. What condition? I want all the command seals in your hand. Linbin said to Imiakaritsugu, I roughly know what you are going to do next. In this case, you will not be able to use the command seals. 3 chances are still a little too few. Why don't you give me 3 more chances? What? You have already used the command seals once. It doesn't matter, 2 times will do. Sorry, mine can't. I only have 2 command seals left, and they need to be left for Elia to summon Iris Veil. Imiakaritsugu said, but I can help you persuade Tosaka Tokiyami to give his command seals to you. Linbin was surprised and said, you two have improved your relationship quite well. Maybe it's because we are both fathers. Imiakaritsugu smiled bitterly, so I really understand his feelings at the moment, just like I'm the biggest suspect now, but he has decided to sacrifice himself first. I really understand his thoughts too well. Linbin nodded. He also understood Tosaka Tokiyami's thoughts. Once the world is reset, they will also be doomed. In this case, rather than dying helplessly at the end, it would be better to sacrifice himself for his daughter and wife beforehand. In this way, he would think that he had indeed done something for his daughter and wife, and he could also get some comfort in his heart. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I only want 6 command seals. It doesn't matter whose command seals they are. 3 chances are too few. 6 chances are quite ample. In addition, the 7-fold ring of blazing sky cover was not unused after being exchanged. This time, he fought side by side with Elia, and the 2 of them had a deep friendship. In the future, whenever he fights against the apostles, he must hold her hand. The difference between the noble phantasm in her hand and in his hand is not too big. And getting Avalon, then it will not be just Avalon. Isn't this a powerful assistance? When encountering an enemy, summoning Altria can not only use her magic to create an absolute defense for himself, but as long as the magic power he infuses into her body is strong enough, he can also let her release the oath cannon directly at the enemy. Such a powerful heroic spirit. Don't miss it. Thank you, Mr. Abin. Both Inuyasha Itsugu and Iris Veal showed touched expressions on their faces. Linbin reached out and took Avalon from Inuyasha Itsugu. Then he handed the Blazing Sky Sevenfold ring to Elia. Elia took the Blazing Sky Sevenfold ring. The small treasure seemed to be very heavy in her hand. Her pretty face, which was only the size of a palm, showed a half sad and half nostalgic expression. Shirao, we are going home, Elia said softly, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. She carefully put away the Blazing Sky Sevenfold ring, looked at Linbin, and said seriously, thank you, Abin. Thank you for keeping our promise. We are comrades in the same trench. I can't break my promise to anyone else, but I can't break my promise to you. Looking at Elia's miserable appearance, Linbin sighed and reached out to touch her head gently. You always treat me like a child. Actually, I'm not much younger than you, Elia said dissatisfiedly, but only today. If you want to touch my head, just do it. It's considered as a thank you. Linbin smiled immediately. A moment later, Inuyasha Itsugu and his family of 3 said goodbye. It seems that Tosaka Tokiyami has helped them find Inuyasha. No, he should not be called Inuyasha now, because the surname is different, so it took extra effort to find him. However, with the financial resources and power of the Tosaka family, it was easy to find the former Inuyasha, now Takamichi Shirao. They planned to visit the Takamichi family, even if they couldn't save themselves in this world, and couldn't save him from the cage. But at least, go and see their former family. Half an hour later, in Fuaoki City, in front of a seemingly ordinary mansion, the Inuyasha family knocked on the door of the Takamichi family. Soon, the sound of footsteps sounded. A boy of the same age as Elia pushed open the door. Seeing Elia's family of 3, he asked in surprise, excuse me, who are you looking for? Iris Veal asked in a friendly tone, are you Shirao? Yes, it's me, who are you looking for? Seeing the strange family of 3 at the door, Takamichi Shirao blinked in confusion, and finally focused his eyes on Elia, and asked in surprise, hello, have I seen you somewhere before? Elia smiled when she heard it, and chuckled and said, I'm your sister, Shirao. Takamichi Shirao was surprised, but I'm an only child. That was in the past, but now you have a sister. Elia's tone was very firm. The Inuyasha family of 3 did not stay in the Takamichi family for too long, and did not even wait for Takamichi Shirao's parents to come back, but just chatted with Shirao for a while. Then the family of 3 left together. They did not return to the Eansburn castle, but just like an ordinary family of 3, they had a normal meal and normal entertainment outside, and Linbin took Avalon back to his residence. As soon as she returned to the room, the scabbard was taken away by Mordred. She was shocked, and held the gorgeous scabbard in her hands, and asked in surprise, how did you get this thing? Linbin answered honestly, I exchanged it for the 7-fold ring of Blazing Sky. Is it for me, master? Mordred showed a half-touched and half-speechless expression on his face, looking at Linbin, as if he was looking at a fool. But her tone softened inexplicably, and she said softly, if that's the case, it's really unnecessary. I'm a heroic spirit, and when I return to Valhalla, I can't take anything with me. Even if you give me the scabbard, it will still remain in your hands, but without the king's magic power, this scabbard is just a useless waste. You spent such a huge price, and actually got nothing. This, Linbin took the opportunity to say softly, but at least, if you take the scabbard for a few days, you can use it to remind yourself of me, right? Even if it's just for a few days, but as long as you like this thing, then even if I lose the 7 layering of fiery sky, what does it matter? I think it's worth it. What do you mean by reminding me of someone? It makes me feel like I'm that kind of person to the king. Mordred snorted in dissatisfaction, but held the scabbard in his hand without any intention of returning it to Linbin. She looked up at Linbin and said softly, anyway, thank you for your kindness. I feel much better now. As long as you like it. Mordred held the scabbard with one hand, and put the other hand into Linbin's hand, saying, you've taken so much trouble for me. I, Mordred, am not someone who doesn't know how to repay kindness. Well, this is a reward for you. That's it? That's all I can do here. What else do you want? In fact, I think heroic spirit transformation is really a very good skill. Mordred hesitated for a moment and said vaguely, that's right. After a moment, the scabbard was put down. Mordred also disappeared. Linbin reached out to take the scabbard, with a strange look on his face. He breathed a sigh of relief, and showed a carefree look on his face. He thought to himself, I didn't expect Avalon to be able to use it to improve Mordred's favorability. I just don't know if I can summon Mordred when I summon Altria in the future. Of course, there was no other meaning. It was mainly for their father and son to charge. No, reunion. In that case, the corner of the round table must also be preserved. For a moment, no one spoke in the huge meeting room. At this time, in the main house of the Tosaka family, the family of 3 was gathered in front of a bed. Sakura's body was severely damaged. The injuries she suffered in the past year naturally could not be restored in just 2 or 3 days. Even after treatment, she still couldn't get out of bed, and could only lie in bed. But her expression was much better than before. The company of family affection, especially the transformation of her father, made her understand that she didn't have to go back to that terrible insect cave. It also made her understand that this was not a dream. She would not wake up one day and find herself still lying in that terrible insect room, bitten and gnawed by countless insects. Tosaka Tokiyami was like an ordinary father, sitting quietly beside him, watching Tosaka excitedly talking to Sakura about some new and interesting places she had discovered this year, and taking her to see them after she recovered. To Sakura still blames her husband. But since he has changed, what can she do? Of course she forgives him. The family of 4 is happy. Tusaka Tokiyami always has a gentle smile on his face, but his heart is extremely gloomy. He understands this beautiful life is just a dream. It is very likely that when Sakura wakes up at some point, she will find that she is still lying in the insect room, invaded by those cold insects. But at least now, she is still living happily even in her dreams. The only thing he can do is to give his daughter this dream. Tusaka Tokiyami did not mention that the Holy Grail already has an owner, and it would be useless to say it. Although it is just a fake in the cycle, it must be mentioned that everyone has their own little wishes that they desire. Unfortunately, even this little wish cannot be realized after all. Gilgamesh, who witnessed the whole process, showed a playful look on his face. Flying above the sky, he sipped his wine slowly and said with emotion, so, humans are such a beautiful thing. Everyone has different desires. There are so many humans, and everyone has a story of their own. It's really, I never get tired of watching them. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. I don't know how Inuyasha Ritsugu did it. He actually got the command seal from Tosaka Tokiyami and handed it to Linbin. Next, just wait for the 2 of them to arrange their affairs after death. So, Linbin only has one thing to do. In the meeting room, Mordred looked at the photo in Linbin's hand curiously. Inside, he specially used the positioning camera to fix Infidi. In the photo, she fell into a coma, frowned slightly, and seemed to be having a terrible nightmare. People can't help but want to wake her up. But in fact, what Linbin and Mordred are concerned about is not the photo itself, but the route continued in the photo. When Elia returned, she had changed into a winter coat. The high-end fur coat was almost the same style as her mother's except for the color. She was dressed like a little squirrel, especially cute and innocent. Apparently, the mother and daughter wore this kind of mother-daughter outfit when they went shopping. Seeing the route in the photo, she was surprised and said, "Who is this?" "It's a reincarnation from the Free Federation." Since she is there, the reincarnations that fell before are naturally there. I was thinking about whether to kill them in this world and take the opportunity to weaken their combat power. Linbin looked up at Elia. Seeing that she looked normal, he asked, "Your side?" "Yes, it's been resolved." Elia sat down next to Linbin. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Abin. We were supposed to fight side by side in this secret realm, but I was the one who held you back the whole time. Thanks to you for summoning Mordred. Otherwise, I'm afraid you would have to fight alone." Mordred said proudly, "Of course, my master. I will not allow him to fail. Don't think too much. In fact, your existence itself is helping me complete the task." Inuyasha Ritsugu is as cold as iron. It's not easy for him to be shaken if you are not his biological daughter. Elia smiled and said, "Well, I thought you would be angry and want to hit me. Aren't you sad?" Elia shook her head and said, what's there to be sad about? My original goal was to kill Kiritsugu. Now I have finally achieved my goal, and the misunderstanding with him before achieving my goal has been clarified. Isn't this good? At least, my father didn't abandon me suddenly, but he had no choice. She said she was not sad. She still slowly buried her head in Linbin's shoulder. The voice asked in a muffled voice, I'm just a little tired. When can we return? After Tokiyami dies, all the masters will die except me. At that time, the heroic spirits will disappear, and the Holy Grail War will naturally end. Elia buried her head for a short while, then raised her head. She sighed, but even I didn't expect that Kiritsugu's heart would be so soft, and he would actually make such a wish to the Holy Grail. I thought that people like him would have no regrets at all. Some things, even if you make up your mind, will have regrets after doing them, right? And if there is a chance to make up for it, you will naturally make your life perfect. Linbin was halfway through his words. Suddenly stopped. He frowned and said, make up for past regrets. Elia was surprised and said, is there any problem? No problem, but if this wish is really to make up for all the regrets, then why didn't Natalia appear in this world? Natalia? Who? Your grandmother, but not your biological child. Linbin showed a solemn look on his face and said in surprise, could it be that this suspect is not Kiritsugu Miya at all? The voice fell. The clear sky suddenly became gloomy and dark. A bloody red light gradually appeared in the sky. Obviously, Sakatokiyami was also dead. The Holy Grail began to descend. Chapter 296. Get out of the way. I'm going to self-destruct. The Holy Grail has descended. This is the first time that all the masters have died. Gilgamesh calmly watched the great changes in the sky. He watched the crimson energy in the distant clouds like a balloon, and then expand. It seems that a very terrible demon may be born at any time. He didn't care. He had seen this scene countless times. He just didn't know if he could escape this reincarnation this time. Although he lost his master, Gilgamesh didn't care about his upcoming return. Because he knew that if Linbin couldn't get rid of the reincarnation, even the death of the master couldn't make him escape and return to Valhalla. At this time, Elia was also panicked. Looking at Linbin with a serious expression, she was shocked. What did you say? You mean, my father is not that thing? But even he thinks he is. If he is not, then who is? Linbin asked. Where is Iris Veal? You mean my mother? She has also. Elia wanted to say something, but her head suddenly felt dizzy, and the whole person fell directly into Linbin's arms. Mordred's figure also became illusory. Mordred exclaimed, no. Didn't I win the final victory of the Holy Grail War? Why do I feel like I'm about to return? I'm afraid it's because the Holy Grail has been contaminated, or it has been taken away by someone. Because it belongs to someone, so we have lost the qualification to make a wish. Linbin would not say that he summoned Mordred just to be a tool. In just a few days, dozens of times of replenishing magic. Linbin was reluctant to let go of this rebellious girl and gently touched her head, sighing, I'm sorry, although I won the final victory this time, I still couldn't get the Holy Grail. After a brief panic, Mordred quickly regained her composure. She looked at Linbin deeply and said, it's okay. I'm already very satisfied this time. But master, you must keep the possession you used to summon me. If you have the chance, you must summon me again, okay? I will never allow anyone else to be your servant. Understood? Don't worry. If it comes to fighting, who can be more considerate than you? HMPH. I'm satisfied with your words. Mordred, who has always been like a tomboy, showed a gentle look on his face and said softly, Master, I'm very happy to fight as your servant on this journey. I hope we can have the chance to see each other again. Don't worry, there will be a chance to see each other again. Yeah. Mordred's figure slowly disappeared. Abin, what happened? Elia felt dizzy and collapsed in Linbin's arms. She was shocked and asked, did we find the wrong person? Are we going to be a background now? We failed, but we may not be a background. Elia, hold me tight. Yeah. Although Elia didn't understand what Linbin meant, the situation was critical at the moment, and he must not be trying to take advantage of her. At that moment, the whole person was tightly wrapped around Linbin like an octopus. I hope it works, Lin Bin said in a low voice, and the sacred light of destiny of the Hashibi enveloped the two of them. The next moment, the consciousness of the two also fell into a daze. In a fuzzy consciousness, Lin Bin only felt that he seemed to fall into the river. Then, he just went with the flow, floating and sinking. Except for the feeling of a lyre in his arms becoming more and more full, there was almost no real feeling. Very tired. It was not because he was tired from running for a long time, but it seemed that he had slept for a whole day. Because he slept for too long, he felt particularly tired. But the sense of crisis that kept sprouting in his heart, along with the crazy warning brought by the spiritual sense of the secret of immortality, told him that he must wake up immediately. If he didn't wake up, something terrible would happen. Since his consciousness returned, slowly, the immortal essence scattered in his body began to circulate. His strength gradually recovered. Lin Bin tried his best and finally opened his eyelids a little reluctantly. Then, he was stunned. Where is the river? It was clearly the vast and dirty evil of this world gathered into a stream. Wherever he looked, it was pitch black. It was like the abyss of hell, filled with an ominous breath. He and Eli hugged each other and drifted on the surface of the evil of this world. In the distance, except for him and Elia, almost all the reincarnations were like him, completely trapped in the evil of this world. Just a quick glance around, he vaguely saw a lot of familiar faces. Bayuki, Feng Qingshan, Yuan Wei and other national level reincarnations were just like him, floating on the surface of the evil of this world like driftwood. It seemed that there was some buoyancy supporting them. But there were also many reincarnations whose faces could no longer be seen, slowly sinking to the depths of the evil of this world. And the two of them seemed to be sinking as well. But during this process, although the white divine light around him was weak, it never showed any signs of extinguishing, protecting him tightly, so that he never had direct contact with the mud of the evil of this world. This was also the real reason why the two of them did not sink. So that's how it is. Is it still the credit of the Hashibi? Lin Bin forced his soft body to stand up. The evil of this world is bottomless. But he controlled his body with the sword control method, and then slowly floated upwards while holding a lyre. He did not dare to use the 8 swords of Yuking. This world's evil looked too evil and terrible. Once the weapon was contaminated, who knows what kind of moth would happen. As the two gradually left the world's evil, the dark ocean suddenly became vast and surging, just like a real sea. It only took a second for it to turn from the previous dead silence to the raging waves. Lin Bin was caught off guard and was directly hit by a wave. But he moved very quickly, just lightly touched the surface of the world's evil sea with his toes, and floated up again. Seeing that there were more muddy waves coming from all directions, and he was so weak at this time that he had no strength to dodge and was about to be completely swallowed by the mud. But Lin Bin suddenly had a blessing in his heart. He hurriedly took out the evil emperor's relic that had been completely sucked out by him from the 24 Bridges Moonlight Night. The evil emperor's relic, before it became the evil emperor's relic, was already an extremely rare treasure. Its function was also very simple, which was to store energy. And even if it contained the essence of dozens of evil emperors, it was still far from the upper limit. As the evil emperor's relic was taken out, sure enough, the small yellow crystal stone immediately became like a kettle, collecting all the surging evil mud of this world. It seemed that a strong suction force surged out of the evil emperor's relic, filling all the evil of this world around it. Lin Bin finally got a slight breathing space. He jumped up and stepped on one of the floating reincarnations, silently apologizing in his heart. "I'm sorry, President Bay." Then he stepped on it a few times and flew away. Along the way, there were reincarnations lying dead everywhere. But the direction was quite easy to distinguish. After all the reincarnations fell in the same direction. Needless to say, this direction must be the source. Creak. The evil emperor's relic, which once contained the essence of more than a dozen evil emperors and still had no end in sight, suddenly made a crisp sound. Lin Bin's speed suddenly increased. The evil of this world is too magnificent and powerful, and it is obviously far beyond the evil emperor's relic to contain. This kind of support method will probably not take long for the evil emperor's relic to burst. His time is extremely limited. Fortunately, he didn't run for too long. He should be one of the first people in China to enter the reincarnation space. Therefore, while drifting, He is closer to the core. Until the front. It's like an isolated island in the ocean. Lin Bin landed lightly on it. At this time, the evil emperor's relic had already changed from the previous yellow to black. Obviously, it was already full of the evil of this world. Lin Bin suddenly had a thought in his mind. If he encountered an invincible enemy, perhaps these things could still play a great role. And follow this bare island upwards. Lin Bin's eyes fell on a stone chair in the center of the island. Sitting on the stone chair was a white-haired woman in a gorgeous black dress. She looked quiet and pursed her lips, as if she was dreaming a beautiful dream. Her face was 90% similar to a lyre in Lin Bin's arms, with the remaining difference being her height and measurements. Lin Bin's eyes moved down and landed on her feet. Her feet were white and tender. Perhaps because her skin color was whiter than that of ordinary women, her feet looked even paler. At this moment, her feet were in the mud, giving people the impulse of a tree rooted deep in the earth. To have such a feeling, it was obvious that she was the real source of evil in this world. I guessed wrong from the beginning. Lin Bin sighed. If it was really Imiyaka Itsugu who won the final victory and made a wish to the Holy Grail, then his wish could never be this kind of cycle of the Holy Grail war, because the beauty in his heart is definitely not just this fragment. But it is different for another person. For her, all the beauty and memories are related to Imiyaka Itsugu, so it is not surprising that her wish would be the Holy Grail War, because in the common memory between her and Imiyaka Itsugu, there is a part of the Holy Grail War. This is not the cycle of the Holy Grail War at all, but the cycle of Irisville and Imiyaka Itsugu's 8 years of happy life. At this point, he smacked his lips and complained, I was led astray by the King of Heroes from the beginning. The only time the King of Heroes has consciousness is the Holy Grail War, and he happens to be an egoist, so he thought that the cycle of the Holy Grail War is not like this at all. Young woman, no, it should be called Irisville. She opened her wine-red eyes with a hint of impatience in the depths of her eyes, and asked, do you know now? It's a pity that I know it too late. Lin Bin shook his head and said, the so-called Holy Grail War has been fooling us from the beginning. We have been plunged into the mud since we entered Dangying, but you deliberately created one Holy Grail War after another in it, focusing all our attention on the Holy Grail War, making us think that the most critical factor in escaping this secret realm is actually the Holy Grail War, but in fact it is not. The Holy Grail War is just used to delay time and confuse people. Even if I really find your real body, killing her will have no effect at all. It's a completely meaningless game. Its only function is to delay time. You want to take the opportunity to use the evil of this world to transform all of us into your puppets, just like the reincarnation of Dangying who was killed by me before. You know it again. Alice Field raised her eyes sideways with a very contemptuous expression. It's hard to imagine that such a beautiful and cute face can reveal such an arrogant and defiant look. She asked unhappily, so this is why you interrupted my dream? Lin Bin asked, are you Angora Mainyu? No, Angora Mainyu doesn't have his own personality, so when I entered the Holy Grail, it's not so much that Angora inherited my memory and personality, but rather that I inherited Angora's power and authority. So now, I'm the real master of evil in this world. Otherwise, how can I create so many beautiful dreams? Alice's eyes fell on a lyre in Lin Bin's arms and said, you shouldn't resist. If you didn't resist, Elia would have returned to my side. And I will also look at you differently because of Elia. Maybe I will arrange a good identity for you at that time, such as, let you become my son-in-law. To be honest, I also hate Kiritsugu, since he hurt Elia. So maybe I will seek comfort in you at that time. How great it is. Lin Bin sighed. She is the real Elia, not those fake things in your illusion. Even if it is an illusion, my love for my daughter is real. Irisville showed a bit of anger on her face and shouted, so how long do you want to hold my daughter? Raised his hand. From the mud between the two people, several figures of different shapes slowly emerged from the water. They were not heroic spirits, but reincarnations. However, these reincarnations had completely sunk into the deepest part of the mud, and were assimilated into a part of Irisville. Oh, really? Lin Bin leaned over to Elia's face and kissed her. Then he raised his head and looked at Irisville, who had now turned black, provocatively. You dare to touch my Elia with your mouth. Kill him. Alice was furious. Countless reincarnations rushed towards Linbin, and Alice was so angry that she could not control herself. But the next moment, Linbin's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. He threw a lyre high up. A lyre. Alice's face showed a worried and anxious look. Although she could catch a lyre with mud, her mother-daughter nature still made her instinctively take a few steps to catch her. At the same time, Linbin took out the holy blessing potion and swallowed it to protect himself. Facing the master of the evil of this world, no matter how cautious you are, it is not too much. Then, he casually threw the weapon in his hand and threw it towards the approaching Alice like a hidden weapon. The speed was extremely fast. Alice did not even look at Linbin. None of the reincarnationists under her command was weaker than this kid. He was able to get here only because of the glowing prop. But so what? As long as he could not escape, the spiritual energy of this thing would be exhausted sooner or later, and it would still belong to her at that time. Several reincarnationists directly blocked Alice. They reached out to grab the hidden weapon. But the moment the hidden weapon approached, their bodies seemed to have suffered a fatal attack and fell apart. The Heshibi, in a sense, is the nemesis of the evil of this world. Then, Linbin rushed forward like lightning. The evil of this world surged on both sides, but facing the Zuanian sword in Linbin's hand, he chopped it into pieces with one sword after another, and could not stop him at all. With the other hand, he held the golden coin sword tightly, and swung it hard. After several changes in direction in the air, it had already pierced Alice's chest straight. Alice let out a groan, and thick black smoke came out of her chest, but soon, the golden light on the golden coin sword gradually dimmed. After all, it was just a B-level item. How could it possibly hurt the evil of this world, which was at least S-level? But the golden coin sword was firmly nailed into Alice's chest, but it still made her face show a painful expression. Seeing Linbin raise his hand, the more powerful Zuanian sword in his hand was about to pierce her heart fiercely. Alice instinctively raised her hand. What if she had obtained a powerful force? After all, she had no combat experience. When Linbin rushed forward with the Heshibi, her reaction had completely exposed her weakness. Seeing that the Zuanian sword was about to touch Alice's palm, Linbin suddenly changed his move, and the speed was completely beyond Alice's reaction. The blade turned around and was behind her, and the palm had directly pierced her chest. With a puff, the mud splashed. Alice's face showed a painful expression. Looking down, she saw that Linbin had clearly poured something into her body. The evil emperor's relic. The evil emperor's relic began to frantically absorb the evil of this world in her body. Alice's body suddenly became illusory. "I want you to die," she roared angrily, and a large amount of mud around her surged outward. For a moment, even the evil emperor's relic could not be completely dissolved. "Then let's die together." Linbin also understood that the evil emperor's relic was not enough to compete with the evil of this world, and his eyes were full of anger. He had already cultivated the heavenly demon art to the maximum level. Even Zhuan became his subordinate, and the method of burning jade and stone was naturally taken out of her. He wanted to destroy this holy grail consciousness in one go. Now he was the only chance, which was why he took the holy blessing potion. He let out a long howl. Just as they were about to perish together, a golden light suddenly flashed behind them. A divine light that was almost the same as the sword of Zuanian sword came through and pierced Alice again. A silver figure had already appeared behind Alice. The Tang sword slashed out. The beautiful head suddenly soared into the sky. Alice's remaining strength was completely dissipated. "Get out of the way, I'm going to self-destruct," Linbin shouted loudly, kicking Feng Qingshan and Bayuki, who had somehow woken up, one by one. The next moment, a violent explosion roared completely. Alice completely turned into black mud and spread in all directions, but when it flew halfway, it seemed like iron sand attracted by a magnet and madly rushed into the evil emperor's relic suspended in the air. Chapter 297 S-level items. Alice gained the power of Angora Mainyu. The two merged into one. There was no distinction between the primary and the secondary in this fusion, especially since Angora did not have an independent personality. In a sense, Alice was still Alice, but her mind was polluted by the evil power of Angora, and she became a blackened Alice. However, blackening is blackening. Power is strong, but some things will not change. That is, Alice is actually just a charming young woman who has only been a few years old since her birth. She has no experience in fighting with people at close range. Even if she is strong, she was directly confused by Lin Bin's few fake moves. In addition, Bayuki and Feng Qingshan suddenly appeared and attacked. She lost even the last chance to react. At such a close distance, Lin Bin only had time to kick Bayuki and Feng Qingshan far away in the direction of Ilaya. After judging that Alice was still Alice, it goes without saying that where Ilaya was must be the safest place. Especially, Alice's main target was Lin Bin. It was good that Lin Bin didn't escape. In fact, Lin Bin had no intention of escaping. He had never thought of retreating from the beginning when he was in close contact with the evil of this world, so he took the sacred blessing potion at the beginning in order to be foolproof. Even if Bayuki and Feng Qingshan appeared, since the potion had been taken, it would be a waste if it was not used. And it might be an opportunity to get the evil emperor's relic now. Lin Bin did not retreat but advanced, holding the evil emperor's relic in his hand, and went deeper into Alice's body, and as the evil of this world exploded completely, Lin Bin was completely affected in the first place. But the evil emperor's relic in his hand exuded a faint yellow glow. He had obviously eaten the evil of this world to his heart's content, but now facing these cores, he seemed to still have some strength left, and began to take the evil of this world in these cores. And as it absorbed, the crystal wall of the evil emperor's relic also became clearer and more dazzling, and its capacity also increased significantly. These things are different from the ordinary evils of this world. They actually strengthen the evil emperor's relic a lot, so that it can swallow more evils of this world. In just a moment, the Black and Aliceville disappeared, and the explosion just now had already affected the area of dozens of meters, but it seemed as if time was reversed and shrank back. In the distance, Lin Bin's kick was so powerful that Feng Qingshan was kicked far away by him. When he recovered his body and rushed over again, everything was over. In the sky, only the yellow crystal stone was emitting a bright glow, which looked sacred and dazzling. But somehow, it always gave people an inexplicable feeling of uneasiness. Oh no, is Abin affected? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Abin's figure slowly appearing from the place where he just disappeared. Bayuki also walked over slowly, holding his waist, and said, I said this kid is not so selfless. It seems that he has taken a potion like the holy blessing potion. No, it should be the blessing potion. Seeing Lin Bin's recovered body quickly stooped down. Obviously, he still suffered a serious injury. She reacted immediately. After taking the holy blessing potion, you can be resurrected after death, but you will only have 1/3 of your physical strength and power. No wonder he rushed so fiercely. Fortunately, Feng Qingshan said with relief, I saw such an amazing scene when I woke up. Now it seems that the person who woke us up should be Abin. That's called awakening. Bayuki gently adjusted the position of his chest without leaving a trace, and his eyes glanced at the half-large shoe print on Feng Qingshan's face in silence, thinking that I'm afraid that they are using you. No, they are using us as stepping stones. But it was also thanks to this step. They had already noticed something wrong, and quickly felt the incompatibility between their bodies and consciousness. To be able to reach this level in the Samsara Space Association, naturally there is no mediocre among them. Some very subtle inductions can make them feel something strange. Then they found that they were about to be tainted by the evil of this world. After trying every means to escape, they saw this scene in front of them. Why, do you still want him to wake you up in the same way as the prince wakes up the princess? Feng Qingshan smiled slightly and exclaimed, I didn't expect this kid to wake up earlier than us. Now I think it's incredible. I thought that it would take at least 20 years for the two of us to sit down and discuss fairly. I didn't expect that he almost shortened the time by nearly 10 times. Anyway, it's finally over. Feng Qingshan looked down. I saw that the evil of this world, which was previously under the control of Alice, was surging like a stormy wave, but now it has slowly returned to calm. He shook his head and sighed. That's good now. Dongyin is adjacent to China. Now it is completely submerged by the evil of this world. In the future, China will have another forbidden area. Let's go back and figure out how to deal with these things. We'd better not stay here for long. The smell here is very dirty and always makes me feel uncomfortable. Bayuki's body has defects. Now she feels even weirder when facing this smell. She even has an almost instinctive intuition. If she stays here longer, she may become similar to the blackened woman just now. We have to wake up all the reincarnations as soon as possible and let them leave. Bayuki took a deep look at Ella, who was unconscious on the other side. Her face was exactly the same as that of the blackened woman. She suddenly understood why Linbin specially invited her to enter this secret realm. I'm afraid he has long been aware of the truth of the evil of this world. Feng Qingshan nodded and shouted, Abin, are you okay? Linbin slowly opened his eyes and felt the weakness in his body. Even the immortal essence was only less than 1/3 left. But soon, his skills were completely restored. It was just that the physical injuries might need to be quietly recuperated. He nodded and said, I'm fine, President Feng. I was rude before. Please forgive me. I'm glad you're okay. Take your teammates and leave here as soon as possible. The evil in this world seems to have calmed down. I just don't know what the specific situation outside is. We have to wake up as many reincarnations as possible and then leave here. Okay. Watching Feng Qingshan's figure quickly disappear, Linbin reached out and took the evil emperor's relic floating in the air. Sub-Holy Cup, S level, incomplete. A part of the evil in this world, absorbed by a unique container, contains the power that can pollute people's hearts. The evil in this world is the Holy Cup, and this thing is the Sub-Holy Cup. Note, I have all the functions that the Holy Grail has, and the functions that the Holy Grail doesn't have. Maybe I also have them. S level props. Needless to say, the world of destiny has been destroyed, and the final support of the luck in this world is naturally the evil of this world. In other words, he really got the S level props of this world. But what the hell is the Sub-Holy Cup? It seems that it should be after absorbing all the evil of this world that it can be regarded as a real Holy Grail. The capacity of the evil emperor's relic is limited, so what I got is not a complete S level prop. But at least, the core part has been taken away by him. In other words, although he can't take the evil of this world here for the time being, it has been branded by him and has become his gas station. If he can find a way to use the evil of this world in the future, when the evil of this world in the evil emperor's relic is almost consumed, he can come here to refuel. I lost a B class item and an A class item, but I got an incomplete S class item. This business is worth it. Linbin carefully put away the evil emperor's relic. No, it should be the Sub-Holy Cup. Linbin carefully picked up Elia, who had been thrown aside by her before, and called out, Elia, wake up. Elia turned over in a daze and said vaguely, Mom, I still want to sleep. Your mom has been killed by me. Linbin slowly injected the longevity essence into her body. Her current state is similar to that of other reincarnations. Their consciousness was taken away by the evil of this world, and their bodies were left here to be slowly polluted. I'm afraid that Hiroshima, Miriko and others were completely polluted by the evil of this world and became her puppets. As Linbin's true essence gradually entered Elia's body, Elia couldn't help but shudder. Slowly opened her eyes. Her wine-red eyes were full of confusion. Seeing Linbin, she said, I seem to have had a very bad dream just now. I dreamed that I was killed by my father. It seems that it is the sequel of killing my father. Huh. What is this? The evil of this world. Why are these things still here? Linbin said, after all, these things have nowhere to go, so they can only stay here, but everything has been resolved. He didn't say anything about the blackening of Iris deal. Since you don't know, it's better not to know. Then these floating ones are all reincarnations? Well, we have to save people quickly. They haven't sunk yet, so there should be hope. According to Linbin's judgment, those floating on the surface should still have a chance of survival. But those who have completely sunk to the bottom should never be saved again. I just don't know if Infidi has sunk to the bottom. Linbin's heart suddenly moved slightly, and he took out the photos he had taken for her before. Sure enough, perhaps because the functions did not conflict, the photos clearly showed the route. The distance was not far. Elia, hurry up and save people. We can talk about anything after we return. By the way, don't rush to summon you. After we return, Mom, I have something to tell you. Although Elia didn't understand, she nodded. Pulling a few strands of hair gently, she made the White Stork Knight and then took her to fly far away. When encountering those reincarnations who were floating on the evil of this world, he immediately let the White Stork Knight attack them lightly. Without Iris Veil's protection, the contents of the illusion were already full of flaws and holes. Now that their bodies suddenly moved, they naturally woke up quickly. As for Bin, he ran along the route of invade. Saving people is a purposeless journey, so he naturally didn't mind saving someone he had an intersection with. Not to mention that, since he had a friendship with invade, if there were any changes in the Free Federation in the future, he would also have a channel to understand. Along the way, he saved dozens of reincarnations. But he also found that many reincarnations had completely sunk. He saw with his own eyes that 2 reincarnations had completely sunk before he was about to save them. Even Bin did not have the courage to jump into the mud to save people. This is the evil of this world. Although he has the sub-holy cup in his hand, unless he merges with Angola, he may not be immune to the evil of this world. Soon, he saw the reincarnations of the Free Federation who were already half buried. Among them, a strand of black hair looked particularly conspicuous. Only that strand of hair was left on the surface of the Sea of Evil. Fortunately, it was still in time. Bin took the opportunity to step on one of the reincarnations. The whole person was like a swallow skimming the water and pulled out invade, who was about to sink into the evil of this world, and then took out the evil emperor's relic. The sub-holy cup rolled around her. The evil of this world was immediately sucked clean. Carrying invade on his back, he looked at the other reincarnationists who were about to sink. Bin sighed. It's not that I don't want to save you, it's just that you are sinking too fast. I can't save you. Although he also knew that the Free Federation and China belonged to the same Yuanxing. If the strength of the Free Federation is reduced too much, causing the reincarnationists to be unable to resist the invasion of reincarnation, then China will inevitably be affected. But out of disgust for the Free Federation, Bin can't make such selfless considerations. Such matters between countries can be left to those big wigs to consider and worry about, but it's not his turn as a small reincarnationist to consider. He is the reincarnationist Abin, not the holy light Abin. Carrying invade on his back, he ran directly to other places. Along the way, if he met the reincarnationists of China, he would immediately wake them up and let them leave here as soon as possible. In the process, behind him, a weak murmur sounded. Invade slowly woke up. Because she had been sinking in the evil of this world for too long, her face was pale, like a vampire, but on her pale face, it looked even more morbidly beautiful. She looked at the back that was not too wide, but gave her a full sense of security, and whispered, Abin, mister? Bin nodded and said, yes, it's me. Invade asked softly, how did you run out of my dream? We are all in the same illusion. After knowing that you were in danger, I naturally came to save you as soon as possible. Well, thank you, Mr. Abin. After saying it vaguely, invade leaned weakly on Bin's back and suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, where is Lord Dareen? Sorry, he sank too fast. It may be because you are a girl and weigh less, so you can float for so long. Oh, so that's it. Invade accepted this explanation. In the following time, Bin and his team did not stop and kept saving people. The reincarnations they rescued also quickly went to find other reincarnations who were imprisoned, slowly spreading to the surroundings until 3 hours later. Behind him, Infida's breathing had gradually become rapid and she leaned on Bin's back and began to twist and rub restlessly. The evil of this world can awaken and enhance the desires in people's hearts. Invade was very grateful to Bin, and she was very greedy for the sense of security he brought her when she lay on his back. After being enhanced, she naturally wanted to feel this fulfilling happiness more deeply. She also realized that her behavior was not right, but she couldn't control herself. Bin didn't say anything. He was not stupid. Although Invade was from the Free Federation, she had a fair complexion and actually looked more in line with the aesthetics of China, especially her black hair. It was an extra plus point, which was why she was arranged to receive Bin. It seems that those who should sink have sunk, and those who shouldn't sink have been awakened by us. We have to go out. Well, Infida's pretty white face kept rubbing against Bin's neck, and her legs were tightly clamped around Bin's waist, turning herself into a koala. She murmured in her mouth, and it was not known whether she was agreeing or making unconscious mumblings. It seems that there is no need to ask. If she stays here any longer, she has to move. Bin is an old hand, and he can detect this kind of awkwardness from her movements. He thought that, when she wakes up, she will probably die. He flew away on his sword. An hour later, he had rushed out of the border of Dangian country. In front of him, he finally saw the vast sea water, not the polluted scarlet, but the truly clear blue ocean. It seems that with the death of the core of the evil of this world, the blackened iris veil, the active spread of the evil of this world has also begun to stop. Instead, it surged spontaneously in a fixed space, just like the Holy Grail in a dormant state. Come with me to China first. The evil of this world is very damaging to your body. You may need to recuperate for a while. Bin lifted Infidi up behind him and said, well, okay. Infidi didn't dare to answer at all. Just now, she was crazy, had such a wild idea and even put it into action. It's really embarrassing to think about it. Simply, don't worry, I have 2 female teammates outside. I'll ask them to buy you a set of clothes to change. Bin understood Infidi's thoughts. Isn't the Free Federation said to be very open-minded? Bin was a little puzzled. Don't say. Infidi buried her face in Bin's neck and suddenly had the urge to plunge into the evil of this world and become completely evil. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298. I'm the man who will become your mother's master. After a light cleanup, the two crossed the protective barrier and entered the Cloud Island. At this time, on the Cloud Island, most of the reincarnationists who had successfully awakened and escaped from the evil of this world had successfully returned. Although the danger had been lifted in a sense, the atmosphere on the Cloud Island was still extremely solemn. There was no other reason. The number of reincarnationists who returned was much less than before. In this battle, the loss of the state-level reincarnationists exceeded 30%. Even if Bin and others were treated immediately after waking up, this treatment was radially spread outward, and the number of medical personnel increased from 1 to 2, and from 2 to 4. However, the spread of the evil of this world is based on a country, and there are many places that cannot be taken care of. In addition to those reincarnationists who had already sunk to the bottom in advance, it can be imagined that there must be a large number of reincarnationists lying in the depths of the evil of this world. Even now, the faces of those who survived and returned are still full of fear. They thought it was a normal secret realm training. After entering, they could win by clearing the secret realm. But who could have imagined that, as soon as they entered, they had already fallen completely. The so-called efforts afterwards were just helpless struggles that made them fall deeper. Even though many of the national level reincarnations were well informed, they still couldn't help but feel uneasy when facing this secret realm. They felt that, although they had escaped by luck this time, if they encountered this situation again next time, they might still have no chance to make a comeback. When Bin arrived, everyone looked at him with gratitude in their eyes. Bayuki and Feng Qingshan would naturally not steal Bin's credit. Today, Bin is no longer a newbie who needs others to take the credit for killing an apostle. He no longer needs that kind of confidentiality protection and can appear in the sun openly. Noticing that everyone was paying attention to Infidi behind him, Bin explained succinctly, I picked up a friendly reincarnationist from the evil of this world. In the spirit of the long-standing friendship between the two countries, I carried her back. Alas, there were at least 20 reincarnationists around her at the time. Unfortunately, I was too weak to rescue them. But I will try my best to save as many as I can. Everyone understood immediately. In other words, more than 20 reincarnationists have died in the Free Federation. You know, in China, those who are qualified to enter this secret realm must be at least national level reincarnationists. The Free Federation is probably not much different. I'm afraid that all the people who come are eternal level reincarnationists. Their strength is equivalent to that of a national guardian, but because of the different national conditions of the two countries, it is naturally impossible to use the same realm. Yan Fei and Xiaodao, who had been looking forward to Lin Bin for a long time, hurried to meet him. Yan Fei reached out her hand and gently covered her forehead with concern, saying, "Her face is so hot, it seems that the injury caused her body to heat up, alas. But being able to come out alive is better than anything else. I will take her back to treat her first." Seeing the many reincarnations crowding around Lin Bin after he arrived. Obviously, Lin Bin has become the well-deserved sole leader among the crowd in this secret realm. But before he returned, they had heard some rumors in the secret realm. It is said that the real mastermind behind this secret realm died in his hands. Thinking of this, Yan Fei looked at Lin Bin with a little indescribable pride in her eyes. Although the two of them were not legitimate, even if it was a relationship that could not be seen in the light, no woman would want the man who conquered her to be a waste. She took in Fidi. She carried her on her back and took her to treatment. Yan Fei was very sensible and understood that they would have to talk about some very important things later. These things were not suitable for them to hear, and this foreign infamy was naturally even more unsuitable to hear. After she left, Xiaodao playfully gave Lin Bin a thumbs up, smiled, and then quickly followed Yan Fei and left. "Abin, this time it's really thanks to you." Yuan Wei sighed and said, "This time we really suffered heavy losses. If you hadn't successfully killed the mastermind behind the evil of this world at the critical moment, I'm afraid our entire Samsara Space Association would be trapped in it. Alas, this is the first time I've seen such a sinister secret realm." Lin Bin asked with concern, "Are the casualties heavy?" He didn't know much about the state guarding reincarnationists, or strictly speaking, he was not at this level. He only knew Feng Qingshan, Bei Yuqi and others. However, he keenly discovered that many familiar faces around him were indeed missing. There was no way, no one expected that this secret realm would be in this form. Unless you have absolute power, there is not much difference between entering the saint level reincarnation and the state guarding reincarnation entering this secret realm. In this way, even for a state guarding reincarnation, the probability of death is extremely high. Where is Ji Bochum? Lin Bin was quite impressed by Ji Bochum. He was able to gather so many reincarnations to discuss strategies at the beginning. He had a high prestige and used to be the center of attention. But now, he has disappeared. Yuan Wei sighed and said, "Brother Ji has fallen. We have not been able to find his trace from beginning to end. He must have fallen into the deepest trap. Ji Bochum, your life is really short. Fortunately, Abin, you killed the mastermind in advance, otherwise, I'm afraid that none of us would be able to come back." Feng Qingshan sighed and said, "I have killed countless demons and monsters, but this kind of monster is the first time I have seen it in my life." Everyone knew about this, but he specifically brought it up and said it again. The meaning was obvious. He was helping Abin take credit. "Yes, thanks to Abin. During the previous meeting, we thought you were just boasting, but we didn't expect you to be truly capable." Who thought he was boasting? I've heard of Abin's name since the beginning. Passing the secret realm is as easy as eating and drinking. He must have his own confidence to say that. "Old man, are you trying to sabotage us?" Alas. Anyway, this crisis is over. Everything has its pros and cons. Apart from anything else, at least we have Abin. But we have lost 1/3 of our combat power. The Free Federation has nothing. Their losses are probably unimaginable, right? That's right. This is probably the only good news among many bad news. Everyone nodded. Human happiness itself is built on the suffering of others. When I think of the comprehensive combat power of China after this battle, it is likely that it will completely surpass the Free Federation. Everyone suddenly felt that this sacrifice was worth it. I just don't know how to deal with these evils in this world. Will there be a possibility of riots in the future? The voice fell. Everyone first took a look at the evils of this world outside the barrier. At this time, the entire land of Dangian country was still trapped in the evil of this world. It was indeed no longer expanding outward, but it was not shrinking at all, let alone close contact. Just a glance would make people's hearts boil with murderous intent and evil thoughts. Then, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Bin. Obviously, as the person who first explained the evil of this world and finally solved the evil of this world, he had the most authoritative answer to the current situation. Don't worry. The expansion of the evil of this world was manipulated by someone, but now the person is dead. The evil of this world is like normal seawater. It may be difficult to remove it, but as long as we build a project to isolate it, we can even remove the protective barrier. Lin Bin explained. It's just that the evil of this world is the gathering of evil thoughts of the whole world. Not to mention normal people. Even if the reincarnation is too close, it will be troublesome after a long time, so Yundao may have to be abandoned by then. Then build fortifications based on Yundao to completely isolate the evil of this world. Meng Fuming, a female reincarnation who looks to be in her early 30s and has a bit of grace, said, the resettlement of the people is easy to solve. In fact, when the secret realm broke out, our country has already started to work on the migration of the people. Now it's just speeding up the pace. She spoke with a bit of official flavor, and even the information she said was intelligence that ordinary reincarnations could hardly know. She should be an official. President Fu Xian is on his way here urgently. He will start to arrange the defense of Cloud Island and try to transform this place into a dam that the evil of this world can never cross. Everyone nodded. Bayuki suddenly raised a question that made everyone's heart sink. She asked, you said that the person with ulterior motives was killed, so the evil of this world is now in a state of being ownerless, just like normal seawater gathering towards the lower place. But if there are new people with ulterior motives, will the previous crisis happen again? No matter how much Cloud Island is transformed, I'm afraid it can't prevent the all-pervasive evil of this world, right? As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. That's true, but it must not be so easy to become the core of the evil of this world. I don't know much about it, but it should be that several necessary conditions must be met, but no one knows these conditions. Even if they know this kind of terrible power, if someone can really obtain this power, then his strength may not actually need this power. The voice fell. Lin Bin glanced at a lion next to him with a bulging mouth and staring at him. At this moment, she also heard from other people what happened after leaving the illusion. But she didn't know the details at all, and she was unconscious the whole time. At this time, she was naturally a little dissatisfied that Lin Bin didn't wake her up. But I'm afraid even Elia herself couldn't think that as the only remaining small holy grail in the world, Elia was also the only person in the world who was qualified to be the core of the holy grail. At this time, she obviously didn't realize this. But it's okay not to realize it. After all, Lin Bin has now obtained the sub-holy grail and become the master of the holy grail. In a sense, he is the master of the evils of this world. It's just that he doesn't have the ability to take away all the evils of this world as a whole, but the master is the master. Once Elia becomes the holy grail, she will probably lose her human identity and become his property. After hearing this, everyone was relieved. Although there is one more forbidden area in the real world, the crisis that could have destroyed the entire Yuanxing has now only caused the destruction of a country. Especially this country is still a country that everyone doesn't like. It can be regarded as a good ending. At that moment, everyone thanked Lin Bin again, and then went back to rest. This time, everyone was exhausted from the life and death crisis, and they couldn't wait to rest and leave. Abin, when you are free, remember to come to the Supernatural Association. I have a lot of questions I want to ask you. Feng Qingshan patted Lin Bin's shoulder warmly and said with a smile, ask. Before, I couldn't imagine that I could say this word so naturally. Tell Zidao that, since the mission is over, hurry back to the Science and Technology Association. Bayuki also said, she is yours in the secret realm, but in the real world, I'm her boss. She has to go back to work to pay my debt. Okay. Lin Bin smiled and said goodbye one by one. Many reincarnations quickly dispersed, and not long after everyone left, Lin Bin's reincarnation table has already appeared. The system prompt. Reincarnation mission, destroy the invasion of the secret realm. Mission reward, S level props X1. Mission penalty, Chinese people suffered heavy casualties. Mission completed. Task evaluation, S level. Rewards are being pre-deposited. Please contact the Reincarnation Association to collect them. Lin Bin's expression remained unchanged, but a smile appeared on his face. I'm afraid no one could have imagined that he really did it. The world-class props have been collected by him using the evil emperor's relics as a medium. And he also got an extra Avalon. Reincarnator, Abin, level, sainthood, qualifications, nightmare level secret realm clearance experience x1, s, killing level secret realm clearance experience x4, evaluation, sx3, x1, adventure level secret realm clearance experience x4, evaluation. SX4, the first 3 items are visible data for all reincarnations. Merit, B level merit x6, C level merit x3, reincarnation points. 25,100 reincarnation points. Equipment, he's B, S, Bible of the Dead, S, Time Gem, S, Sub-Holy Grail, S, Incomplete, Magic Mirror, A, Zuanian Sword, A, Character Card, A. Light Boots, B+, Double Dragon Magic Shadow Sword, B, Azure Rose, B, Optical Camouflage Cloak, B, Soft Hedgehog Armor, B, 8 Swords of the King of You, B, Avalon, Magic Sound Box, Items. Expansion Fire, A, Positioning Camera, Original Bloodline, B, X1, Destiny Coin, C, X3, Transformation Capsule, C, Storage Belt Soul Guide, D, Lightning Rod, D, Enhancement, he's B, Skills, B level. Eternal Life Secret, 169%, Upper Limit. 200%, B level, Harmony with the Light and Dust, 78%, B level, Demon Technique, 100%, C level, Fragments of the Sword Code. 100%, Skills, A level, Xiangang Beidao Formation, 63%, B level, Heavenly Demon Force Field, 100%, Teikai Sword. 100%, Heaven and Earth Lost Color, 100%, Yin and Yang Spell, 72%, Sword Heart Clear, 100%, Zuanian Sword Art, 59%, Tei Sin Removal and Demon Slaying Protection Spell, 63%, C level, Tian Zhang, 100%, Teikai 7 Injury Fist. 100%, although Avalon is currently only a question mark level, he is sure that when he summons Altria, the power of this item will not be inferior to that of S level. Even according to Lin Bin's guess, if Utopia is also judged as a world, then Avalon is 100% an S level item, and it is even a relatively powerful one among S level items. He lost an A level item and a B level item, but he got 2 S level items. Although one is incomplete and the other is invalid, S level is S level, and he has made a fortune. Not to mention that the official knows him an S level item. Wait, he got an S level rating. Remember that the reward will be doubled. Yeah, it's worth looking forward to. Soon, only Lin Bin and Elia were left in the huge temporary tent. This time the greatest achievement is that you ate it all without my knowledge. Elia looked at Lin Bin deeply, her lips puffed up again, complaining, "You didn't wake me up. I heard from President Bay before that you seemed to be fighting hard and even used the resurrection props. If I had joined the battle at that time, although I lost Berserker, I'm actually very strong. If you join the battle, we will have a threesome. That would be a mess." Lin Bin didn't respond to this. He asked directly, "Elia, why can't you summon Berserker?" Elia replied, "Because I want to leave a place for my mother. I should have told you about this issue before, right? That's why I asked you not to summon your mother so early. As far as I know, you couldn't let Berserker stay in the real world for a long time when you summoned him before, right? Yes, the magic power he needs is too strong. Although I can support him for a long time with all my strength, I don't need to support him unless it is necessary." Elia seemed to understand what Lin Bin meant. She said, "But the magic power consumed by my mother is definitely much smaller than that of Berserker. I can summon her once, and she can exist for at least half a month, and the command seals on me. The command seals sometimes run out. You and your mother, combined, are only destined to be together for a year at most. But, it's enough. I thought I would never see her at all. Elia glared at him angrily and said, "And you, why do you have to explain these things so clearly? Can't you let me lie to myself?" Linbin asked, "Do you know the necessary conditions for summoning heroic spirits?" "Of course I know, the Holy Grail, the Master, the command seals, and the spiritual veins, but the spiritual veins are the least important. I summoned Berserker in the Eansburn family anyway. As long as the magic power is enough, there is no problem at all." "Then look at what this is." Linbin took out the sub-Holy Grail and motioned Elia to take a look at its properties. Elia's eyes suddenly widened. She looked up at Linbin in shock. "I have the Holy Grail in my hand. The heroic spirit summoned by me can theoretically exist forever, as long as the magic power is sufficient and the Holy Grail does not disappear." Linbin said, "So I still suggest that I summon your mother. Let my mother be your heroic spirit?" Elia was overjoyed at first, then looked at him suspiciously and said, "Why do I always feel that you have ulterior motives?" Linbin said, "It is certainly not as convenient as your own summoning, but I'm doing this for your own good. You know the pros and cons. You can think about it slowly. Anyway, this matter is not urgent." Chapter 299. The need for S-class items. Just like Elia and Emiya Kiritsugu had given Linbin a dilemma before. Now, Linbin also gave Elia a dilemma. Is it a short-term relationship, and finally a helpless separation, or a long-term relationship, but the mother's autonomy will fall into the hands of another man? A master, holding the command seal that can command the heroic spirit. In addition, his daughter is very close to him. Who knows if he will use his wife at that time. You don't want your daughter to be stabbed from the back by someone while she is training in the secret realm and then bully her. But the temptation of being able to stay together with her daughter is in front of her. She still can't help but hold on to the mentality of luck, or although she looks like a little girl, but in fact, her complex life experience allows her to clearly analyze Linbin's current psychological state. She can be sure that Linbin is well intentioned. But I don't know if this kindness will deteriorate. The lesson of her good sister Gaoyu is still vivid in my mind. Elia didn't want to wake up one day and suddenly find that her mother who was sleeping next to her had quietly gone to another place without her knowledge. So, Elia fell into deep anxiety and hesitation. Linbin didn't care at all. Just as Elia guessed, he was really kind. Although he did have a little bit of his own selfishness, that selfishness was completely directed at Elia. He didn't have any bad intentions towards Iris Veal. But if Iris Veal really became his heroic spirit, he would have absolute sovereignty over her. At that time, Elia would naturally join his camp invisibly. Plane walking member? What a joke. She would become the leader of the plane walking, and she would have to do whatever he asked her to do. You don't want your mother to have any accidents, do you? Of course, this is actually a hidden benefit. Even if it doesn't happen, it won't affect him much. He mainly wants to help Elia and Gu Yun, as Linbin's two pioneers against the apostles of the kingdom of God. Linbin is really rude when he orders them. But on weekdays, he also sincerely considers them for any benefits. Especially Elia, who said that compared to Gu Yun, who had offended him and was still an old man, Elia was a lovely girl. Think about it slowly. I won't give you a time limit. The command spell is here. Wouldn't it be easy to control one more heroic spirit? The matter has come to an end for the time being. Most of the reincarnations have already started to pack up and embark on their journey home. Linbin still has some trivial matters to deal with. Infidi entered the secret realm earlier than Linbin, and the injuries she suffered were naturally very serious. After being treated by the professional logistics staff of the Reincarnation Association, although her body has not recovered, she can move slowly. After recovery, she immediately asked someone to contact Linbin and expressed her desire to meet him. There are some things she really wants to know from Linbin. For example, those comrades who entered this secret realm with her. And the answer was not beyond her expectations. Really? Except for me, have all the other comrades who were with me at the time died? Linbin, well, I can guarantee that. I saw them sink with my own eyes. He sighed. It's not that I don't want to save people, it's just that you were sinking, and only the tips of your hair were left. I could only try my best to save you, and I had no time to take care of them. But I can guarantee that I didn't step on them hard. Even if I did occasionally, it was because of the need to save people. If they are all dead, then our field support department will completely become an empty shell. Infidi sighed softly and said, it seems that the field support department will need to rely on me to take the lead in the future. Lin Bin was surprised. Field support department? Well, it specializes in receiving and dealing with foreign reincarnations, whether they are well-intentioned or malicious. This is also the reason why I received you, Mr. Abin, before. Infidi looked at Lin Bin with gratitude in his eyes that was hard to conceal. She said seriously, if Mr. Abin needs me in any way in the future, please don't hesitate to tell me. I will definitely be able to help you more. Well, these are all small things. You should have a good rest first. Lin Bin was suddenly happy. Infidi didn't say it directly, but he heard her subtext very clearly. All the people in their field department died. In the future, she will be the most senior person in this department. As long as she can go back alive, the position of director will be secured. Of course, apart from her, there is no living person who can take this position. It is a department specifically for field work. This position is quite important. Although Infidi will definitely not betray the Free Federation for him, because of their relationship now. If Lin Bin has some other needs, such as wanting to know some intelligence, she will definitely not refuse. Lin Bin smiled, reached out and gently stroked her forehead, and said, well, you should take good care of your injuries first. Well, Mr. Abin. Seeing that Lin Bin wanted to leave, Infidi couldn't help but reach out and grab his sleeve. She bit her lips gently and said in fluent Chinese, why don't you stay, accompany me? Her eyes were as warm as water, her expression was charming, and her hint was beyond words. Hearing this, Lin Bin's heart was immediately moved. Although Infidi was from the Free Federation, her skin was delicate and fair, her eyes were dark and deep, and her appearance was not as good as that of the likes of Master Zuan, but she was quite exotic, which made people want to find out more. If it was a normal day, if the beauty invited him so deeply, he would probably take the opportunity to kiss her. But now, Elia was not far away, and Xiaodao and Yan Fei were also in the temporary tent next door. If something happened, I'm afraid they would never be able to hide it. If Elia misunderstood that he was a lustful person, then she would definitely not be at ease handing her mother over to him. Of course, Infidi's pale face was also one of the reasons. He was already seriously injured, but he was still fighting bloody battles. What if his injuries got worse? He held Infidi's hand affectionately and said jokingly, you are so seriously injured, but you still have the time to think about this. Has the Free Federation been open to this extent? Infidi hurriedly explained, no, although the Federation is a little more open. After all, I have no experience in this regard. So, no girl will just find a man for the first time. The reason why I'm not sad about the death of Lord Derryn and the others is because they always look at me with disgusting eyes. Yeah, I understand what you mean, but you still have to rest for now. There is still a lot of time in the future. When I'm free, I will go to the Free Federation as a guest, and you will have to entertain me then. Yes. Infidi quietly buried her face in the quilt, revealing only a pair of smart eyes, and her voice suddenly became muffled. She secretly glanced at Lin Bin. After all, she was an innocent girl, and she was already shy to make such an invitation. In the end, she was rejected, which made her feel socially dead. But her heart was warm, and she felt that she was valued and cherished. He talked with her for a while. Only when she looked tired did Lin Bin leave the tent and let her have a good rest. When they came out, most of the densely packed reincarnations on the beach of Yundao had dispersed. The remaining ones did not leave because they accepted tasks and were doing some tasks to assist in basic defense fortifications. Lin Bin had just come out, and not long after, a staff member in her early 20s with a rather graceful figure came to the door. She said very respectfully, Mr. Abin, President Fu has arrived and is waiting for you at the temporary coordination department not far away. I would like to invite you to come over to discuss your reward. Okay, I know. Lin Bin nodded and followed him to the temporary coordination department 200 meters away. In the room, Fu Xian was reading the information carefully. When he saw Abin, he immediately stood up with a hearty smile on his face. He shook hands with him first, then said with a smile, Abin, I've heard of your name before. This time I finally meet you in the real world. Lin Bin smiled and said, President Fu, you took the time to see me in your busy schedule. I'm flattered. I should be the one who is surprised. When you asked me before, I was quite nonchalant. I thought that there were so many national level reincarnationists, and you, a saint level reincarnationist who had just come to see the world, might be able to perform well, but they would be the ones to bear the main pressure. Now I realize that I underestimated the real dragon. Fu Xian smiled and said, the reason I asked you to come here this time is indeed because of some very important things. It's about the task you have completed and the reward. At this point, he paused and smiled bitterly. To be honest, we really didn't expect that someone could solve this world-threatening problem by himself. Theoretically, you saved the world. Of course, every reincarnation has saved the world, but your achievement is undoubtedly the greatest, because the crisis of the secret realm they deal with is implicit, while yours is explicit. Lin Bin asked with a smile, so, you brought S-level props to reward me? Fu Xian smiled even more bitterly. He sighed, you should know that, even if it is an S-level prop, the number in the entire Reincarnation Space Association is only in the single digit, but it is not non-existent. But before awarding you with an S-level prop, we still want to be more considerate and listen to your request first. After all, you still get an S-level evaluation, but we don't have any reward of reincarnation points, so naturally there is no way to double it. Request. Yes, you can fill in this form. Lin Bin took it and looked at it carefully. It was a very normal form. It contained some personal information of Lin Bin, which was not very important, such as hometown, age, gender, marital status, and university aspirations. Lin Bin was surprised and asked, what is this? Why are there first and second choices? Fu Xian said calmly, this is a voluntary admission form for high school students to take the college entrance examination. We are so busy during this period that we don't have the time to make a separate form for you. You can fill it out for now. You don't need to fill in your personal name or anything like that. Just tell me the type you want. Lin Bin nodded and asked, can't you take out all the S-level props and let me choose? No, S-level props are very precious. Once you have seen the detailed attributes and abilities, it is equivalent to reducing their power a lot out of thin air. This is not fair to other reincarnations who will obtain S-level props in the future. Okay, give me the pen. Lin Bin took the pen handed over by Fu Xian and wrote seriously. His needs were actually very clear. Having just lost the 7 layering of blazing sky, Avalan's defense was very strong, but this strength was limited. His first request was naturally an S-level defensive item. Life is the most important thing. The second choice was a sword-type weapon. The 8 swords of the King of Yu were indeed very sharp, but they were only B-level weapons after all. Even if the 8 swords looked very cool, the total amount of all the weapons was not a qualitative improvement. With the Xiangang Bidao formation, facing a living monster, it was naturally lethal. But if it encountered the evil of this world, or the heroes with magical means, it would be very limited. The A-level Zuanian sword was limited by the world level. Although it was powerful, it was not invincible. At least, compared with the powerful S-level items he had, his conventional weapons were already somewhat mediocre. The second choice was a sword-type weapon. The third choice was a healing item. Although the Eternal Life Secret had an excellent speed of recovering injuries, it was clear from the hard work he had done for Lin Zu's legs before that how precious healing items were. If it was S-level, wouldn't it be possible to revive the dead? Submit the form back. Okay, we will hold a meeting immediately and try our best to make Mr. Abin's request the top priority. In short, we will never let you be satisfied. Fu Xian carefully collected the form filled out by Lin Bin and said, as for the double reward for your S-level evaluation, it is naturally impossible to have 2 S-level items. We will also hold a meeting to negotiate, and will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Is that okay? Okay, thank you. By the way, about Miss Infidi. After finishing the business, Fu Xian seemed to joke meaningfully. Mr. Abin is young, but he is already outstanding, and has extraordinary personal charm. Even the girls in the Free Federation are fascinated by you. Mainly because she helped me a lot when I was targeted by the Field Affairs Department before. It's rare to have a foreigner with whom I have a relationship. If there is any intelligence at that time, I will not be in the dark. Well, it's true. For some things that happened in the Free Federation, our Chinese officials are fine, and the reincarnations really don't know anything. Fu Xian smiled and said, you should know that in this crisis, nearly 1/3 of our Chinese high-end reincarnations were lost, but compared to the Free Federation, the loss is actually much smaller. Their high-end combat power was severely damaged. Although they were not completely wiped out, the casualties were so heavy that it can be said to be unprecedented. Miss Infide's strength is at the peak of the silver level, which is roughly equivalent to our extraordinary 9th level. Maybe in the future she will have an opportunity to step into the gold level, which is our saint level. At her age, she was already considered a talent before. Now that the high end has been lost, her existence is even more precious. Lin Bin blinked and said, President Fu, I'm a rough man. In fact, the college entrance examination application form just now was the first time I filled out in my life, so let's say some things openly, and don't hint at them secretly. I don't understand. Ha 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 ha, okay, I'll just say it straight. Fu Xian smiled and said, such a rare talent, and what's even rarer is that you and Abin have a very good start. You might as well have more in-depth exchanges in the future. It's not impossible for us to support her, you know. Not in the official name, but in your personal name. But with your current reputation, it is also reasonable to use the power of the official, right? I understand. Don't worry, listen to her. She has a great hope to become the director of the field department in the future. If there is anything I can do to help her, I will not be stingy. Lin Bin naturally agreed. He already had this idea, and now even the official wants to intervene. Isn't this equivalent to him having an extra helper for nothing? Don't waste it. After the two negotiated for a while, Lin Bin left and continued to look for Infide. It said that she was allowed to rest, but she must not have rested yet. Well, take the opportunity to deepen the relationship. At that time, maybe I can squeeze a lot of money from the association. After Lin Bin left, Fu Xian looked at the list in his hand and exclaimed, he is indeed not well educated. The characters, are very ordinary, but this demand. He smacked his lips, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. He muttered, could it be that this guy has some eyes and ears in the association and got some news? Otherwise, this demand feels really targeted. Chapter 300, Prepare to Summon. Infide rested for 3 days. During these 3 days, Lin Bin took care of her very attentively. And he was very polite throughout the whole process, without any violation of the rules. He really behaved like a gentleman. Infide was very moved, and her good impression of Lin Bin was almost overflowing. He was so nice. He knew that I was not in a good condition, so he specially helped me get water. In fact, even if he wanted to wipe my body forcibly, I would not refuse him. But he was so polite, and after helping me prepare everything, he turned his back. I have heard that Chinese men pay attention to what they say, starting from emotion and ending with etiquette, but I didn't expect that it would be so touching to see it in person. There is a feeling of being valued. Infide's heart was moved and warm, but she ignored the fact that Lin Bin could have asked others to help. Maybe she thought of it, but she naturally had a reason for Lin Bin in her heart. He must not be confident that others would take care of me, so he had to do it himself. 3 days later, the injury was almost recovered. Lin Bin applied to the Samsara Space Association for a special plane to escort Infide back to the Free Federation. Although she was reluctant to leave like this, it was a rare opportunity to be a guest in China. But now the Free Federation must be in a mess. If she really went back too late, once she was defined as a missing person, her position would be replaced by someone else, and it would take a lot of effort to get it back. If you need my help in the future, you can contact me at any time. Before boarding the plane, Lin Bin held Infide's hand with a gentle face and said softly, I also know that saying this has a sense of cold cooperation, but you can just think of it as a cooperation between the two of us. If I hadn't happened to show up this time, you might have been dead. Didn't you say that if there is any information related to the reincarnation in the future, you would tell me? Then this is cooperation. I would rather have an extra layer of cold relationship between us than have you die quietly in a corner I don't know about. Well, I get it, Mr. Abin. Don't worry, I won't be polite with you, but if you really need it, Mr. Abin, please don't refuse. As long as you need me, I will definitely be by your side, even if it takes thousands of miles. Well, your words, Mr. Abin, are enough. Infidi rushed forward 2 steps, bumped into Linbin's arms, stood on tiptoes, leaned over and kissed Linbin lightly on the lips. Even the movement of sticking out her tongue was clumsy, but she only tasted it briefly and turned to run towards the plane. She stopped at the cabin in trance, turned back and waved to Linbin, then turned and entered the cabin. Linbin stood there and watched the plane take off. Behind him, Elia was amazed and said in surprise, "This little girl is quite cute." Of course, Linbin could vaguely see that this girl had a bit of Selena's shadow. If Selena had a daughter, she would probably look like this. Of course, now that Infidi has grown up, the two of them are more like sisters. Elia explained, "No, I mean, she obviously has no guard against you anymore. How could you resist the urge to hit on her?" Linbin turned around and said seriously, "Elia, what you said is very strange. Am I the kind of person who is obsessed with lust and can't extricate myself in your heart?" She did take the initiative to invite me, but she was injured, and we have known each other for too short a time. What happened now? It's too impure. Elia. Beside her, Dong Jinyanfei exclaimed seriously, "Yes, Brother Bin is indeed a gentleman, even. But this kind of words are obviously not something that can be said to inexperienced girls like them." He stopped talking halfway. Linbin laughed and said, "We should go back to. President Fu promised me a prop. It will be delivered to my home in a few days. I can't be away when the time comes." "Elia, you." Elia said casually, "I'll go with you first." "Okay." Linbin went to find Fu Xian first and said goodbye to him. Yundao is now building fortifications, but this has nothing to do with him. After a few polite words, they set out on the return journey, and in the process of returning, they experienced several mountain road landslides, road closures, and car accident scenes. They changed direction several times. In other words, Bayuka's special car is so durable that even the tires are bulletproof, and the engine has a backup device. Except for having to change the route several times, the journey was not delayed much. Even so, it was an eye-opener for Elia. Looking at Xiaodao's eyes with unconcealed admiration. How did she survive in the real world when she was so unlucky? Xiaodao scratched her face a little embarrassedly and smiled. "How can I put it? It was obviously my own fault, but watching the points on the bad luck card rise, I was really in pain and joy." 3 days later, I successfully arrived in Baishu City. I first went to the Science and Technology Association to send Xiaodao back and also returned the car. Before parting, Xiaodao patted the huge car shell and said with a smile, "How is it, boss? This car is durable. I personally modified it for our boss. Don't worry, you are my boss. Even for myself, I will work hard to modify your car to be better than this. Next time we practice, maybe we can drive H9 in the secret realm." Linbin laughed and said, "Then it depends on you. If the points are not enough, remember to tell me. I still have a lot of points here. Don't worry. If the points are really not enough, I will go to my boss to act cute and then find a way to get the public account. Then I will have everything, right? How can I use your points?" Xiaodao patted her not so big, but particularly perky chest and made a promise to Linbin. But she didn't notice that Bayuki and K88 had been standing behind her for a while. After all, Linbin is no longer the newbie he was before. He came to visit the Science and Technology Association. As the president, Bayuki should personally welcome him. Not to mention that Linbin had just saved her life. Then she heard something she shouldn't have heard. A moment later, Xiaodao was dragged back to the Science and Technology Association by her ears, screaming. K88 apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Abin. I made a fool of myself." "It's okay. I feel relieved to see that the president and Xiaodao have a good relationship. I'll take you back. If Miss Xiaodao is not here, the bad luck will not be gone, and there is no need to use such a high-end car as the president. Thank you. It's my duty." After a brief polite talk, K88 sent the 3 of them back to Taoyuan community. After going through the storm, they finally returned. At this time, the house was quiet. Linzu was tutoring Gaoyu on her homework at the study table. During the time when the few people were away, a children's study table was added next to the living room. At this time, Gaoyu, with her hair tied in two cute buns, was lying on the table with a frown on her face, struggling with the answer to a fill-in-the-blank question. Ni Wanran was kneeling on the coffee table next to her, fiddling with her phone, her expression full of curiosity. It was a brand new fruit phone, with a packaging box next to it. It seemed that the college entrance examination was finally over. The college entrance examination results should have come out, and she did well. Otherwise, her mother would not have rewarded her with such a brand new phone. Wait. Lin Bin's eyes were sharp, and suddenly he found that on the packaging bag outside the mobile phone box, there were a few words written, "For the most beautiful elf." He immediately showed a very strange look on his face, and he knew the origin of this phone. Abin, you are back. Seeing Lin Bin and others return, Lin Zhu walked over slowly, and noticed Lin Bin's gaze. She scratched her hair at the temples, and said with a strange look, "The landlady was planning to buy a new phone for Wanran. I thought that there seemed to be a lot of new phones at Kian Kian's place, so I thought about buying a second-hand one to help the landlady save some money." Unexpectedly, Miss Kian Kian was so polite that she actually sent a new one directly, and she couldn't refuse it. In fact, she was very determined to pay at that time. Then the little girl opened the storage bag directly, and more than 20 exquisitely packaged mobile phone boxes rolled out directly. If you don't know, you might think she was dealing in second-hand mobile phones. Then, Lin Zhu herself felt that she was a bit too much of a fuss by insisting on paying. She sighed, "In the future, invite Miss Kian Kian to dinner at home often. After all, it's quite expensive. She is too polite." Well, I know, don't be polite to her. There are many dogs who like this guy. There are many people who are willing to work and buy mobile phones for her. Lin Bin said with a smile. Gaoyu finally filled in the last answer. Then she cheered, threw away the pen in her hand, and laughed and said, "Mother, you are finally back. Hey, Sister Elia, you are here too." Then she happily threw herself into Lin Bin's arms, buried her face in his lower abdomen, and rubbed it hard, and was reluctant to let go for a long time. Then she held Elia's hand intimately, and was unwilling to let go. In her opinion, the two were of similar age, so she was naturally closer to her. And Elia often wore the mask of a little lolly to deceive people, so she naturally had a good grip on Gaoyu, the family's favorite. Lin Zhu held Lin Bin's hand with concern and asked, "You must be exhausted from this secret realm training. There are many reincarnations in Taoyuan community. I also heard a lot of rumors, when I was free, saying that this secret realm is very dangerous and many reincarnations have lost their lives. The last time there were such a large number of casualties was when the first nightmare level secret realm appeared. Well, I'm indeed exhausted." Lin Bin held her hand in return. Without Yan Fei's hint, he knew that the person standing in front of him must be Lin Zhu Bengsu. Being able to teach Gaoyu's homework is not something that Shi Fixuan can do. "Then you must be hungry. I'll go make your favorite fried red stewed eggplant." Okay. This time it was more certain that this was Lin Zhu Bengsu. Back to their own home, everyone relaxed a lot. Yan Fei went to her residence to take a bath as soon as possible. Women pay more attention to this kind of external ritual than men. Since they have returned from outside, they naturally have to wash away their running around and fatigue, and then return to their own lives. As for Elia, she began to run back and forth in several rooms with interest. Lin Bin's residence was only 140 square meters at the beginning, with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. But 2 of the bedrooms could only be used as storage rooms, and the area was not too large. With Yan Fei living opposite, all the people living on this floor were their own. They directly enclosed the corridor space outside the elevator, and connected the 2 rooms, to make a large suite. The area directly went up to 300. Half an hour later, when the kitchen was already filled with the rich aroma of food, she approached Lin Bin and asked, "Can I connect your 2 small rooms?" Lin Bin asked in surprise, "Why do you ask?" "Because if my mother becomes your heroic spirit, the farther away from you she is, the more difficult it will be to transmit magic power. So in the long run, it's better to live closer to you." "Don't worry, I'll pay for it. I still have some savings." At this point, she looked slightly better inside. It's just that my savings are very limited, and I can't afford to buy a house, so I want to rent a room here. But you know my mother used to live in a castle. This room is too small for ordinary people, let alone my mother. Linbin suggested. Then Fian has a large suite over there. No, no, no. Just live here. The distance is closer and the magic power transmission is more suitable. Elia thought longer term than Linbin thought. Dongjin Yanfei? The space over there is indeed larger, but considering that she has already been taken down by the pervert in front of her, and the artificial human's ears and eyes are particularly sensitive, it is inevitable that she will be forced to eavesdrop every night. In comparison, it is safer to live with Linzu. Linbin asked, have you thought about it? It's not that I have thought about it, but I'm considering the issue from my mother's perspective. If she were here, she would definitely choose this way. She wants to choose this way, and I want to choose this way, so naturally I have to choose this way. Moreover, I found that, although you are a person, you still have some integrity, so I decided to trust you generously this time. Although she said so, Elia's eyes were still full of vigilance. I thought to myself that at most I will come with you and be careful. I don't believe that you dare to bully my mother in front of me. Of course, she dared to make this decision because she was sure that the man in front of her, Linbin, was indeed a good person. Okay, after dinner tonight, I'll help you summon Iris Veil. Linbin smiled and said, in this way, you can still free up a heroic spirit spot, and you should be able to continue to summon Berserker then, right? Elia replied, well, Berserker and I traveled to the real world together. The magic power for his actions is no longer supplied by the Holy Grail, but is completely supplied by me, so we are already in a complete master and familiar relationship. In this way, your combat effectiveness will not be affected. You are already at the saint level now, and the difficulty of training is getting higher and higher. If you lose Berserker, your strength will definitely be greatly reduced. If something unexpected happens in the secret realm, you have finally summoned your mom, but you are gone. Then won't mother and daughter be unable to share the joy of family life? That's true. Do you have enough command seals? Don't worry, I have 6 command seals, and I have enough magic power. I can fully support you, Mom. Elia looked at Linbin deeply. She had clearly made up her mind before, but she didn't know why. After she said it out loud, she felt inexplicably uneasy, but more of a peace of mind. Seeing how intimate Gaoyu and Yanfei were, how could she not envy them and think about the mother and daughter staying together forever? But in this way, Elia sighed faintly. It seems that in the future, I have to ask the leader for a long vacation. I hope the leader will not deduct my salary. The eldest daughter of the Eamsburn family is now a very poor girl. Salary is very important. So, on that day, everyone gathered at a table for dinner. Then, they looked at the extra Elia. They learned that Elia's mother might move in later. Linzu didn't have anything to be unwelcome. Or maybe Elia was beautiful and sweet, and she would make full use of her unique talents. She actually liked her very much. After knowing her request, she took the initiative to say, why should we rent? Since Miss Fian moved next door, all the sundries have been piled up at Miss Fian's place. These 2 places are indeed empty. I will contact Mrs. Tang to connect the rooms when the time comes. Thank you, Sister Xiaoxu. Elia hugged Linzu happily, and sure enough, she didn't mention the rent again. Although she knew that she would be more confident after paying the rent, she was short of money and could save as much as she could. So after dinner, Linzu hurriedly took the initiative to help buy some things necessary for drawing the magic circle. Linbin and Yanfei pulled out the sofa to make enough space in the living room. When Linzu came back, Elia first drew the magic circle on the floor with paint. The others looked at it with curiosity. The magic circle was drawn. She handed a lock of white hair to Linbin and said, this is a holy relic I got from my mother in advance. I will definitely be able to summon her with this. Well, then I'll start now. After the voice fell, Linbin paused and said, Sister, Jua, Fian, Wanrong, you go into the room first. What is going to happen next may not be suitable for children. Not for young girls either. Hearing this, Ni Wanran was confused and said, why? Could it be that Ande Aili came out naked? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.